It was unmistakable. The reporter spoke of a fire. No mention of arson. It seemed unconnected to the break-in at the Militech warehouse. For now. The break-in itself didn't even get video coverage. The only mention of it was a subheading. Militech warehouse robbed. "Want to change the channel?" Melina asked. It was a subheading.
Could find out
Militech
something
warehouse
interesting.
robbed.
Want to
It's
change
there
the
to find
channel?
out. Melina stood up and went to the liquor cabinet. "There was a fire. 4 kids were inside. You got them out." Ron followed her with his gaze.
Would have been better to get them out before,
he admitted.
Got a whole list of things I'd redo knowing what I know now. Helped a lot of people once, or so I thought.
4 kids, Ron. From the ground floor, Melina said softly, shaking her head. Ron turned back to the screen. The fire was so big that some of the floors collapsed. Smoke was still coming out of the rectangular black holes where the windows used to be. With a languid gesture, he switched off the screen and sat up on the bed.
"I need a drink,"
he said quietly.
"Figured."
"Here." Melina handed him the glass. "Aged 12 days.
"It's him, I'm sure."
Dum-Dum swiveled around and peered through the throng of moshers and headbangers. His 7 ionizing optics reached up to 60 feet. Everything seemed closer. Implants, bones. Clothes distorted the imaging, but couldn't entirely block it out. Borg. There he sat, sprawled out in the booth, nodding to the diabolic rhythm of a tinnitus song. The girls beside him were swaying too, looking like he owned the fucking place. He had piss-poor taste, but no matter. Dum-Dum changed frequencies and examined every element he could within the man. A lot of chrome, most of it unoriginal, basic. Pieced together helter-skelter, all of it. Cannons for arms. Didn't mean they were strong. Even if they were, couldn't do anything without upper back reinforcement.
"Don't care if it is or isn't him."
Dum-Dum stood up and gave Three Eyes a pat on the shoulder.
"Bored as all fuck."
He didn't finish his drink. Didn't need to if you owned the club. The head-banging crowd in front of him parted like a shoal of fish before a shark. Instinctively, unconsciously. He reached over the table and grabbed the guy's jacket lapel, yanking him forward. The girls tactfully made themselves scarce. Wouldn't get paid for the last hour. Too bad. Just as he thought. The Gonk's implants were all style, no substance. Poser wear. He flailed, trying to land a punch. Anything. Too weak. He hurled him effortlessly onto the dance floor, a momentary lapse in the crowd's rhythm. Nobody blinked. Another perk of owning your own club. Tossing him down the basement's concrete staircase was even easier. His cries of pain went quiet as Dum-Dum slammed the door behind him. The poser sat slumped near the wall, frozen under the flickering light bulb that was the only source of light.
"Came to Totentons,"
Dum-Dum began.
"Brave or scot-brained? Which are you?"
Her dark skin wrapped in a tight black synth-leather bodysuit, Carla crouched down beside him in a spider-like motion. The light from the bulb reflected against her shaved, tattooed head, scarred from implants. The blade unsheathed itself from her forearm, and she ran its tip along Borg's chest. He shrieked and frantically drew back, pressing himself against the concrete wall.
"So it's the latter."
Dum-Dum stood and cocked his head at Borg, curled up in the corner.
"You, your crew, who are you? Where'd you crawl out of?"
What? Borg spluttered, clutching his chest.
"Question's simple. You and your chooms kick up a hornet's nest on our turf and think we're just gonna let that go? Pretend like it didn't happen? Last chance. Who are you?
Borg sobered up, finally understanding his situation.
Name's Borg. Warden hired us.
Warden?
Dum-Dum made sure.
Renner's lap bitch? Thought the Valentinos were smarter than that.
He is smart.
Not Warden, I mean Ron. It was all his idea.
Ron?
The Ripper Doc. He needed the scratch.
That your boss?
No, well, I mean, technically Zor was in charge. Ron accidentally shot himself because it was his second time using iron. The corpo cut negotiating with one of yours was Melina, and then the dancers from Mary's. Telling me your warehouse heist was cooked up by a debt-addled Ripper led by a man who works in pest control and pulled off along with a iron-toting stripper?
Dum-Dum's optics were fixed on Borg in silence.
Klept from the same corp twice in a row.
Better get your story straight, Pork. It's Borg. B-O-R.
Luckily, Carla's here to help.
Dum-Dum interrupted back.
No, wait!
Borg begged, raising his arms, wishing he could melt through the wall. Carla straddled his legs, the blade held to his throat.
I can explain, all right?
Borg didn't dare move.
Warden hired them for another job. We were supposed to jump a Militech convoy, but that was in Arroyo, not Northside. We clept this container, worth a lot, whatever's in it, and we did it. Heist of the fucking year. That wasn't on your turf. Second time was when we ran into you. Different job, Ron's idea.
Dum-Dum knelt down beside him, elbows resting on his knees.
If you're as hot shit as you sound, then how come I've never heard of you?
Dixie, short and skinny with cropped platinum hair, watched from a few feet away. Carla playfully ran her blade near Borg's groin, slowly slicing through the pants seam.
'Cause that was the whole point, man!
Borg was frantic now.
Everyone was clean! No criminal record. The regular peeps, you know? The perfect cover. Warden, he had dirt on everyone, threatened them. Don't know with what, probably something serious. Was supposed to be a one-off. I helped find him, but I swear that's all I know. Warden let him go after, and that was supposed to be it. But they wanted more, so Ron, he came up with this whole warehouse plan, and Zor got the van from Harris's.
Carla parted her lips, probably the only unimplanted part of her body. She balanced the tip of the second blade against his arm.
Humor me for a second,
Dum-Dum continued.
How is it a bunch of normos don't call it quits the first time? Forget about the whole thing. Why volunteer to do it all over again?
I don't know, I swear, I don't...
Carla applied pressure. Blood appeared under each of her blades.
Please stop. It hurts.
Borg squeezed his eyes shut.
Fuck, I don't know, all right? But if you let me go, I'll tell you where that container is.
The one that's worth a lot, huh?
Dum-Dum rose to his feet.
In my experience, you're gonna tell me no matter what. No rush. Still got all the time in the world. Not like either of us have to get up and go to work in the morning. But first, you're gonna tell me about everyone in your little impromptu gang and where to find them.
Listen, I've always wanted to be a ganger, okay? These ops, they were supposed to be practice, you know? Like, for the real thing. I tell you everything, and, like, I could join you, become a maelstromer. I could be useful, loyal and shit. Swear you won't regret it.
Join Maelstrom, eh?
Dum-Dum chuckled with amusement.
Could have picked a better way to get our attention, Pork.
Look, trust me, I'll make up for it. I got a lot of deets. I'll spill everything. Can start right from the beginning.
That we can do.
Dum-Dum gave a crooked grin.
Yeah. How about that? Let's start over. Tell me, Pork, do you believe in reincarnation?
It wasn't a pretty sight, but Liam hadn't joined the force for pretty sights. The security guard's hand was missing a few fingers and most of the skin from his torso. Dead a few hours. Footprints on the blood-soaked floor. Prints on the door handle. Recovered. Logged. Fat chance they'd get any hits, but it was always worth a shot. More importantly, what the hell happened here? The owner, Harris, stared at him impatiently. Not like a dead guard was nothing to him. He'd have to find a new one, equally as useless, for chasing away bums and drifters. But the real rub was that his garage couldn't resume operations until the investigation was over. That had come with losses.
Has gang written all over it, the rookie said.
Didn't cut himself shaving, that's for sure. Liam tossed a piece of gum in his mouth, which momentarily beat the stench. He preferred that to enabling his olfactory soft. The rookie assigned to him wasn't much help. He couldn't tell what was worse, her lack of experience or the idealistic bullshit they hammered into her skull at the academy. She'd even gotten her own trench coat, different from Liam's at least. It would only look as well worn as his in a few years.
Owner claims nothing was stolen, the rookie said.
Clearly, she wasn't used to thinking in silence, a habit of new recruits. Blabbering made them feel like they were actually working, accomplishing something. Didn't come here to steal, Liam replied. They came for information, which Mr. Smolarski here, he pointed at the guard, most likely obliged. The lock on the gate wasn't broken, though it was opened from the inside. Not like there was much here to steal. The garage, if you could even call it that, repaired rust buckets. Nobody would roll up with a Rayfield, not even to replace their windshield wipers. The only thing that didn't add up was the beat-up pest control van. And the garage's database, it was logged as repaired and ready for collection. Didn't take a genius to see that the van was far from repaired.
ARS-03, log 51652. Synchronization procedure initiated. Unidentified device, NI-10010101110. Status unknown. No additional subsystems detected.
It was pointless, but he did it impulsively. Click. A conference about cleaning up the plastic in Coronado Bay. Who cared? The water would still be toxic. Nobody would dip so much as a toe in it. Click. Constructing new megabuildings with affordable housing where units started at just €1. Gangs would snap it up and hike up rent in a millisec. Click. A new braindance studio specializing in BDs without sex or violence. Good luck staying in biz for more than a month. Click. A new Church of Eliyahu, the last emancipator up in North Pacifica. They'll want a good fire suppression system. Click. Negotiations continue on trade with China and South Africa. Zor straightened up. Not so pointless after all. A still of a high-ranking corpo in front of an office building, probably somewhere around Corpo Plaza. He's greeting a woman. White, tall, thin, with black hair. She looks familiar. Too familiar. It's just a routine test. Conducted by the Director of Internal Security? Melina asked. In the flesh? Stanley was nearing 60, but he had the eyes and nimble movements of a man in his early 20s. It was evident, even beneath the charcoal suit, that he took good care of his body. A veteran, highly ranked, no visible cyberware. No need to play any of your tricks on me, he smiled coldly. Your abilities as a negotiator for this company are respected and admired. We need to be sure that you are prepared for this next assignment. You're questioning my loyalty? No, he replied. I need to know if you're ready. Have you recently felt any threat to your safety or security? Not just once. How much did he know? Did he suspect her? I had an accident not long ago, she replied after a beat. There was a pileup on the Eastern Beltway. A lot of people died, but all I got was a sprained ankle. I don't know if that counts. It was a fluke. The Japanese assistant went through the doors first. The rules were complex, confusing, different from what she was used to. Though they hadn't been introduced to each other, the only person Melina recognized from the small group was the young assistant. They went past the elevators and reached an area probably more secured than the Oval Office. Once the two-step scanning and identity verification had been completed, they were let through. Katsuo was waiting in the center of the lounge, dead center, to a fault. Melina put her palms together and bowed in the traditional greeting. It had a name that she couldn't recall. It wasn't easy navigating between the East's and the West's mutually conflicting customs. Who held out their hand first, whether you're supposed to hold out your hand at all, who went into the elevator first, whether it was a woman or an elderly person, who sat at the table first, and so on. A veritable minefield. Hello, Katsuo-san. Melina bowed her head 45 degrees. Please forgive me for sending you the documents so late. A family member was taken ill.
Family is most important.
He gave a sparing bow.
I hope they have recovered.
They have. Thank you. Had he come all the way down here from his perch? Must have. An indication of respect, maybe. Or racking up social credit to spend later. She followed Katsuo into the elevator. Without the slightest noise or vibration, it began its ascent. Moments later, it rose up along the outer edge of Arasaka's North Tower. They plunged into a thick blanket of cloud, leaving the rain-drenched city far below. Katsuo stood still, his gaze fixed directly in front of him. Melina didn't so much as glance his way. It would have been impolite, not to mention unnecessary. She didn't need to look at him to pick up on his emotions, or rather the subtle after-images they left in the air despite his best efforts. That was her job. What years of training and countless modifications had made her capable of. Unraveling feelings, deciphering intentions, predicting decisions. Light. They were suddenly above the clouds. Before them, a sea of blue that for most night citizens might as well not exist. She could have remarked on the beautiful view, but she knew Katsuo enough to hold her tongue. Extremely reserved, he avoided any subject unrelated to the task or meeting at hand. But his demeanor wasn't simply a negotiation tactic. He took his frigid personality back home with him after work. His entire life was governed by strict rules. She knew that. A tricky adversary. It was like playing an intricate game against a machine. Katsuo didn't go to clubs after work. He didn't hire escorts, even the most exclusive ones. No alcohol, not even the best sake. In order to unwind, he meditated. How did she know all this? She just did. That's why Militech was paying her a sky-high salary. Though as an asset, she made them much, much more. Whatever it was, it didn't look like a combat SRG-78 cybernetic surgical arm. Wedged in the foam mold were matte rectangular objects, each no larger than a brick. Plug sockets were embedded in their sides, while their surfaces resembled touchpads. A dozen layers like that, give or take. Zor and Ron contemplated the disappointing sight in the dimly lit basement. 60 units per case, the Ripper Doc concluded, which comes out to 180 batteries for previous generation patrol drones. You could get one of these in Kabuki for 20 eddies. Knockoffs, sure, Ron pointed out, but these are original. Who cares? The only people who use those drones are corps or badges, maybe private security. Not really our target clientele. Ron nodded and sighed. He pressed the check button on the side of the battery. Hey, got a full charge. Melina, Zor said tentatively. You seeing her again soon? Don't know, maybe. Probably, I guess. Why do you ask? Want to talk to her. Ron answered with a simple nod. He closed the case and stood over it, staring at its cover. I'll figure out a way to get rid of these, he finally said. Gotta be some other use for them. I don't know. Electric motorbikes, home appliances, mammoth vibrators, whatever. He straightened up. On the flip side, nobody's gonna go out of their way looking for them. The steel doors flew open and screeched against the floor. Byers turned from his terminal and froze midway, which was as far as his oversized torso would allow. Don't even think about it. A multitude of incandescent eyes emerged from the smoke, followed by 3 silhouettes. Byers slowly moved his hand away from the shotgun under the counter. Fuck. No mistaking them. He did a quick mental rundown of his debts. Nothing for Maelstrom. He owed Scholl 10 grand, but cough-up time wasn't till next week. Busy Byers. The Maelstromer in front stared at him through 7 burning optics, 2 where his eyes would normally be, 4 smaller ones above and 1 large one in the center of his forehead. Thought I might find you here. Byers stayed silent. He'd already broken a sweat. They weren't even waving around any iron. Didn't have to. Their looks alone usually scared anyone out of trying anything gonk. Byers was no exception. Wasn't Scholl's style to hire out a gang. He'd sooner nag you to death. And there was still a week until payback. What? No. Hello, how can I help you today? Dum-dum. Byers recognized him now. Black synth leather coat, boots weighing probably a couple pounds each. How can... His voice was unnaturally high. He cleared his throat. Help you? So nice of you to ask. See, a couple of meatbags left a flaming pile of shit in our front yard and hightailed it out of there without a trace. Dum-Dum leaned against the counter. Royce isn't thrilled, as you might imagine. Livid, one could say. And I don't like when Royce loses his cool, 'cause it's usually me on the receiving end. Byers leaned back ever so slightly in his chair. He mentally thanked himself for the way he'd set up his office 10 years ago, which meant that Dum-Dum couldn't get any closer. It was a slight reassurance, but only a slight one. What's that got to do with me? He blinked as a bead of sweat fell into his eye. Maybe something, maybe nothing, maybe everything, if you don't play this smart. Look, fellas, if I could help, I would, but... He trailed off. Tell us who did it. How should I know? I just do pest control, that's it. Don't got nothing else to do with anything. Then I guess for old time's sake you won't mind if a still of you finds its way into the NCPD database under murder with aggravating circumstances. What say you to that? But I didn't... It was your van they were driving, Byers. That's impossible. He sweated profusely now. Haven't had any jobs in Northside. Not recently, I would have known. You gonna sit there and tell me someone took your van for a joyride and you didn't notice for all this time? Behind him stood 2 other gangers, one that looked almost like a teenager, though he couldn't be sure, and a woman. They both wore evil-looking grins.
I don't know nothing. I swear to Christ.
Byers was soaked in sweat.
All the vans are in the depot.
Dum-Dum nodded, as if in understanding, and stood up.
Well, in that case, we're sorry for bothering you. We'll get out of your hair now.
He stayed exactly where he was and gave a wide smile.
You must take me for some kind of lead head.
Byers frantically shook his head.
No.
The ganger shot him a demonic glare.
Harris's Auto Repair. Ring any bells?
Byers slapped himself on the forehead, sending a splash of sweat to the counter.
Shit. Of course. We're supposed to pick it up tomorrow. Got banged up pretty bad. Some asshole did a real number on her.
Did a real number on her, he says.
Dum-Dum chuckled.
You know, you're not the first scop sucker I've talked to.
He spilled a few objects out onto the counter. Byers shivered at the sight of the severed finger.
Been asking a lot of questions. Haven't gotten all my answers just yet. Some, though. Your joyrider who drove off into the night started up the van as if it recognized him. No cracks, overrides, nothing. Zor.
Byers nodded so fast, his multiple chins jiggled.
He had biometric access. It had to be him. Owes me heaps of eddies for fixing that van.
Doubt he'll be paying you back.
Probably right. I mean, it doesn't matter now. I'll tell you everything I know.
Finally coming round to your senses. Maybe we can work something out after all.
Dum-Dum sniffed the air and frowned.
Did you just shit yourself? Or does it always smell like this in here?
You lack leverage. This meeting is no more than a token of our leadership's goodwill.
Surely there'd be no need for goodwill if we hadn't obtained information about Project Aeneas. Katsuo smiled. Our goal is to maintain equilibrium. This corporation's philosophy is not based on the cult of profit, unlike other smaller companies who thrive in our shadow. The road to greatness is not paved with greed. The conference room could have looked like any other, except for a Japanese scroll that hung on the wall with swans painted in black brush strokes and a bonsai tree sitting patiently in the corner, as if one had to be reminded where they were. We believe that cooperating together is in both of our interests, Melina said. There are certain technological solutions at our disposal that may bolster our mutual security.
Security is indeed the priority,
Katsuo admitted.
Which is why this project has not yet begun development.
Nobody wants a repeat of what happened 15 years ago. Melina nodded. Cooperating now would guarantee that it will never happen again.
With all due respect to your technology, we are not convinced it will be effective in this particular case. We have our own solutions, an entire generation more advanced than yours, if I am not mistaken. The aim of this conversation is only to develop a mutual understanding that will not be perceived as unfair by either of our employers.
You want to make sure we won't meddle in your affairs, in other words.
That is one way to put it.
Melina couldn't imagine ever seeing a crack in that wall of self-composure, but if it ever did appear, she wouldn't want to be the one to witness it.
Start spraying, bozo.
Why's it gotta be me again, Jack?
'Cause that's the job. You chose it, remember?
I didn't choose it. Nobody wanted me anywhere else. You ever stop to wonder why? No?
Then start spraying.
Morris hoisted on the backpack with its heavy tank and gripped the handle with his gloved hand. Their thick orange suits squeaked with every movement. Orange always meant it would be a nasty job. Jack grabbed a bag of tools and slammed the back door of the van, sending an echo through the large, empty parking garage.
"You're not my boss,"
Morris said bitterly.
"This is the third time I'm spraying. I thought we were partners."
"Sure, bozo. Whatever you say."
"Why do you keep calling me that?" "What else am I supposed to call you?" "My name's Morris. That's what Zor called me. He was a good guy."
"Not good enough if Byers fired his ass."
"I was the one who crashed the van. Zor took the blame to protect me. I don't know how to drive."
"Let me guess. You weren't supposed to tell anyone either."
Jack scoffed. They walked down the stairs to the flooded basement.
"Nobody's supposed to know."
Morris felt the chill of the water through the suit.
"Or else I'll get fired."
"See? You just spilled the scop to me. And you wonder why I call you bozo."
Morris went in deeper and stopped. The sewage level was only a few inches away from his zipper. He had no idea how much deeper it went.
"I think we need diving suits, Jack," he said. "I can't go any deeper. I'll get wet everywhere." "Who said you had to get in?"
Jack stopped a step before the surface. He ran his flashlight over the water, revealing concrete pillars and the tops of steel cabinets. The corpses of rats and other objects of mysterious origin were also floating. The water around the staircase was covered in a thick, gelatinous slime that bubbled.
"Maybe it got higher, Jack?"
Morris asked.
"Since Byers came and checked it? When was the last time he was here?" "Never, bozo. He was never here. He sits on his fat ass all day in that office counting the scratch we make for him."
He crouched down to get a better look at the slime. It was a gurgling stew of thousands of dead insects that didn't manage to reach the concrete, and now just swam here, slowly dissolving.
"Job did itself,"
he murmured. The gas sensor on his suit suddenly started beeping.
"Fuck."
He quickly put on his gas mask and twisted the filter valve.
"Put your mask on, bozo. We need to get out of here."
Morris felt his head spinning. He put on his mask, but when he reached for the valve, he only felt a tube that wasn't connected to anything.
"I don't have my filter, Jack," he said. "'Cause you left it in the van, bozo."
Jack was already dashing back up the stairs.
"Just get the fuck out of there."
Morris clambered out of the water and stumbled forward, dropping the sprayer lance and leaning against the stairs. He started to crawl one step at a time. It was getting harder with each breath. Jack's orange suit vanished over the staircase's summit. There must have been 1,000 left to go, and each one seemed to get higher and higher, slanting in different directions and rising and falling like waves. Why was he suddenly so tired? He felt something grab his back and tighten around his arms. Morris screamed and hurled himself forward, crawling up the stairs on all fours, with the spray cable and lance trailing behind him. Something grabbed him even harder and shook him. He stumbled to the floor and slumped against the wall of the garage. Jack checked the gas sensor and pulled up his mask.
"You really outdid yourself this time, bozo."
He took off the mask now.
"Even Byers won't."
Jack swung around.
Someone else was here.
Barely visible shadows crept menacingly along the graffitied walls. He made sure his gun was behind his belt, which was under his suit.
Shit.
He quickly reached for the zipper under his neck.
"Hey, can't you see we're working?"
He didn't finish. Out of the darkness appeared a few bright red dots where a face should have been. Something warm and wet splattered across Morris's face, and not just his face. The floor next to him was teeming with dark, monstrous shapes that kept getting bigger. He felt something fall to the ground beyond his sight. The first demon emerged from the dizzy whirlpool and stood directly in front of Morris,
his eyes blazing.
"Zor,"
the demon growled.
"where is he?"
Morris tried, but couldn't keep his eyes in focus. He kept seeing 7 red eyes, maybe more. Everything was filled with a sweet, slightly metallic smell that was nauseatingly familiar. He decided not to move. He didn't have the strength.
"Zor,"
the demon's voice said from afar. Morris fixed his gaze on one point, but his vision dragged upward, downward, to the sides. Or maybe it was the rest of the world that was moving. The earth revolved, didn't it?
"Tell us where Zor is."
"You came," Morris started. "You came here for me."
"Didn't come here to shoot the shit. Zor, where is he?"
"He told me that you didn't exist."
"Yes, he was wrong. You need to tell us where he is."
"So you can hurt him, because you're demons."
"Never saw it from that angle. Curious one, aren't you? Just tell us where he is, and we'll let you go."
"No, Zor helped me. He was good to me. Now, I'm helping him."
"Starting to lose my patience."
The demon stepped back.
"Carla's, on the other hand, is endless."
The bald-headed she-demon raised her arms, and with a metallic hiss, 5 steel claws extended from her fingers. She lunged at Morris and sliced his suit to ribbons, together with some skin.
"Endless,"
she whispered into his ear. Morris felt the slightly numbed pain from a distance, as if he was orbiting his own body. Soon, the pain was the only thing binding him to it. "You've never been this close to a woman before, have you?" she whispered. "You're offering 10%. Melina paused. 10% of something vague, undefined. Why such a specific amount?
"It is merely a starting point for our negotiation,"
Katsuo replied.
"We must start somewhere, and 10 is an even number."
50% sounds like a lot more even to me.
"I will remind you that we are capable of undertaking this project single-handedly. Our offer to cooperate with Militech merely serves to prevent your employer from feeling threatened."
Which could lead them to reveal everything.
Which would be a terrible mistake. It would squander a historic opportunity, not only for our corporations, but for all of humanity. Aeneas is like entering a black hole. We cannot know what lies on the other side. Limitless computing power, perhaps. The solution to all of our problems, maybe. Or even the possibility to gaze into the future. Nobody has ever come back alive. That is why our negotiation cannot be founded on specifics, for there are none. We only hope that our mutual understanding will create a common framework for when specifics finally do emerge.
Melina poured herself a glass of water. 2 glasses and a jug, the only things on the table. All electronic devices had to be left outside the room, any implants and holophones disabled. It was more a gesture of good faith. After all, this was Arasaka's only headquarters in all of North America. If Katsuo wanted to plant a dozen different listening devices, nothing would stand in his way. But he wouldn't. Project Aeneas was meant to be kept secret even from both corporations' leaderships. It was a risk that relied on eventually presenting everyone with a fait accompli. The potential gains from the project would be so immense that nobody would dare shut it down. Otherwise, if word got out, everyone involved in the project would be treated as a criminal. Or worse, a traitor. Dixie's frail body twitched and jerked, as if he was having a nightmare. Or being electrocuted. He sat between overflowing dumpsters, slumped against the brick wall of probably one of Night City's oldest buildings. Carla held his head to prevent him from slamming it backward, jacked into a maintenance panel mounted to the wall. Sometimes his body reacted this way when a signal from a remote connection was being transmitted through multiple nodes. Beside him, in the rare afternoon light that shone through seldom parted clouds, Dum-Dum didn't look all that menacing. Nobody bothered them, especially since most Night citizens had instilled a habit of avoiding situations that deviated even slightly from their routines. An NCPD cruiser passed by and nearly stopped, probably to see if they could make a buck and write up a ticket. But one glance at Dum-Dum was enough for them to slowly roll past, as if they hadn't noticed anything.
Let's disconnect him. He's getting overloaded. Carla thought spoke. Not until we find something,
Dum-Dum replied. A moment later, Dixie opened his eyes, gasping for air and yanking the cable out of his head. Carla hugged him, then instinctively drew back. His body needed cold, not more warmth. Even a short dive without cooling made body temps reach the equivalent of a high fever. She brushed away the matted white hair from his forehead. Slowly, but surely, he came to. Not like this was his first rodeo. Eventually, he got to his feet.
There's a couple-second transmission, he thought spoke. Got an address.
Albert contemplated his most recent acquisitions. On the part of the concrete floor that was covered in synth wood stood a couch and some chairs. The hole for the sink now had a sink in it. The kitchen had a fridge, the bedroom had a bed, the second bedroom had a compact, spanking new chair. No more nails on the chalkboard creaking or sharp plastic. More importantly, he'd bought a new cyberdeck identical to the one his mother had destroyed, and a cartridge of a very specific game. Throughout the years, he'd hardly ever needed to update his hardware. All it took to adapt the cyberdeck into a mainstay of net-running gear was a bit of patience and know-how. Yet, as much as Albert wanted to, he had no idea how to get his hands on anything better. Theoretically, he did know. He just didn't want to leave his comfort zone, which meant a rinse and repeat of modifying his deck to his needs. A robot vacuum glided across the floor. Whenever it reached the edge of the synthwood flooring, it stopped and made a 180-degree turn. It, too, operated within its comfort zone. Theoretically, a vacuum like that could exist forever. Every used or broken part could be exchanged for a new one, and the vacuum would continue functioning as it did now. Over time, one could swap out all of its parts, and it still wouldn't behave differently. It was like the ship of Theseus. If you swapped out even a single plank from the deck, would it still be the same ship? What about 2 planks? What if you swapped out everything? It was different with people. If they could figure out a way to control cyberpsychosis, then you could swap out every one of your organs apart from the brain and spinal cord, which are the 2 things that make you, well, you. Either way, he thought the general obsession with cyborgization was dumb. You'd think a person was exactly like the ship, since all the atoms in our body are swapped out with new ones in order to keep on living. Almost, but not quite. From one of his data harvests half a year ago, Albert had found out that the body's atoms are indeed completely replaced every few years, except for the ones in your central nervous system. He'd received 3 messages from Ron this morning. He skimmed over them, not intending to reply to any. Getting mixed up in that fiasco was a mistake, not to mention an unnecessary risk. Taking risks for yourself was one thing, but for others, that train wreck of a heist only cemented his conviction that he was better off working alone. He looked around the unit. It was maybe 3 times bigger than the one he'd spent his entire life in up until now. Should he go sit on the couch? Wash his hands? Watch TV? Or maybe scrounge up some food was what one did after coming home. He felt at a complete loss. He had no clue how to do this thing that normal people called life. At least he'd gotten the necessities out of the way. Furniture. He knew that a living room was supposed to have a couch. Check. That a fridge should have some drinks in it. Check. That the freezer needed ice. Lots of it. Check. If only he had some Tier 2 running tech he could use all that ice for. For the moment, all he had was his primitive cyber deck, with factory settings that prevented Albert from using it for his own purposes. The security features of this particular model were not exactly sophisticated. Configuration changes could be done with just a soldering iron and screwdriver. But why kick down a door when you could just knock? Albert took the cartridge out of its packaging and slotted it in the deck. Blue sky, azure water. It's warm, but not too warm. He blinks as the white walls of the villa reflect the sun's light. The curtains, gently swaying in the breeze, make the unreal patio with potted Tuscan cypresses and wooden deck chairs feel even more unreal. Deserted apart from the olive-skinned woman in a billowing white dress that resembles a Greek toga. Or is it Roman? You're back. Finally. Elena walks toward him with a smile. How was your trip? Imagine living here in Coronado City, Pacifica, to be precise, a paradise within a paradise. I need a terminal, he replies. Deck, computer, laptop, whatever you used to call it back then. Don't you want to relax from your trip first? Of course. She wasn't about to let him off that easy. I'll run a bath for you. She tries to hug him. Thanks, but I can't. He frees himself from her embrace. I really need a computer. Why don't you get dressed, at least? He's wearing a white linen shirt that chafes his skin. I'll do that in a sec. Right now, I need a computer and a net connection. How about a stroll on the beach with the sunset? Elena wasn't giving up. You'll tell me about everything. It's been so long since we last saw each other. There was an error in the code. It's afternoon. We've been so distant lately, she continues. Now that you're back, it's the perfect time to make up for that. Don't you think? He feels the hard outline of the pistol fastened to his belt, also made from fabric, also uncomfortable. The idea of suddenly putting an end to this inane chit-chat is tempting, but using violence here would branch into a different plotline. That would only make things harder. To the right, above the beach, a large billboard advertising Jinguji clothes. Or the dry. I wanted to order a nice dress for you today, he says. You always talked about Jinguji. That should do it. Oh, really? She jumps up and claps her hands. Let's do it now! She grabs his hand and pulls him inside the villa. Cool, but not cold. Everything is perfect. The marble tiles, the columns supposedly supporting the first floor, the stairs and Greek patterns on the cornices. Or are they Roman? Well, whatever. The only point of this whole charade is so he can get to the deck's configuration repository. Elena leads him to a spacious bedroom with an ample desk on which rests something resembling a prototype computer and the Jinguji website displayed on its screen. It doesn't matter which item he buys through the game as long as the security of the microtransaction is disabled. A minor loophole in the system, insignificant to the manufacturer. The woman jumps up again with joy and inserts a card that has just materialized in her hand into the computer. Another bug. You're such a sweetheart. Go ahead.
You remember my size, don't you?
She'll keep pestering him, urging him to interact with her. It's part of her programming, combined with the parameters Albert had chosen in the settings. There's no point in answering. He doesn't need her anymore. He already got what he wanted. He sits in front of the terminal, laptop, whatever it's called, as long as it has a keyboard, which makes things easier since he wouldn't have to generate a terminal. Using Thought Command, Albert boots up a simple, specially prepared string of code. He has become this world's demiurge, or rather, its destroyer. He begins to delete everything he can, though not without a small amount of caution, since not all of the deck's contents could go out the window. The soft responsible for the deck's core functions had to stay, including the game that Albert now finds himself in. The first features to go are the operating system's security, followed by non-essential graphics. He dismantles them piece by piece, leaving behind only the archaic terminal, desk, and floor that they stand on. A loud bang tears him from his focus.
Come on! We have to go! Elena pulls his arm. The sea! It's gone!
I know. I got rid of it.
What do you mean? It's what happens right before a tsunami.
The floor starts vibrating and shaking. This didn't happen last time. Props to whoever designed the physics in this game. Deleting the water in the bay must have triggered a massive tectonic shift. Let's hope they made sure the fiber optic cable stayed intact in the event of an earthquake. No, this is more than your average quake.
Albert steps onto the balcony to get a better look. Elena screams and dashes around the room in panic.
The view through the balcony door is as astonishing as it is terrifying in its realness. A wave dozens of feet high is rapidly advancing across the seabed. It'll reach the villa in around 30 seconds. Albert realizes what's happening. The vacuum created by deleting the water is causing it to be replenished. Not bad. Not bad at all. Elena frantically tries to pull him toward the exit. He shoves her away and quickly sits back down at the terminal. He bangs out a few commands, and just like that, the wave disappears. It won't last long. There will be a new one soon enough. Albert simply marks the areas of the cyberdeck's memory that are exempted from deletion and initiates a routine cleanup. First, the world fades to grayscale, then becomes jagged and blurry as it loses texture. The next wave that appears on the horizon now resembles a crumpled piece of tinfoil growing rapidly in size as it draws closer. He switches off the sky. Then everything goes silent.
What's happening?
Elena mouths the words as she collapses to her knees on the cold tile. The floor, the exterior of the building, and Elena herself vanish, along with the few gigabytes of code from her plotline. Good riddance. Once everything, even his own avatar, is gone, and he disconnects from the server, Albert is left alone in a clean, empty cyberspace. Perfect darkness surrounds him, a vacuum waiting to be filled. Unlike his new unit, he knows exactly how to furnish it with his own models, designs, and code downloaded from his cave of wonders. But first, to build a safe haven, you needed walls, protection, and cyberspace was no exception. Albert didn't intend to skimp on that front. Here, finally, in his brand new fortress, his safe haven, he would complete the Taran in peace. Dum-Dum was utterly captivated. True, the feeling would be more appropriately evoked from a work of art, but there was something about the neat pattern of red incisions on the disheveled 40-something-year-old woman's body, buried within the chaos, an order so inhuman that only a human could have created it. The unit was cramped and cluttered, but not unclean, as long as you ignored the blood on the walls and floor. A testimony to Carla's passion. You spend your whole miserable existence here, grateful that at least you're not on the street, grateful for that little bit of energy that keeps you going. Then one day, as you drift through your purposeless reality, helplessly carried along by the currents of fate, you reach out, grab your destiny by the ball sack, and hang on tight. That little shit had somehow slipped through their fingers. His room was a 6-by-6-foot cube. Unlike the rest of the place, it wasn't cluttered with useless crap. Utilitarian, minimalist, uncomfortable, ascetic almost. You didn't live here for comfort, but because you were after something, a goal, free from the body's trappings, its pains and comforts. Dum-Dum might have been reaching a little, but it felt like the right direction. The maelstromer returned to the living room. The others were calmly, meticulously turning the unit upside down in search of anything useful, but without success. True, they were making a mess, but covering their tracks would have been an excess of caution to avoid consequences they couldn't give two fucks about. It was time to leave. Nothing more to be done here. Dum-Dum took one last look at the woman's body. She hadn't put on a particularly brave face. Couldn't handle the pain. Turned out, she really did have no idea where her son was. 5 in-cart stops, a change, and then 2 more. It added a 30-minute walk to the normal travel time, but the program determined this was the best route to avoid areas where a crime had been committed within the last month. The default settings limited it to a week. He felt like that wasn't enough. It was early afternoon and the train was nearly empty. The smorgasbord of ads was out on full display, covering every inch of available wall space, rippling through the middle of the train and flickering past on the tunnel walls. Albert sat hunched over, trying to draw as little attention to himself as possible. He cautiously observed the other passengers out of the corner of his eye, avoiding direct eye contact. The fact that that might have the opposite effect than he intended crossed his mind, but he knew of no other way. The 2 girls at the front looked harmless. So did the little boy playing with a toy robot. Then there were the 3 factory workers. Or, at least they looked like they worked at a factory. They sat 3 seats away, and Albert tried his hardest not to look in their direction, but he couldn't help it. He realized he'd need a plan of action for when he got there. What if his mother wasn't home? No, she'd be there. She was always home. Didn't go out unless she absolutely needed to. Wouldn't just be home, either. She'd start yelling at him straight from the doorway. He figured he'd have to say something to buy himself some time. Half a minute was all Albert needed to find what he was looking for and get out. Then he'd be gone for good. He stepped out of the train, relieved the 3 potential threats turned out to be a product of his imagination. He made his way down to street level. It was only a half-mile walk through the relatively safe commercial area, and even if for some reason part of it wasn't, he could simply make a detour. He thought commanded the program once more to appear in his retinal display. Damn, there was a red dot where he was headed. Matter of fact, it looked like a serious crime had been committed in the very apartment building he'd grown up in. Thoughts? Theories? Liam asked. The rookie's gaze swept through the living room, and the forensics experts going about their biz. Luckily, the floor was crooked, which meant that most of the dark red puddle had collected against the wall. Made walking around a whole lot easier. The TV hadn't been switched off, and for the 3rd time was advertising anti-burglary doors equipped with active defense mechanisms. Little late for that. A couple of micro-drones the size of ping-pong balls finished scanning the fingerprints left in the other rooms and obediently flew back into their briefcase. See the shape of the cuts? Liam lifted the sheet. Gooey, viscous blood dripped onto the cold body. Parallel, but not deep. Precise. They weren't meant to kill. Not even to cause pain. There are 100 better ways of doing that. They were having fun. chipped with mantis blades. But not for combat. Not this time, at least. He quickly let go of the sheet as soon as he saw the rookie cover her mouth with her hand, her face pale. Remind you of anything? He pointed at the body. What happened to Mrs. Delaney? The rookie quickly shook her head and took a few steps back. Harris's auto, Liam said. The guard. Don't see any similarities? But that was in a completely different part of town. The rookie seemed to regain her power of speech, though not the color in her face. You think they're connected? Mrs. Delaney didn't even own a car. Some questions don't come with simple answers. Liam looked at the blood coagulating under the wall. Like whether all this blood'll leak to the downstairs neighbor. The avalanche of guilt-tripping accusation was unavoidable. What if he just ignored her? Go in, get the shard, and get out. Fine. But what if she blocked his way out the door and demanded an explanation? He'd have to say something. Or do something. He walked past the windows of stores that, for the most part, seemed legitimate. If there was any hint of shadiness, it lurked in the alleyways and long coats and hooded sweatshirts. In the cars parked by the curb, you could sometimes see someone through the tinted windows just sitting there. Keep to the middle of the sidewalk. Blend into the faceless crowd, and you'll be fine, he reassured himself. It was all a gonk mistake anyway. That's what happened when you rushed things. That's why he was out on this high-risk excursion. The access code to the cave was on a shard sitting at the bottom of one of his drawers, untouched for years. Once the deck had been configured, he'd never needed the key again, since he would connect automatically. New deck, new configuration. At first, Albert was furious, threw himself a little tantrum. When that didn't solve anything, he cooled down and evaluated his possibilities. There was only one. Going back to his old unit. It was a short trip. Still, with each passing day, his mother would only get progressively angrier until one day it had all come crashing down on him like a pile of bricks. He'd have to say something. Anything to get her off his case, at least for a minute. He came up with a few excuses, most of them untrue, which would give his mother some pause for thought. Long enough for him to get what he came for and never come back. He walked past his usual in-cart stop. 2 weeks ago, there'd been a robbery, so the station was marked red in his program. That's why he tacked more than an extra hour onto his journey. Time of death, less than an hour ago. Liam held his hand up to the woman's head. The diodes on his wrist blinked. He closed his eyes. His fingers pulsed green and red. Cause of death, cardiac arrest resulting from blood loss. No damage to vital organs. Numerous cuts to her skin and tissue were enough to get the job done. He reopened his eyes and stood up. We'll know more after the autopsy, though I doubt it'll be anything new. The face, it's completely intact, the rookie pointed out. So, she did peek under the sheet after all. She wasn't gagged either. If she was awake, she would have screamed, called for help. This whole thing, it must have taken a while. There was a broken brain dance wreath lying next to the body. Explained a lot. They forced open the door and took her by surprise. There was no way she could defend herself. Sounds about right. Liam nodded. Neighbors waited till the perps left and then called the police. Pretended they didn't hear anything when it all started. Why? Fear of reprisal, I'm guessing. Weren't too keen on having their front doors shot up one day eventually. Don't know if you've noticed, but we're not exactly a venerated bunch in this city. Venerated? Looked up to. Thinking, the inspector gazed at the dead woman. NCPD can't kill the folks they're most afraid of, so we put them behind bars. Just so happens they actually want to be there. Earn some street cred. You can't win. The forensics experts were already packing up their equipment. Another day, another crime scene. Only one of the 100 murders in the period between the sun rising and setting over Night City. At least 100 homicides a day in Night City made their jobs more piecework than precise forensic science. Imagine you're an average Inseer, Liam said after a moment's thought. Would you go up against a gang? Alone? Not unless I had a death wish, the rookie admitted. So, you get the picture. Neighbors aren't to blame. The inspector pointed at a footprint at the edge of the red-brown puddle. It was the same outfit from the garage. Didn't even bother covering their tracks. Wouldn't be all that hard to find them. Piece together the chain of events, unravel the network of relationships, and uncover the motivations of the perps and victims. Doable, all that. Hard part is actually proving all of it. Higher-ups knew that all too well. Nobody was going to chew you out if another case got closed with the perps still at large. Nobody gave a damn about the clearance rate. Not anymore. But sometimes you got cases where you had to roll up your sleeves and get to work. On the other hand, if a badge was killed, finding the perp became a matter of honor. That and survival instinct. Gangers didn't normally shoot a badge without giving the consequences some serious thought. That's one thing you could still rely on in the force, at least. Knowing that a gang goon will think twice before planting lead in your brain pan. Life insurance, if you will. The rookie stepped back against the wall. 2 paramedics placed a stretcher down beside the dark red puddle. As they lifted up the body, the sticky coagulated blood came unstuck from the floor, like berry-flavored scop. By the way, how did we get here so quick? The rookie avoided looking at the body. How did you know this was all connected? We use tags to categorize crimes in the system. Liam handed her his police-issued tablet. Incise wounds, shallow incise wounds. You get the gist. I use them to connect seemingly unrelated cases. Not their original purpose, but that's beside the point. Cops arriving on the scene usually don't bother filling them in. For once, this time they did. Keep reading. He slid his finger upward to scroll down the page. There's an option here. If you select Case Closed, then nobody will ever again wonder who offed Mrs. Delaney. So you're saying... The rookie hesitated. It's up to us to decide if we want to take this or drop it? That's right. Elena Delaney wasn't anyone important. No offense to her. If you select it, the case will automatically go to the archive. That is, after everyone fills out their paperwork, which they will. And that'll be the end of that. The rookie gave the inspector a wary look. So, why haven't you already selected it? Liam put the tablet away and stuffed his hands into his pockets. He looked her straight in the eyes. Ever stop to wonder why you joined the force? He asked. When's your swearing-in ceremony? In a couple days, the rookie answered, surprised. But it's just a formality, right? I mean, I'm basically already on the force. Liam nodded. He turned to the elevator just as the doors were opening. The elevator doors opened. Albert didn't move, didn't take a step. His foot trembled slightly. From his unit, his mother's unit, 2 people in forensic suits were carrying out a body on a stretcher. He stared, the expression on his face completely frozen. Without looking, he slapped the button of a random floor. The balding man in a gray trench coat gave him a seemingly indifferent glance. The other badge next to him stood staring at a body bag. The doors closed. Chapter 7.
What up, my fellow psychos and scuzzbags? Freak Seek's in the house, and I've got something you won't believe. But first, if you're still reading this channel, that means your brain hasn't melted out of your ear holes yet. Want to keep it that way? Better start drinking 3/4 cans of Smash instead of downing them one after the next. Take it from a former smasher. It'll buy you a few more days in this shitty-ass town. Wondering what I got for you losers today? This one's a motherfucking treat. Remember that attack on the Eastern Beltway? You gonks still believe that was caused by a cyber psycho? If you do, they'd better just down 4 cans of Smash right now and forget about understanding jack shit about anything. Or just shoot up some synth coke. Why bother drinking when you can inject instant happiness straight into your veins? How many people died back there? 22, including that kid you saw on TV. You know, that little blonde boy leaning halfway out the back window, his hair almost singed, which you couldn't say about the rest of his body. Ouch. That must have hurt. What's the prime cause of cyberpsychosis? Illegal cyberware. Duh. Cheap chrome, fresh out of a scav chop shop, reaped from all those sorry-ass gonks now floating in pieces in the bay, being nibbled by mutant fish or whatever the fuck's swimming in there. That part's true. But does it really explain a pileup of that scale? Hells to the no! When corps fuck something up, they always be pointing the finger at someone else, right? Now they're saying our Choom went cyber psycho because of some faulty components from a company called Unitra. Know what that means? They want to put their asses out of biz just to gobble up their shares. Don't matter who, they're all doing it. Meanwhile, your brain's turning into scop, but you think they give a fuck? Crumbling infrastructure, a glitchy-ass traffic system, and big shots cruising around in they limos like they above the law. Them's the true causes. How do I know that? 'Cause I got proof. That's right. Got my hands on a clip showing what really went down. A speeding corpo limo with deactivated anti-collision set off the whole chain reaction. See for yourself and make up your own damn minds. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Peace!
He never went to these kinds of places. Too classy, bright, transparent. Couldn't take cover anywhere if things went south. Then again, it was hard to believe anything would go south in a place like this. He had to pass 3 security checks to get here, and only thanks to the invitation in their system. He was definitely underdressed, but nobody seemed to pay him any attention. Don't like it here. Zor rotated his glass of sparkling water on the table. Feel like we're being watched and listened to from every direction. No better place to hide than in plain sight. Melina gave a half smile, barely raising the corner of her lips. So, what did you want to talk about? Your message was slightly cryptic. Something no one else should ever know. Zor looked around the spacious, immaculately decorated interior. There were at least 100 people in his line of sight. Some sat at smaller or larger tables. Others, like him and Melina, sat in glass booths. Recording their conversation would be child's play. No advanced tech needed. All someone had to do was read their lips. Then again, there were so many people here that reading everyone's lips simultaneously wouldn't be easy. Plain sight. Maybe she was right. Service robots brought people their orders, winding their way around the tables and fake plants. "How's it going with Aya?" Melina asked. "How's what going?" It took Zor a second before he realized what she meant. He shrugged. "Oh, it's not. We're not." He cleared his throat. "Hard to believe." She peered at him through squinted eyes. "You two are practically made for each other." He shook his head. "She's not into me. You just can't read signals. Don't know how to send them either. Neither of you can." "So then, why are you so sure it's our fault?" Melina's gaze drifted to the side, and met Ned Templeton's eyes staring directly at her. Her ex-lover. He always sat at the same table under the same fake palm tree. 1 p.m., like clockwork. His predictability was excruciating. "Kiss me," she said suddenly.
What?
Zor looked at her, dumbfounded.
So no one second-guesses us.
Her smile widened.
Don't worry, I don't bite.
Zor hesitated. He moved his glass to the side and leaned over the table. Melina did the same, and their mouths joined for a few seconds. Melina's tongue caressed his lips. They drew back. She sat up straight in her chair and touched the panel on the glass wall. The glass doors closed them off from the rest of the cafeteria. Then the walls frosted up. Couldn't even make out people's silhouettes on the other side. "We're completely secure," she explained. "Electronic signals blocked, listening devices drowned out by white noise." As if to confirm her words, even the vent in the ventilation shaft closed. They now sat in a milky white cube through which no sound from the outside could penetrate.
"Still have my doubts,"
Zor said.
"What's life without a little risk?"
Something seemed off ever since the start of their meeting, and Zor just now realized what it was. She wasn't smoking. He took out his phone and showed her an image. The screen was small, since hardly anybody used phones without a neural port.
"I believe you two are acquainted."
Melina took a careful glance at the screen. He's a big deal. Way up in the ranks.
"I know him.
Professionally, that is."
"When do you meet him again?"
"Soon, but don't count on me introducing you. They don't let anyone closer to him than 300 feet.
"I don't want to meet him. I want to kill him."
Silence enveloped the room. You could hear the sizzle of the sparkling water. Zor's stomach rumbled, breaking the heavy silence. Melina chuckled. She touched the panel once more, and the walls regained their transparency. "I could eat something too," she said, still smiling. On the table's surface, a menu appeared displaying the All Foods Corp Premium Lunch Specials. "Order whatever you want. It's on me." Ned stared at her, sullenly, over his plate. "I'm sorry, but you can't hire Robert Redward for sexual services."
"But I have a platinum subscription."
"I'm afraid platinum doesn't cover that. Your subscription grants you limitless brain dance rentals."
"Name a price. Any price. Tonight would be best."
"Your subscription does not include the possibility to hire actors."
"What do I pay 300 eddies a month for then, huh? Is there something better than platinum?"
"I'm afraid not, ma'am. Platinum is the highest. Unfortunately, our company cannot provide the kind of service you're asking for."
"What's with this polite ma'am bullshit?"
Another voice in the background. Also a woman. The sound of someone being shoved, glass shattering.
"Who the fuck do you think you are, you cunt? I have the eddies. Just name a fucking price."
"I do apologize, ma'am, but our company does not offer that kind of service."
"Get fucked, tower trash. I'll report you. Then we'll see who is apologizing when they kick your ass to the curb. Good luck dying of starvation."
Putting yourself in the head of tower trash was like squeezing yourself into an empty bottle and hurling it into the bay. They're gifted this incredible potential at birth, but most night citizens spend their whole lives cooped up in a shitty unit. Barely human, more like livestock. Usually, a person takes destiny in their own hands, shapes it, takes risks. Tower trash just reacts to whatever problem they run up against, bouncing from one challenge to the next like a pinball. Their only stimuli are punishment and asinine pleasures. Zor, the lowly rat catcher, roach exterminator, himself shacked up like a roach. How long would he last without a job? He wouldn't have any savings. People like him didn't save. 2 weeks tops, and he'd have to finally emerge, reveal himself. 2 weeks was a lot of time. Too much. Albert Delaney, net runner of this impromptu gang, who lived a sheltered existence for years. His mother took care of everything, kept him fed, washed his dirty clothes. Then all of a sudden he up and leaves the safety of his little nest. Why? What could be more important than the security that kept him alive this whole time? They sat on a wide ledge somewhere around the 20th floor. 3 pairs of heavy boots dangling over the city. As good a place as any. No one to bother them, at least. Dum-Dum, Carla, and Dixie. Carla's arms wrapped around Dixie, as if she wanted to protect him from everything bad in the world. Or maybe just keep him warm. If they fell, they'd fall together. They gazed at the lights of the city, through blazing red optics, like it was a Christmas tree, promising everyone a present if they were only brave enough to reach for it. Brave and smart enough, Carla thought spoke, correcting him. Dum-Dum nodded and took a long hit from his Eskeef inhaler. He saw a city that called to all, promised much, but gave so little to only a few.
Think this container's really as valuable as they say? Can't he give it back? Give it back? You gonk? We're damned if we do, damned if we don't. Just give it back. Apologize. No wonder you're not in charge. Give it back how? That wouldn't get rid of the problem. Just create a new one. For the time being, nobody knows we're sitting on this thing. I don't know. Dump it in the Coronado? I'll fucking dump you in the Coronado. Okay, well, there ain't no third option. Jesus Christ, I know that. That's the fucking problem.
Renner paced back and forth next to the gray container with the Militech logo. It lay in the middle of the small room in the basement of an abandoned factory, 15 feet beneath the ground, lowered the chances of anyone finding it. If there was a tracker in that container, they'd have been paid a visit long ago. He entered a random code on the container's keypad. The sound of the incorrect code made Ross instinctively hang his head.
How about we just wait?
Ross suggested.
Yeah, 'cause that's how I've gone through life.
Renner struggled to keep his cool. The crosses on his hands glowed fiercely.
Waiting around with my dick in my hands doing fuck all.
He kicked the container.
Fuck that! I get shit done! I'll figure something out. Listen, the others can't find out about this, okay?
He gave the container another kick for good measure.
Warden, you gonk piece of shit!
It was the first time in years. Instead of trawling the net for intel on his target, he sat and stared at the message on his phone. How should he answer? He didn't know how these things were supposed to go. He cycled through every possible version in his head, but none of them sounded right. Just dumb. Was this what kissing Melina had done? Rekindled something inside him that he'd lost a long time ago? Or maybe he'd gotten fed up of being lonely and waiting for... Well, what, exactly? That by some miracle he'd beat the system, find a way past all the security? It'd never work. He'd never be able to get close enough to the target. It was a pipe dream headed straight for the sewer. That kiss. It was camouflage. Nothing more. Blending in, not drawing attention. He knew he was making up excuses, just as long as he could get rid of the flashbacks. The guilt, once and for all. Things are slowly picking up, OP1 said to herself, though the room was so small, it may as well have been to everyone. Was starting to think it'd just be the same old. Had nothing at first. Crickets, OP2 reminded her. Now, all of a sudden, we're getting a locust swarm of data. Every chart's shifting red. This time's different, OP1 nodded. The hack on that drone? Gotta admit, that was pretty good. It was impressive, OP2 admitted. Maybe it's all starting to come together. This could be the one. Out of nowhere, just like that. Bam! Remote takeover. Completely autonomous. No traceable connection. Either of you anticipate that? You're both overthinking this, OP3 finally said. That's not the main purpose of this operation. Those were just auxiliary capabilities. It was still impressive, OP2 added. Think surveillance in that sector is busy tightening up security? OP1 asked. They've got a gaping vulnerability. Probably trying to figure out what happened to their drone. Won't be finding out from us, OP3 reassured her. Once the operation's shut down, they'll get a censored report. Not even that much, if Stanley gets his way. He really said that? Ron propped himself up on his elbow. I want to kill him? Just like that. Melina lit another cigarette. The hum of the AC became louder in anticipation of the smoke. Night City's cold, neon afterglow washed over everything. Their naked bodies, the bed sheets, the floor, reflected off the glass of his 12-minute-aged whiskey. Is it that bad of an idea? The Ripper Doc wondered. I mean, maybe the world would be a better place without him. Or it wouldn't get worse, at least. I handle negotiations, not assassinations. She took a drag and sat up on the bed. Usually, I know how it's going to play out. You have to be 2-3 steps ahead of your opponent, but so do they. It's like a chess game. You already know who's black, who's white. The opening's set, but the moves you make will only reveal their potential in the future. To win, you have to calculate further than your opponent. It all comes down to how well you read people. I couldn't read Zor. He drew first and shot. She exhaled to the end. Metaphorically speaking. Ron was impressed at how much she could say in a single breath, gradually exhaling the smoke without a single cough. Matter of fact, she never coughed. He couldn't help himself from scanning her as he caressed her skin, elated at the access he had to her body. Turned out, her lungs were original, completely organic. Could be a psychopath, he suggested, even though he doesn't look it. Truth be told, from the start I couldn't shake the feeling we'd already met. If anyone's a psychopath, it's Borg. I never want to see that fucking lunatic again. She inhaled, almost burning through half of the cigarette. But Zor, there's something in him that even he doesn't know about. Like what? I wish I knew. If Zor were an open book, it'd be like finding... No, not gibberish. Not even something written in a foreign language. Not even anything resembling a lie. He had all his implants stripped out. He gently, instinctively stroked Melina's foot. He's got experience, though. Without him, we'd all be dead. What's the point of this impromptu gang anyway? We can't even sell what we stole without a fixer. Both times we got lucky. There's no rhyme or reason to it, just random luck. Completely unpredictable. I thought you liked it. The emotions, the highs and lows. Ron's subtle, delicate touch gave her more of a rush than all of her most important negotiations from the past year combined. She tried not to move her leg so he wouldn't stop, so that he wouldn't notice. A roller coaster isn't the same as Russian roulette. Risk is only fun when you have some influence over how things play out. Her cigarette dangled briefly from her lips in thought. You mentioned you were in some kind of trouble? My debts were bought by... It doesn't matter. Ron fell back onto the pillow. Old news. Don't really feel like talking about it. Melina nodded, taking another drag, and went back to the previous subject. Reading Azor, it's like reading an overcomplicated book that's too smart for its own good. He's smart, but not that smart. I'm not talking about him, but what's inside of him. I wonder if it's PTSD. He went over the edge, nearly destroyed himself in the process, so his mind created a second personality in order to shield the first, bear its burdens, overrode it, got rid of any traces. The point of our impromptu gang, Ron said with a cheeky grin, is that I found a buyer for those batteries. Melina straightened her leg, which had gone numb, and put out her cigarette. She looked at Ron. If it were anyone else, she would have wanted them gone by now. She felt the exact opposite. If before she couldn't stand anyone's presence for more than a few hours, now she only wished for Ron to stay.
What I am trying to tell you is that instead of the brain dance, I get a message saying service unavailable, insufficient funds, and I can't get rid of it. I understand that. The problem is you haven't paid for your subscription for the last few days. Well, yeah, because I don't got the cash. I want to watch the next episode of Elevator to Heaven, and I can't because this stupid message keeps popping up. That's because you haven't paid for your subscription. Right, but I just want to get rid of this message and watch my episode. There's got to be some mistake. It's not a mistake. The message will go away as soon as you pay for your subscription. Look, I am getting my paycheck at the end of the week. I can pay then. I'm afraid you have to pay first before you can watch. What difference does it make in what order I do it? I'll watch it today and pay at the end of the week. I'm sorry, but that's not how our service works.
Pepe Najarro watched as the customers took their drinks and fled through the front door, leaving El Coyote Cojo nearly empty. He swore under his breath. There went the next hour's intake. He wondered if he should pretend nothing was happening or risk calling for help, knowing that at any moment the bar could turn into a shooting gallery. Only one customer remained, seated in one of the high tables, eating ramen with synth meat and pretending he hadn't noticed the sudden commotion followed by the eerie lull.
Gonna just stand there, dum-dum? Warden grinned, baring his translucent sky-blue teeth.
He kicked a stool out from under the table.
Sit down. Let's talk like civilized people.
Dum-Dum pulled back his coat and sat down on the rickety stool. His synth leather creaked. Dixie stood on one side, Carla on the other. Warden didn't stop slurping his ramen as he eyed the newcomers with mild curiosity.
Sightseeing, are we?
He said between mouthfuls.
Or maybe a glitch in your autonomous cab's GPS? We've always kept out of each other's way,
Dum-Dum finally said.
You want to sit in this sewer called Haywood, making mud pies out of your own shit? I got nothing against that.
Mud pie's out of shit. Warden nodded and gulped down what resembled a shiitake mushroom. Weak as far as digs go, but worth remembering. In case one day I run out of all the funny ones. Know what ain't funny? Trespassing on our turf.
Trespassing? Us? Now that is rich.
Dum-Dum leaned over the table.
You're the ones who broke the peace. Crossed half the city into North Side. It's a provocation. To some, even a declaration of war.
Warden stopped chewing. The fuck you talking about? Our boys never set foot in North Side.
Your people robbed a Militech warehouse right under our noses and then cruised around our neighborhood in a van with pest control written on it. That not sound like a provocation to you? Or maybe that's the kind of joke you think is funny.
Dum-Dum slid a phone with a picture on it toward Warden. Warden instantly lost his appetite.
Those weren't my people. Got intel that says otherwise.
If Dum-Dum could have squinted his eyes, he would have.
Heist was led by a certain Zor.
You want Zor? Warden leaned against the backrest of the stool, making it rock backward in warning. He grinned.
Be my guest.
He's not one of mine. Couldn't care less about him. Already forgot he existed. Client needed him for an op. 3 hours, and that was it.
Give him to us.
I would if I knew where he was, but I don't. Don't know where he's been, where he'll be. Like I said, I already forgot he existed.
Bet Renner would want to say the same about you. Got put out to pasture, hmm?
Dum-Dum smiled slightly, knowing it would hurt.
Maybe this'll jog your memory.
He swiped to the next picture. Warden's nostrils flared as he released the air from his lungs.
Borg. Well.
Dum-Dum smiled and straightened himself.
I'm listening.
Warden wiped his mouth with a napkin and folded it in half. He works for me. Gonk from South Haywood with a skull sponge for a brain. Motherfucker was supposed to lay low for a while. Play the model night citizen.
Sounds like he got bored.
Yeah. Of life. Warden clenched his fist. He found Zor and the others for me. Leadhead's a coward. Squeeze him and he'll spill everything. Works at City Hall, 9 to 7. He'll lead you to Zor and the rest. Then you can do whatever you want with him. Something bad were to happen to him, something permanently, irreversibly bad. Who knows? I might even thank you for it. Dum-Dum sighed and would have closed his eyes if only he had eyelids.
It's plain immoral. Her husband cheated on her while she cheated on him multiple times. That's correct, ma'am. It's the plot of the brain dance. If that kind of content isn't to your liking, you're free to relive something else. Your subscription offers a selection of more than 150 different brain dances. I want to make sure nobody ever has to experience this disgusting, degenerate filth again. Well, it just so happens people like to relive that sort of content. That's what the series A One-Time Thing is about. It's not a one-time thing. It's all the time. They debauch themselves in every single episode. You're free to relive a different brain dance. I don't want another brain dance. I want you to change this one and make it so the characters start behaving respectably. I'm afraid that's beyond my control. That's exactly what my preacher says. We don't have control. People are killing each other on the streets. Families don't have clean running water. And food tastes like the devil's excrement. I'm sorry, but I have no control over the production of brain dances. You're sorry. You're probably sleeping around left and right yourself. This city is filled with sinners. Ma'am, You don't have to relive the brain dance.
I'm not about to let some godless Jezebel tell me what I can and can't relive. The Church of Eliyahu, the last emancipator, forbids this kind of depravity. You people are a plague on this earth, corrupting the souls of innocents. Can't you see the problem in front of your...
You're the problem. If your church forbids this kind of content, then maybe you shouldn't be reliving it. The screen went dark. The sound in her headphones went mute, followed by the crackle of the channel being changed.
Aya!
It was a different voice.
My office, now.
She took off her headphones and got up from her swivel chair. The cacophonous babble of 500 tech support employees felt like she was inside a beehive. The manager's office was located at the far end behind a wall of frosted glass. She walked past the seemingly endless rows of identical cubicles. Each of them was apologizing, even though there was nothing to apologize for. There was a short staircase to the office door. Aya made it in 2 steps. Her manager, whose name she could never remember, sat behind a wide desk. He tried to hide his smaller-than-average stature with a suit that was one size too big for him. It produced the opposite effect.
I cut the call with your last customer,
he began, without introduction.
Your name flashed orange in the system, then red.
Aya stood next to the chair facing the desk. He didn't offer for her to sit. When they call, she began, most of them, it's not even a technical problem. It's like they call us just to have someone to yell at.
And?
The manager rested his elbows against the table and intertwined his fingers.
They tell you that in level 2 training.
I've only had level 1 training.
Well, anyway, you blew it. You're not supposed to use the word problem. You've used it.
He checked his screen.
11 times. 12, counting a second ago.
Aya couldn't take her eyes off the spectacle of his hands as they joined into a pyramid, his fingertips drumming against one another, then interlocking again. I know. I'm sorry. She wasn't sorry. But, well, I didn't know what other word to use.
Good. I'm glad you apologized. Now, no matter what the situation is, we don't use the word problem. Ever. It has negative connotations. Is that clear?
I think so.
You think?
His fingers started performing their next dance. It's hard because these customers, our customers, most of them, well, they're just wrong.
Obviously. But that's just how it is. They're either morons or fed up with their lives. What do you think all these employees are for?
He gestured beyond the frosted glass.
It's so our clients, who most of the time are wrong, remain under the illusion that they're right. Then, and only then, they'll keep paying their subscription. Simple.
I thought I'd be helping people with technical problems. I haven't had a single one so far.
You just said it again.
His hands resumed their agitation.
We haven't had technical problems for years. Customer service is just for dealing with frustration. It's like they're screaming into the pillow and you're the pillow. They tell you all about that in level 2 training. Oh, and you can't use phrases like, it just so happens, because it's considered rude, or you don't have to relive it. It comes across as patronizing. We'll have to give her a discount now. And remember that you can't distance yourself from the company with stuff like, I have no control over. You are the company. You're like a tiny little mouth hidden somewhere on its enormous body. Your level 2 training, his fingers danced across the screen, is the day after tomorrow, but today, the pyramid again. There's a sort of informal get-together at 8. You can drop by, get to know a few faces, company cost.
I already have plans this evening. Aya straightened up.
Plans were made to be changed.
His fingers began moving chaotically again.
I was already supposed to fire you.
At least that's what the system told me, but instead, I'm deciding to give you one last chance. I don't want another chance. His fingers froze. Meaning? I quit. If I stay here any longer, I'll start hating people. And if I do that job they gave me, she thought, I'll hate myself. How long had he been walking around like this? It was like he was on autopilot. He didn't recognize the area or know what its safety level was. A car drove slowly past. His instinct was to dash for cover and hide. But he held himself together. Barely. Acting like prey only attracts predators. All well and good in theory, not so easy in practice. As usual, the more he tried to blend in, the more his actions felt unnatural. The more aware of it he was, the worse it got. He stopped all of a sudden in the middle of the sidewalk. He'd never been scared of the police. Might as well have been invisible to them. They never had a reason to bother him. Well, now they would. Even though he didn't do anything, he was mixed up in a case. Mixed up in the death of his mother at the very least, because he was her son. At the very least. He finally managed to figure out where he was by the layout of the buildings. North Haywood. Hadn't wandered too far. He turned to go home. No, wrong way. He had a different home now. He hadn't left his unit since yesterday. His new unit. Would the police find him here? From what he knew of their methods, no. The real estate agent didn't even ask for his last name. All he had to do was pay a sizable deposit through a secure transaction service. Albert didn't use cash. A week, maybe 2, before the case got dropped. His mother was dead. Devastating, usually. But the first thing he felt was relief. Then shame. Why shame? He was alone. He didn't care about anyone else around him. Shame? It was dumb. He was relieved that he would never have to talk to her, explain himself, deflect all of her questions and accusations. She couldn't throw any more fits, because she was dead. She wasn't a problem, a burden anymore. He felt a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. All he had to do was start a new life. The old one would eventually fade away, vanish into the scrap heap of forgotten memories. His mother was dead. He didn't feel sad. Shame. That feeling he'd become acquainted with late enough to understand how it worked. Like an infection. A disease born from circumstance. It was regret. Mutated, weaponized. He didn't feel shame the way normal people felt it. But he understood why they did. Somehow that made it worse. Or made him more human? No. Knowing what he knew about humanity from history class. Just worse. Shame. He understood it as people's deep, unwavering criticism of yourself. Of something you did that you shouldn't have. Which meant there was something wrong with you. Shame originated from without, but was felt from within. His mother was dead. Should he be ashamed at not feeling sad? He wasn't ashamed. So what now? What should he feel if shame and sadness were out of the picture? Say what you will about her, but his mother tried her best to teach him emotion, or rather how to fake it. Before the world and the people in it seemed to trudge along according to some unknown rhythm. As he learned, the rhythm of the world became more and more decipherable, and more dangerous. Until at last, the world turned into a waking nightmare filled with illogical, irrational emotions jumping from person to person like a virus. Despite his mother's efforts, he was immune to them. His mother was dead. And that would have been the end of it, if not for one
tiny detail. The shard, with the access code to the cave, lying at the bottom of his drawer. He had to go back. Last beer I had was with Morris, whom you met. That ended. Zor sipped the decidedly unsatisfying can of beer. Well, you know how that ended. Then I went for a drink with Ron. Aya nodded. That didn't end much better, Zor added. And now you're having a drink with me, she smiled. What could possibly go wrong? They sat on the edge of the canal, the water flowing by slowly under a thick layer of trash. Instead of gentle lapping against the wall, there was the grating of plastic bottles and metal cans. AVs and drones weaved their way above them through the night sky, turned afternoon by the neon. Aerozeps hovered over Northside, loading and unloading. Hollow ads draped Corpo Plaza, emitting a soft, cold glow. It all felt somewhere distant, beyond reach. The place they sat seemed a little oasis of calm. Morris, Aya reminded herself. How is he? No clue. I just hope his new partner will take him out for more beers than I did. Zor raised the can to his lips, barely taking a sip. And that he doesn't get into any more fights. I quit my job, or they fired me, one or the other. Haven't been there since, flat broke now. Same. Wouldn't be sharing a single beer otherwise. Still, thanks for coming. I needed this. Wish I had more to offer you than a can of beer and a floating pile of trash. He let out a sigh. I don't even like beer. Neither do I replied, then broke out into laughter. It had been a long time since she'd laughed without a care in the world. Zor smiled. He tipped back the can and took a large sip. His expression suddenly became serious. Been on my own for 7 years, he said. Just me and my thoughts. Not the positive kind either. Not the healthiest thing, I guess. Mary's wasn't good for me, Aya said. That place was toxic. She squeezed her eyes shut. Have you ever had someone, she asked, important? I did, he said, letting a beat of silence fall. My wife and son. A long pause. They're dead. Oh, I'm sorry. No, wait, that sounded gonk. She hesitated. When did it happen? 7 years ago, when the war ended. The garbage crunched and scraped past in a never-ending stream. On the other side of the canal stood abandoned warehouses with hollowed-out windows. You could sit here for a year, and nothing would change. I promised her we'd leave, move to San Francisco. He finished his beer. We didn't make it. He crushed the can and chucked it into the current of trash drifting toward the bay. Should have gotten over it by now, but I haven't. I can't. Revenge, it's the only thing keeping me going. Aya rose to her feet. You did a good thing. Thanks. For what? He looked at her with curiosity. For getting me out of Mary's. She raised her hand directly above her head and swayed her torso. Her eyes closed. She rotated on her own axis, dancing to music only she could hear. She danced for herself. For Zor, too. Instead of Mary's bar, all the lights of Night City shone down upon her. We're just dying flesh, if you think about it. Life is just a straight road toward death. No exceptions. No matter how many implants you chip, hormones you pump into your veins, supplements, nanites, money, cutting-edge tech. Something's always going to rot, get weaker, gradually decompose. One way or another, you'll keel over, or get killed by someone just because you got in their way. There aren't any backups. You die. That's it. No takebacks. One generation replaces the next, becomes more perfect. That's how biological life is supposed to work. A cavalcade of faulty prototypes. Though Albert knew he was supposed to be the more perfect version of his mother, the thought that a better generation was supposed to come after him seemed unacceptable. That in order for the next generation to spread its wings and fly, the old one had to slink back and vanish into the shadows. There wouldn't be a next generation. He had to focus on perfecting this one, right now. Self-perfection. He had to go back. Which is something he really didn't want to do. His stomach churned at the thought of walking the 20 feet from the elevator to the door of his old unit. The neighbors would have fresh gossip for weeks to come. They'd expect him to feel something. Your mother died. Be sad. Cry. They'd pester him with more questions than his mother did when she was alive. It wasn't just hard for him to pretend to be sad, it was impossible. Little late to be thinking about this when the elevator's almost at his floor. The door slid open. The hallway seemed to sway as Albert took his first few steps. For as long as he could remember, he'd speed walk those first 20 feet as if they were the final stretch to safety. He'd slap his hand against the biometric panel, cross through the doorway, and shut the door behind him. Relief would wash over him. He was safe here in his fortress. Things were different now. The door was crossed out with police tape. The biometric panel was covered with a few layers of it. He stopped halfway between the elevator and what only 2 days ago used to be the safest place in the world. The hallway was empty. Was it under surveillance? Did the police plant some kind of sensor? He didn't know crime scene procedure. He figured he'd just stroll into his old unit. The only difference being that his mother wasn't there. Wouldn't work like that. Mrs. Morgan, their older neighbor a few doors down, who was around 40, poked her head out from behind the door. She was always watching. Always the first to kick up a fuss over any trash left in the hallway. The resident gossiper. But not this time. Not altogether herself of late. Without a word, Mrs. Morgan quickly shut the door and triple-locked it from the inside. Albert went up to the police tape. He just had to tear it off and go in. Not like anyone was guarding it. Should have thought about this before instead of digging through 2 days' worth of garbage. Once upon a time, this garbage-filled pit was supposed to become the garage of your garden-variety megatower. Then, the construction company went bust. The end. Now the only things keeping all this garbage together were the garbage walls. Maybe in a few years, when it all piled up to the surface, someone would come and fill it in with concrete. Or, who knew, maybe they'd go through the trouble of digging out all the trash compressed under its own weight. And maybe, just maybe, they'd accidentally find a decomposing body. But they wouldn't worry too much about it, because it wouldn't be the only one. Dum-Dum knew of at least 3. He knew because he'd put them there himself. Let the police come and clean it up. Just not in the basement of Totentons. You had to maintain a certain level of hygiene. Don't shit where you eat. They sifted through the garbage in complete darkness, not counting their blazing red optics. You'd think night vision was enough, but no. Not even Dum-Dum's terahertz optics could sort through the salad of metals and plastics of random proportions. The skeletons of unfinished apartment towers loomed over them. Someone could be hidden, sitting, and watching them from above. Let 'em.
It's him,
Dixie thought spoke. He peeled off a greasy tarp and straightened up. Borg. Wrapped in bloody scraps of clothes, completely unrecognizable from his first appearance at Totentanz. Dum-Dum peeled away what used to be the inside edge of a jacket. The dried blood separated like glue. He bent down and ran his hand over the corpse's neck, then its shoulder. In the corner of his display, a notification appeared. He'd found what he was looking for. Without a word, Carla extended her blade ever so slightly and with utmost precision cut half an inch deep. Dum-Dum inserted 2 chrome fingers into the slit and removed a small, thin plastic object. He disconnected the wires from the corpse's body, and the weak red glow of the implant lit up Dum-Dum's face. There was an even bigger problem. If the police wanted to close the case, they'd need to talk to him. A matter of routine, not because he was a suspect, or maybe he was a suspect. He'd lived there his whole life. Now, all of a sudden, his mother was dead, and he was nowhere to be found. Surely not a coincidence. He checked the police protocols. They'd need his statement. Not only that, the building manager would want to know what he intended to do with the unit. Would Albert stay there or not? If he didn't, what about all the stuff inside? Rent was paid up for 2 more weeks. That gave him a little breathing room. The only thing Albert wanted was lying at the bottom of his desk drawer. The shard containing the access code to the cave, which contained the source code to the Taron. Rach Bartmoss didn't possess Tier 2. Everything he created was typed on a regular keyboard, polished with deep dives on his homemade rig. It took him years. Albert knew that. But he didn't have years. The playing field looked completely different now than it had back then. The Black Wall was a post-Bartmoss creation that outmatched the capabilities of even the best netrunners. On the one hand, you had Netwatch patrolling the net for illegal activity. On the other, traps laid by NetSec, the police's net security division. To break through the Black Wall, first, you had to find it. Not only was it camouflaged, its traps were also cleverly disguised to look like vulnerabilities. Obviously, there were no gates or tunnels that would defeat its purpose, which was to seal off all access from outside and from within. There was no secret code that you could hack or steal. The Black Wall was exactly what its name suggested. Hidden. Monolithic. On paper, at least. Albert sat on one of his new couches, eating the cheapest of his meal boxes. Meals that were completely devoid of flavor. Food was fuel for the machine that was his body. Nothing more. It made him feel slightly less like an animal. No one was here to remind him to take out the trash or put his dirty clothes in the washing machine or when it was time to eat. Turned out that his mother's nagging had organized his life. He needed some rhythm to follow, something to punctuate his daily existence. 5 meals of equal proportion per day, surely that would create the kind of order his murdered mother once upheld. The spoon he was holding stopped in midair. Murdered. He let the word hang in his mind. Of course. It was obvious now. He didn't bring in detectives, the whole damn forensic squad, for the death of a random woman living on a random floor of a random tower. Murdered. It changed everything. The rush of associations cascading through his head made him lose his appetite. He wasn't just linked to the case. He was the case. His mother had died because of him. They were looking for him, and his mother happened to be in their way. Who could be after him? Not Militech. At least, not directly. They could have hired someone. Or maybe it was someone their impromptu gang had pissed off. Should he warn the others? No. No contact with anyone. He had to go dark, put this all behind him. Maybe eventually it'd die down and everyone would forget about the whole thing. Maybe. No.
You couldn't count on maybes.
He went over to his cyberdeck. He wouldn't even be able to send an encrypted message. Every connection could leave a trace. He couldn't configure the deck's security because the shard was still where it was. Do not cross. He couldn't bring himself to rip the tape. What would Rach Bartmoss do? Wrong question. Bartmoss wouldn't have ever let the situation get this far out of hand. He'd be 1-2 steps ahead of everything. Though even he didn't foresee Arasaka dropping a tungsten rod onto his apartment block from orbit. Albert paced around his unit, avoiding the part of the floor that was still bare cement. He thought with so much effort that he felt himself getting dizzy. He sat down. Then it flashed in his head like a light bulb. It was when he disabled the deck's security to free up RAM and send an unencrypted transmission. It lasted hardly a few seconds, but that was all they needed to track him down. Warn the others or not? Was one option better or worse? He quickly ran through the possible outcomes, even though he already knew the answer. If he didn't warn Zor and the rest, they'd get caught by whoever was after them and acquire information about him, his whereabouts. She didn't kiss at all, like Melina. Aya's kiss was passionate, but also delicate. Distant memories buried deep within him seemed to emerge from hibernation. Hope that something that had been lost forever could be recovered again. It wouldn't be the same, but it was something. His hand went under her sweater and traveled up along her back. Her skin was warm. Her body shivered as if a current ran down her spine. She pulled him tighter toward her, her hand firmly holding the back of his head. The elevator was slowing down. 43, 44, 45. They unglued themselves from each other for a moment, knowing the decision had already been made and was about to be fulfilled. Zor's phone vibrated just as the elevator doors opened. Zor glanced at the screen as they walked out. Someone's after us. They came to my unit. The toothpick lay at the foot of the door. He quickly turned and pulled Aya toward the elevator. Without a word, he punched one and mashed the button to close the doors. Aya looked back and forth between Zor and the hallway. The last thing they saw was the door to his unit opening just as the elevators were closing. Zor pulled her to the ground. A hail of bullets battered the elevator wall behind them. Aya didn't make a sound, only pressed herself against the floor. With a groan, the elevator started to descend. He took out his pistol, flipped on his back, and fired upward. He had no chance to hit, as long as they didn't get closer. At least not for a few more floors. Aya tried to cover her head with her arms. 45, 44, 43. Every few seconds, Zor fired. The bangs were deafening. Aya put her hands over her ears. Her right hand. She couldn't even move a finger. 39, 38. It was taking too long. By now they must have realized they could simply force open the doors, then unload on them or toss in a grenade and finish the job. Her right hand wasn't cooperating. It was stiff, unnaturally bent. 32. Zor punched 25 so that the elevator didn't have to slow before it reached the floor. It worked. They stopped with a jolt. The doors opened. The thud of something falling onto the roof. They dashed out and made a beeline for the staircase. A flash, then a bang. They ducked instinctively, but felt no blast of any kind. Where were the stairs? Zor had never had to use them. This way. Aya shoved a pile of cardboard boxes in front of a door with an exit sign above it. She tried to push the door with her right hand, nearly falling over. Her hand was pressed to her ribs, completely numb. They bounded down the stairs. The automatic light switched on after a few flickers. The staircase hasn't been cleaned in months, maybe even years. They skipped steps as they went down, avoiding the litter. By the 15th floor, Aya was limping. Zor stopped to look at her. It was only now he noticed her right. He reached out to her. No, it's just a cramp. Her jaw tightened. I'm fine.
Not true. She could barely walk. Her other leg was already stiffening up. She fell onto the steps. Zor knelt beside her, trying to hold her up. Her whole body was frozen. She couldn't move a muscle.
Don't have much time.
She managed to croak through clenched teeth. Chapter 8. 7010, status update. 7010, standing by. The driver tossed out a half-smoked cigarette and closed the armored door. Code 141, sending coordinates. All units respond. 7010, en route. He slid down the tinted visor on his helmet and started the engine. The console display lit up with a map of the target's location and the fastest route. The driver didn't even have to look. It hovered in his retinal display. They pulled into traffic, lights flashing and siren wailing, forcing a few cars behind them to slam their brakes. 141, said the soldier to his right. Shit's going down. About fucking time. They heard the familiar sound of weapons being loaded and checked in the back. Traffic was the bane of almost every driver's existence in Night City. But before the truck's massive, sleek black hood, other cars were nothing but obstacles that obediently swerved out of their way. 7010, intercepting target in 70 seconds, the driver said. If he could, he'd ram through every single car. Code 141 even allowed it. But there was always a chance the truck could get damaged, or even cause a pileup. The risk was minimal, but protocol was clear. Avoid collision if possible. They passed dilapidated graffiti-covered buildings as they seamlessly traversed the unkempt streets of Vista del Rey. Then, with a screech, they swerved onto the road leading to Charter Hill. Target is driving a Silver Quadra 66. The dispatcher's voice crackled through the radio. Priority is to secure the target. Eliminate hostiles only if target safety is not jeopardized. 2 more dots appeared on the map, both heading toward the same objective, though the other patrols were farther out. 7010, I have a visual on the target, the soldier to the right announced. The Silver Quadra zigzagged as it tried to dodge the other cars. 50 yards behind it, a black Villafort Cortez was giving chase. It was larger, heavier, harder to maneuver, but it was gaining. Finally, the Quadra veered into a nearly empty parking lot in front of a strip mall. Only seconds later, the Villafort made the turn. That's when it spotted the patrol truck. With a screech of its tires, it turned back into the street and sped off with a roar. 7010, permission to pursue hostiles, the driver said. 100% chance of interception. Negative, 7010. Primary objective is to secure the target. The truck overtook the Quadra and stopped beside it, covering it in case they came under fire. Move out! Go! Go! The soldiers spilled out onto the asphalt and expertly took up their positions. 2 of them fired shots at the Villafort speeding away, but even if they landed, they wouldn't stop it. The 3rd covered their 6, and 2 more moved toward the Quadra. It was undamaged. The driver's door was open. No one was inside. Militech Unit 7010. The soldier spoke into his comms as he looked around the abandoned parking lot. Area secured. A few long seconds passed before a woman in a suit calmly emerged from behind one of the pillars. Unshaken, composed. She lit a cigarette before making her way toward the squad. 2 of the soldiers' ID scans flashed on their visors. They lowered their weapons. It's okay. I'm fine, she signaled to them reassuringly. Did you get them? The driver cocked his head. 7010 to Central. Target is inquiring about assailants. 7015 is currently in pursuit. Success at 30% and falling. Melina shook her head, but smiled. Things were happening. That could only mean one thing. She was alive. ARS-03, log 53127. Synchronization procedure initiated.
Unidentified device, NI-10010101110. Status, unknown. No additional subsystems detected. She woke up to the smell of coffee. She tried to remember where she was before she opened her eyes.
Feeling better?
Zor sat next to her, holding out a mug. She sat up on the mattress and took it with both hands. She nodded.
Why don't you have time?
Zor asked. She looked at him in confusion.
Before, on the stairs, you said, don't have much time. I'm guessing it wasn't because of whoever we were running away from. She took a few sips.
I need money, she said quietly. Lots of it. Unless Ron gets a new cyber arm, which also costs a fortune. She wore a loose t-shirt with a cartoon ad printed on it. She didn't remember putting it on. Didn't remember this place, either. She looked around. The fairly spacious room with a glass wall and the mattress they were sitting on in the center. Beside her, a neatly folded pile of clothes. Her clothes. Night outside.
Ron told me to give you something to help you sleep.
Aya suddenly fully awoke and peered out the window. It was the middle of the night. I need to go home. She got up in a hurry and started to dress. She grabbed her phone. Message to M. Had a small accident. Coming home now.
Wouldn't advise that.
A short, skinny teenager with a mane of unkempt black hair sat at a desk tinkering with a disassembled cyber deck. She hadn't noticed him before.
Albert,
Zor explained.
the netrunner.
I thought... She broke off, stunned. She always imagined him as someone older, more serious-looking, like a voodoo boy. Albert didn't dress like anyone or anything. His clothes were plain, nondescript. He had light brown skin and long, black, curly hair. He didn't even look like an experienced netrunner, more like an aloof high school geek. How did you find him? She asked Zor.
He's the one who found us.
They'll be looking for you there, he said, without even glancing at her. Who? She asked. I'll know as soon as I can access the cave. Right now my means are limited. We need to work together. I need to go home. Aya started heading toward the door. If they knew where Zor lived, then that means they got Borg, he said, with about as much pity as his computerized voice. It's safe to assume he told them everything. But he didn't know about this place. We're safe here. Aya froze, letting the information sink in. All the more reason I have to go. She opened the door.
What for?
Zor asked. She didn't answer. He threw on his jacket and followed her out. Floor. 61. Aya reached for the button. Zor was faster. He punched 64 instead, and the door slid shut. He took out his pistol and gave it a once-over. Aya watched the floor numbers change with apprehension. Zor wasn't reassured by her tense expression.
Someone live with you?
He asked. She nodded. He didn't know what to ask next. They stepped out onto the 64th floor. The door to the first unit on the right was open. A man in a stained tank top with a beer gut stumbled toward them, either wasted or skezzed.
Hey, man. Spare a smoke? I don't smoke. Come on, man, he insisted. Just one.
Zor's arm shot out, slamming the man against the wall, cracking it. He slumped to the floor, whimpering in pain. The staircase here was even more littered than the ones in Zor's building. He held Aya's hand as they went down so she wouldn't trip, but more to prevent her from running ahead of him.
Any security?
He pushed open the door to the hallway.
Like what? Besides the biometric.
No, none. They stood on either side of the door to her unit. Aya was itching to open it and run straight inside. He didn't let go of her hand. They couldn't know if anyone was in the unit.
Open it,
Zor pulled out his pistol. "And stay behind me." Aya placed her hand on the biometric panel. It turned green and beeped with authorization. The door slid open. He peered inside and drew back again. Nothing. He held his pistol upward and quietly went inside, hugging the wall. His intuition told him there was no one home. No one alive, that is. The legs of a woman sticking out from the right side bedroom doorway didn't bode well. But he had to make sure. It was a 2-bedroom unit, bigger than his. Neat, unpretentious. Aya couldn't wait any longer outside. She ran in and leaped over the elderly woman's body and into the bedroom. "Juliana!" she yelled, though it was obvious no one was home. "Juliana!" Zor tapped the panel to close the unit's door. The last thing they needed were nosy neighbors. He knelt down to make sure that, despite appearances, the woman was actually dead. It wasn't hard to deduce the cause of death. Multiple stab wounds to the elderly lady's neck. Mantis blades. There wasn't even that much blood. Whoever did this was methodical. Discreet. "Juliana!" Aya rummaged through the closet. "There's no one here." Zor grabbed her by the shoulders. "Who's Juliana? Your daughter?" She shook her head and wrapped her arms around Zor, sobbing quietly. It's complicated," she answered. "Could she have gone somewhere?" "By herself? No," she sniffled. "She never went out alone. She's unique." "Don't worry. They won't hurt her. They need her alive." "How do you know? They killed Molly, and yesterday they tried to kill us." "No." Zor held her tighter. "The shots went over our heads. Then they dropped a gas canister onto the cabin. They wanted to catch us." "Why?" "I don't know. They want something from us. Now they don't need to look, because they know we'll come to them. I don't know who these people are, but for now, Juliana's safe. I promise." "For now?" Aya knelt down beside Molly and touched her hand. The cold, lifeless skin made her quickly recoil. "How did I get mixed up in all this?" She put her face in her hands. She sighed and looked up at Zor. "Is it money they want?" Zor shook his head. Not counting the dead body, the unit was in near-perfect order. Whoever came here didn't bother looking around for anything. Just the girl. She took her tablet. Aya's hand brushed over the bare table. She always keeps it with her. She looked at Zor expectantly. "What now?" "They'll stall for time. Keep us waiting to wear us down. Maybe 2 days before they make contact. Then we'll know what they're after." "Shouldn't we go to the police?" "If we were normal people, sure. But not after everything we've done. We show up at the precinct, I guarantee you they'll be more interested in us than in finding Juliana. Sooner or later, they'll put the pieces together. Tie us back to our little escapades." The state of Albert's old unit was worse. Far worse. There were multiple footprints in the brown puddle that filled up a sizable part of the living room floor. Judging by the conspicuous absence of furniture and home appliances, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. The police tape lay torn on the floor. The door stood slightly ajar, unable to fully close. The desk, with the priceless shard at the bottom of the drawer, could be anywhere. They kill his mother and he just up and moves? Figures that's that? Aya shook her head. This is pointless. All of it. We make small mistakes and end up just walking into bigger ones. Did I ever tell you how Warden blackmailed me into this? You don't have to. He threatened to tell Mary's about my implants. She lifted her hand and moved her fingers. I was scared they'd fire me. Could hardly matter now.
They wouldn't find anything here. They were too late. He drummed his fingers even harder against the SUV's crooked, scuffed steering wheel. 2 hours had passed. This was starting to be tedious. He never established how long he'd wait. There was nothing interesting outside to look at. Nothing to kill the time. Just sketchy alleyways, graffiti, and gang tags. Still, the area was relatively safe. The question was whether it was safe today. There was no blinking neon sign above the entrance anymore. Only a small info board and an arrow pointing down past an iron door corroded by time and acid rain. Better this way. Wouldn't be any random walk-ins. Least of all on a Sunday. Ron had already stopped running ads, relying instead on recommendations from satisfied customers. Word of mouth traveled faster, and it didn't cost an any. If they found out where Albert and Zor lived, that meant his clinic was next. Extra precautions had to be taken. But how extra? Was 2 hours long enough? It was starting to get warm in the car despite the shade. 1 more minute. Albert didn't seem the least broken up about his mother's death. His own mother. Everyone was different, he supposed. Sometimes scarily so. The more he thought about it, the more it actually completed the picture of Albert that Ron had in his head. But Aya had it the worst. She had no more than a few weeks to live if her implants weren't repaired. It wouldn't be a pleasant way to go. And that was putting it mildly. Screw this. Not like parking here was safe either. He got out and flung the empty duffel bag over his shoulder that he'd stuffed with basic equipment, scanners, and little miscellaneous tools that could come in handy. The worst would be disassembling the operating chair. He'd need to hire at least 2 odd jobbers with at least 3-tier liftware. Couple hundo right there, which he plain didn't have. He looked around warily as he walked, regretting he didn't park closer. If he saw someone suspicious, that'd only mean they'd spotted him earlier. Luckily, nobody around fit that description except the 2 resident drunks sitting on the curb. Regulars. Nothing out of the ordinary. He went slowly down the stairs to the clinic. Could have had some kind of anti-burglary system, like a string in the doorframe. Should have thought of that before. He put his ear between the iron bars to the door, then placed his hand on the biometric panel. When it turned green, he entered the code. The door slid open as usual. He squinted through the dark, trying to make out if anyone was inside. Pointless. They could have shot him in a second where he stood in the light. He unlocked the iron gate and went quickly inside, peeking around the corners. Not even as much as a roach. Then, the door behind him suddenly opened. Fuxicle. Ron backed up against the freezer, his hand on his chest. Forgot to lock it again.
Least you still got a door,
said the first of the 2 gargantuan brutes that sauntered into his clinic. His voice was unnaturally deep. Of course, they wouldn't wait inside. They'd been staking out his place, waiting for him to turn up.
Been waiting since sundown, so our patience has run a little dry. Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
He couldn't make it harder for them if he'd wanted to. There was only one way in and out. He could try the chair's manipulators, but first he'd have to jack in and activate them. They weren't that strong either. Not as strong as their muscles. There was no mistaking their affiliation. Animals. Mounds of muscle pumped with steroids extracted from assorted quadrupeds and vertebrates. Their muscles modded with synthesized animal hormones. Hard to tell if all of that made them less human than the advanced cybernetics Ron chipped his clients with. Even for animals, these 2 were heavily zoomodified. Their faces were a dead giveaway. One of them had a tusk growing out of the lower corner of his mouth. The other had the face and teeth of a tiger.
Their figures alone resembled that of two-legged warthogs on super steroids. Their shoulders were twice as large as the average man's, and looked as if they were about to burst out of their synth leather biker jackets. Ron stared at their muscle mass. Without cool wear, they'd overheat in a 30-yard dash. But right now, he wouldn't make it 6 feet.
"What can I do for you?"
he asked, sweating, despite the cool basement.
"Pay Bully what you's owe, dickface,"
said the first snaggle-tusked animal.
"Oh, that."
Ron relaxed.
"Paid half of it 2 weeks ago."
"Half sound like full to you?"
Guess the deadline must be coming up.
"Trying to be fucking funny?"
Pigface stepped closer and held a fist up to his jaw that was bigger than Ron's entire head. The Ripperdoc instinctively recoiled. Not only did he look like a warthog, he stank like one too. Ron had never smelled a warthog, much less seen one with his own eyes. But he imagined that if he had, it would look and smell exactly like the thing standing in front of him. Not really the time for musing, but he knew they were only here to warn him.
"Fucking insect,"
Pigface growled.
"Who, me?"
"Oughta crush you like one. That what yous want?"
The animal's muscles became tense, and his face darkened. Ron suspected they didn't have permission to hurt him, never mind crush him like an insect. Bully knew that a Ripperdoc with non-functioning cyber arms was not a profitable Ripperdoc. He was safe for now, but if Bully didn't see his eddies, Ron wouldn't wear such a brave face come next time. That didn't mean he shouldn't be careful. Animals were notoriously unstable. Doers, not thinkers. Like warthogs. Or tigers.
"When do I gotta settle?"
Ron asked, though he knew perfectly well.
"You're past due,"
Big Cat spoke for the first time. His big cat canines visible. He was bulkier, clearly the one in charge.
"Day before's yesterday. Rumor has it, you's flush all of a sudden."
"That I'm... what?"
Ron was genuinely confused.
"Does it look like I'm sitting on a pile of cash? You see what I'm driving?"
"Cut the shit!"
Big Cat lost his patience.
"We knows you scored big time."
"Haven't cashed in the goods yet."
Ron felt the bind he was in acutely. He knew that selling those batteries wouldn't cover his debt, but he also knew that contradicting an ill-tempered animal was a very, very bad idea.
"It's only been 2 days."
"I don't gives a fuck about 2 days ago. Talking about the Militech convoy you's hit before that."
"Oh, that... you got me. Was a decent haul, that."
"See? Just adds to refresh your memory."
Pigface patted him on the cheek, which felt like being slapped with a dirty rubber doormat wrapped around a brick.
"Now's cough up the eddies and we'll be on our merry fucking way."
"Still gotta cash in the last job."
"What are yous, a fucking collector?"
Hey, stuff ain't easy to sell. Ron felt as if he were zigzagging through a minefield. But I already got a buyer. He's really set on it. The deal, I mean. Big Cat leaned over so close that his whiskers nearly brushed against Ron's face. He held his breath.
2 days.
Albert sat motionless in his chair, staring at the disassembled cyberdeck lit up by the small desk lamp. Night was slowly giving way to dawn outside the window. "It's not looking good," he said finally.
"What was on that shard?" Zor asked.
"The access code to the cave."
"Care to be more specific?"
"The access code to the rest of me. My net tools, everything. Can't do anything without them." He motioned dejectedly toward the deck. "I'm adding components that'll boost its capabilities, but only by a little. It'll still be useless without that code.
We won't find your shard. Better come up with something else.
I'm not going to remember a string of 256 characters that I glanced over in passing 5 years ago. 3 months wouldn't even be enough to rebuild it all, he thought. Aya sat on the couch, clearly uninterested in the discussion. She stared at the cardboard box, lying in the middle of the room. "What's that?" she finally asked, pointing. Albert left the cyberdeck and went over to the coffee machine, avoiding a section of the floor that was bare concrete. He didn't like stepping on bare concrete.
I ordered furniture, he said. You know, you can't go back. Ever.
What do you mean?
Your units. Death traps, both. Only logical they'd be under surveillance. This is the impromptu gang's new headquarters.
What the hell are you talking about? Aya shook her head in disbelief. You're still hung up on this gang thing? That's the whole reason we're in this mess.
True. It's also our only way of getting out of it. We need money, Zor added. Make that 3 coffees, Albert. No ordinary gig's gonna make enough to buy Juliana back. Or pay to fix your issues, or...
He didn't finish. He went over to Aya and sat down next to her. There was a beep at the door. Zor jumped to his feet, pulled out his pistol, and aimed directly at it. Albert left the coffees in the machine and went to the intercom. It was door by door. No intercom system for the whole building, or even parts of it. People couldn't agree on anything these days. The man who appeared on the little LED screen was standing right out front. He unlocked it.
They came to my place.
Ron burst into the unit, not bothering to close the door behind him.
Someone fucking ratted us out.
The door would have closed by itself if Zor hadn't immediately tapped the panel.
The clinic?
Aya asked. He nodded and laid a heavy duffel bag on the floor, the contents within clanging together. He sighed as he unzipped it, took out an unlabeled quart bottle of clear liquid, and set it down on the table.
Sedative.
He untwisted the cap.
Pure alcohol distilled by yours truly. It'll get you loaded, but also loosen the synapses, get our creativity flowing. And creativity's exactly what we need right now. Kicks like a mule, though, so better find something to mix it with.
They all sat at the dining table. He poured out the coffee and refilled the mugs with the alcohol, topping it up with juice from the fridge. Only Albert made it clear that he'd rather stick with coffee.
Things ain't looking good, the Ripperdoc began. They're hot on our tail, and this building has exactly 0 security.
He pointed back to the door.
I waltzed straight in. No questions asked.
Plan is for them not to find us here, Albert replied. What I need is a Tier 2 net running rig. Won't get anything done without it. Besides that, we need a solid plan, intel, and some half-decent weapons.
You mean another heist?
Aya hung her head in despair. What makes you think we'll get lucky a 3rd time?
We won't. We'll get a fixer.
What for? Fixers take cuts, you know.
For intel on what to clep and not worry about how to offload 180 corp drone batteries, Ron replied. Makes sense. Except who?
Warden, Albert answered. All eyes turned to him in astonishment. He's the one who started all this.
Can't say I'm particularly fond of him, Zor said. Nor do I trust him.
You don't have to like fixers, Albert explained. But Warden's the devil we already know. He could have killed us on the spot, but he didn't. He's also ambitious, wants to get rid of Renner and take command. We can use that.
Borg knew him best.
Borg's dead, Albert replied. Or at least there's a 99% chance he is. Whoever's after us doesn't care who they kill. They're doing it for sport. Borg must have given them your addresses. They got to me a different way.
How?
Ron took a sip and winced.
Ugh. Must be the juice.
Back in Northside, I had to momentarily disable encryption to save you. It left a signal leading straight back to me.
There's also Melina. I looked at Ron.
Wouldn't count on her.
Ron sighed.
She's not answering my calls. Our Corpo Princess must have gotten bored already.
It was nothing, really. I'm fine, she repeated.
Our doctor said you should be kept under observation for a couple days.
I don't have a couple of days. They sat on opposite ends of the table in what resembled an interrogation room. Encouraged honesty, she imagined. Melina couldn't spot any cameras, but she knew they were concealed somewhere. Stanley pulled a silver cigarette case out of his charcoal blazer and offered her a cigarette.
Can't smoke in here,
she said, though she knew the rules didn't apply to him. She took the cigarette. It wasn't flavored, and she didn't have her holder. Oh well. Stanley held out an ancient-looking metal Zippo. It flipped open with that unmistakable clink, and Melina caught a whiff of the butane as she leaned into the flame. Only the head of security could carry something like that around HQ.
The day after tomorrow, she said as she exhaled.
It's the last round of negotiations.
Sure you were feeling up to it?
Stanley didn't smoke himself. He hid the cigarette case and set the lighter upright on the table.
Katsuo won't agree to putting it off, she explained.
It ends 2 days from now, no matter the result.
This isn't a good time to bring in a replacement. Because no one's as well prepared as you.
Not at this moment, no.
Why don't you tell me exactly what happened?
I was sitting in my car, driving out of the garage on autopilot. I was going over the material for today's meeting. It's all in my head, of course, but I like to refresh my memory. Then I realized that car was following me.
A feeling you had.
Intuition. I won't go into detail as to how, exactly. That's what this company pays me for. When they started following me, I activated the distress signal. The rest you already know. She took a puff and exhaled.
How much longer is this interrogation going to take?
Stanley's expression became serious.
This isn't an interrogation.
He leaned back. The cable running from her neuroport to the diagnostics reader beneath the table implied otherwise. Officially, her implants were being scanned for spyware that might have been installed without her knowledge. Or with it.
Not long ago, you were involved in a serious accident on the Beltway,
Stanley continued. The driver was at fault. He was going too fast. I don't see what more needs explaining.
It's worth examining seemingly unrelated events. I'm trying to find out who attacked you yesterday.
Nobody attacked me.
I was being followed. Perhaps they were attempting to kidnap you. I need to establish whether your safety is still at risk. You're one of this company's most valued assets.
She couldn't read his intentions, plans, or what he knew. But she knew what he was about to say next.
Do you think it could have been Arasaka?
He inquired.
You're the head of security. You tell me. I thought you prided yourself on your intuition.
She inhaled with relief. Shame that smoking wasn't allowed during negotiation. Every second spent inhaling and exhaling brought with it fresh ideas and a focus-sharpening shot of nicotine.
From what I know of Katsuo, they wouldn't do that, she answered.
Stanley's expression became somehow even more severe.
You're an expert in psychology, not military strategy, am I right?
He straightened a crease on his charcoal suit.
Time to up the stakes. I have a proposition for you. An assignment. Got serious balls showing up here. Could have ended all of you before, like this. He snapped his fingers. Wishing now I did. Motherfucker can't drink in peace 'cause of what y'all pulled.
I'm not here to... Zor interrupted himself. Just hear me out. Without being prompted, Zor sat across from him at the bar table.
We want to make you an offer. Strictly biz.
Shit. Been dreaming this day would come? Ha! Seeing his translucent blue teeth as he laughed was not a pleasant sight. Aight. Go on.
Spill.
Warden topped up his drink with a half-empty bottle of rum.
We need a fixer.
Oh, do you now? You realize y'all got lucky, right? Ran into a bunch of rookies from Militech, hit an empty warehouse full of useless crap. Offed some grandpa while you were at it. And for what? What did you gonks even haul out of there? Fucking screwdrivers? The virtually empty bar was devoid of its usual commotion. The few customers around evidently didn't mind their own company.
Something like that,
Zor admitted.
Which is why we need a fixer to tell us when, where, and what to steal. Listen, Chumbada.
Warden's patience was thinning.
You ain't professionals.
You sure as shit ain't no gang. That heist was a goddamn stroke of luck.
Y'all just need to have a clean record. That's it.
Congratulations. Y'all somehow weaseled your way out of that one alive. And the warehouse? Whatever y'all clept, y'all got no idea how to offload it. And you think I'm gonna help? He scoffed. Got a snot-nosed kid with chicken wire for cables and a ripper operating with a kitchen knife.
'Cause y'all ain't got the scratch for nothing else.
Oh, and let's not forget that Joy toy who don't want to put out and that fake-ass Corpo Nympho pretending she's still young. That gonk with the green hair. And you. He looked Zor up and down in disdain.
You don't even got basic combat implants.
So get the fuck out of my face before I make you. The cloudless sky was getting dark. The sun's spectacle of reds and oranges was underway, intensified even more by Night City's sky-high pollution levels. Zor sat in the middle of the living room and tried to put his thoughts in order. It wasn't working. Albert lay on the armchair beside him. He'd been submerged in cyberspace for hours now, trying to rebuild what he'd lost. Ron had managed to scrounge up a mattress from somewhere and was now snoring in the other room. Aya tossed and turned as she slept. Zor pushed away the pizza and hamburger boxes to the corner of the counter and got up to close Ron's door. Then he went into their room and gently covered Aya with a blanket. She turned in her sleep. Was that a smile? He stood looking at her for a long while, lost in thought. Evening. The sky over Night City was awash in pink. The windows of Corpo Plaza towers lazily reflected the setting sun's last rays, flooding Melina's bedroom with warm, natural light. She disabled the window tinting on purpose. Light wakes you up better than caffeine, taurine, or any other substance. She didn't want to sleep yet. It was moments like these when the perfection of the corporate world revealed its cracks. Seemingly immaculate, flawless towers. But from here, you could see the minuscule imperfections in the placement of the windows. Some reflected a blinding white, while others, the sky's pink. The angle of incidence and reflection combined with distance. You needed distance to see the full scale of imperfection. It had been days. Nothing changed. The stress ate away at you from the inside like the eagle pecking on Prometheus's liver for eternity, never letting you feel anything except, well, that. Whether you had something to lose or gain, adrenaline always accompanied risk. In this life, winning was a constant standard to uphold. The only thing that could change it was losing, failing. You started out giving your all, and eventually your all became a never-ending obligation. If you tripped, you fell. And there were more pitfalls and trapdoors in the corporate world than any stairs leading upward.
Ron was the latest deviation from the norm. He was interesting, though sometimes vulgar, but only because he was honest. He never calculated his words to achieve an effect. It was hard to tell what he'd throw at you next. That's what made talking to him entertaining. The sex was also unpredictable. One day it'd be perfect, and the next, forgettable. Or maybe the perfect world just didn't exist. Her self-analysis system was still active. Couldn't uninstall the piece of shit. Her contract prohibited it. Or maybe it was impossible to keep being surprised. Not by the what, but by the how. Or by how the how changed. That was self-analysis for you. Reducing everything to absurdity. Why not? If this was all that reality had to offer, why not dive head-on into the absurd? Could Katsuo have been behind the attack? Why? Because she clearly had the upper hand in the negotiation? Or maybe she'd been looking at this all wrong. Maybe it was Stanley who was trying to quietly get rid of her. He might not know about her double life, but he could have his suspicions. She went over to the window wall and stood there, naked. Nobody could see her body, at least not without telescopic optics. But the thought that, in theory, somewhere, someone might try gave her the slightest of thrills. The impromptu gang had no future. Or more specifically, no future with Melina in it. Everyone apart from her wanted to make money, but for the lowest possible risk. Money didn't matter to her. Whatever she made, she spent. Didn't bother saving. She wanted more from life. Something that couldn't be bought. Something that even brain dance, that cheap substitute for reality, couldn't offer. Time to up the stakes. She blinked an eye, and thought dictated a message. Day after tomorrow, 11:30 a.m., external elevator. Chapter 9. Name was Molly Bernard. Lived right across the hall, the rookie said. This unit's being rented by an Aya Holmes. No record, but I did some digging through the net and found this. The tablet displayed a half-naked dancer advertising Mary's Bar. That's her. I checked the logs from the biometric. Aya Holmes left her unit yesterday at 7:10 p.m. and came back today at 4:16 a.m. Left again after only 2 minutes. Liam nodded in half-praise. He chewed on a piece of gum as he read the tablet. Forensics was combing through the entire unit. The only place they'd secured all available evidence was the narrow hallway that led from the kitchen annex near the entrance to a bedroom. There was another, smaller bedroom. The one the dead neighbor's legs were sticking out of. "Thus, let's hear him," the detective said, not looking away from the tablet. The rookie leaned as close to the body as she could, without stepping on it. "Stab wounds to the neck," she said. "Vertical, evenly spaced. If Mrs. Bernard wasn't almost 80, I'd say mantis blades." "What's age got to do with it?" "You don't use mantis blades on an old lady. Besides, what use would a dancer have for them?" "You think Miss Holmes did it?" The rookie puffed out her cheeks and sighed. "Can't rule it out. It's her unit. She came back for a sec, then disappeared. Miss Holmes left her unit yesterday at 7 in the evening. Ms. Bernard died just after midnight." "How do you know that?" The rookie bent over once more for a closer look. "You didn't even scan her yet." "I didn't have to. The only working camera is on the first-floor hallway. I checked the feed. There's a gap between 12 and 12:15 a.m. Liam brought up the recording and fast-forwarded to 4:16 a.m. "Here." "She's not alone," the rookie remarked. I was accompanied by a young man dressed like someone who wanted to keep a low profile, though it wasn't enough to disguise his posture and gait, that of a soldier's.
The detective zoomed in on his face and initiated a facial recognition search. It took a few seconds before a match appeared.
Got a hit. The inspector scanned the record. Zor. No last name. Owner of a pest extermination company named Byers and Son. Filed a claim for property damage. A van, to be exact. He scrolled farther down. Same van that's sitting in Harris's yard where a security guard was murdered.
With mantis blades, the rookie added grimly. The flickering light revealed portions of an old brick wall held together by anchor plates, remnants of an ancient underground hall whose original purpose was unknown. The black blood glistened. Bodies hung from the steel girders, some naked, others clothed, their hanging skin cut with utmost precision into long strips and patterns. Some were twisted together in a braid, still dripping blood. None of the cuts went deeper than a few millimeters. None were still alive. Black smoke from the torches rose up toward the darkness of the ceiling, too high for the light to reach. The place wasn't chosen randomly. The sublevel's ventilation effectively filtered out the smoke. Renner watched the exhibit with mild disgust. Some degree of sadism was useful when it came to work, but not in your free time. Might as well turn shitting and pissing into an art, too.
Oh, place gives me the creeps,
Ross murmured.
Welcome to Northside, Renner said. Fucking whacked, these psychos.
Both sipped on drinks handed to them at the entrance. Too sweet. Definitely not strong enough. They ditched their empty glasses with relief and plucked something stronger off the trays. Tequila, paid with tokens exchanged for eddies at the entrance. So much for exclusivity. Around 200 people shuffled around, drinking, chatting, briefly putting aside their beefs and mutual animosity. Rival gangs coexisting, pretending not to want the other wiped off the face of the earth, making small talk and appreciating art. Even if 90% of them couldn't tell a sculpture from the newest Wojtek washing machine, you just had to show up and try not to cap anyone in the face. This was neutral, sacred ground. Sacred. Funny, using that word here. All heads were turned toward the artist on tall spring-loaded stilts, who was hard at work on a corpse. Sorry. Sculpture. Renner scoffed to himself. The dark-skinned, 20-something-year-old with a tattooed skull had her mantis blades drawn. With virtuosic precision, she carved a rhombus-checkered pattern onto the torso of her next miserable victim. Well, maybe not miserable. Poor fuck was already dead. She peeled off the diamond-shaped pieces of human skin, still dripping with blood, and tossed them behind her into the crowd. The spectators jostled against one another to catch them. The animals in the crowd roared, demanding more gore, innards. They wouldn't get them. This was art. Body cutting wasn't butchering. A few more cuts. She framed the checkered pattern with intricate swirls, then triumphantly raised her arms, the blades glistening with black blood in the flickering light. The crowd applauded. The show was over. The hall became flooded with more light, but the darkness farther within remained unchanged. Waiters in elegant white uniforms simultaneously lifted the lids of silver platters, revealing appetizers that looked better than they tasted. Synth-seasoned synth meat in various shapes and forms. Gourmet scop, in other words. Courtesy of Righto Catering, their logo on full display, unashamed to be associated with the event.
Still don't get it, Ross said. Sure, Blade's got a 9-foot reach, but he'd still be bringing a knife to a gunfight, know what I'm saying?
Practical in close quarters,
Renner scoffed.
Things draw in less than a fifth of a second. Faster than you can aim and pull a trigger.
Care to remind me again why the fuck we're here? Want to make you an offer, Dum Dum said.
Renner turned abruptly.
He didn't like it when people were taller. The Maelstromer had a good 2 inches on him, probably because of those heavy combat boots that were far from classy. The fumes emanating from the nearby propane heaters gave his multiple optics an orange-reddish streak.
Shit. You know it's not Halloween yet, right?
Brenner scoffed.
What offer? Make it quick, starting to get hungry. You jumped the Militech convoy. Stole a container, Dum-Dum said, unfazed. Still haven't sold it, which means you can't find a buyer.
Brenner stared at him for a moment.
No idea what you're talking about. Ask Warden. I'm sure he'll lay it out for you. You've got a serious problem on your hands, but I might just have the solution. It's a win-win.
Next to them, Carla landed another flip on her stilts. Sweating with a smile, she crouched down to the height of the crowd and gave a low bow. Dum-Dum grabbed a hold of her, in part to steady her. She positioned the mantis blades in such a way as to avoid blood seeping into the slits in her forearms. Beneath the web of scars on her face, something like satisfaction was visible. Renner looked at her, then at the drops of blood running down the cuffs of his sleeves.
This here's real leather, you know.
He took a napkin and vigorously wiped it off with irritation.
And that's real blood.
Dum-Dum raised one boot onto the couch and leaned on it.
So, what do you think?
About the human sushi demonstration? Brenner stared at the 1.5-foot-long blades with slight apprehension.
Want the polite answer or the honest one? What difference does it make? You're incapable of either.
I thought the case was closed.
What gave you that idea?
Well, 'cause Harris cleared his throat to buy some time. Cases like these usually just, get closed. Not this one. Liam chewed his gum and looked at the owner intently. Not because he suspected something, but because clearly Harris thought there was something to be suspicious about. Someone threatened you recently?
Oh, I get along just fine with everyone.
He tried to sound casual. Harris of Harris's Auto Repair was well over 50 with the face that didn't lend any credibility to his claim of getting along just fine with everyone. He was shorter than the detective. No implants at first glance, but looks only went skin deep. Same could be said for everyone in these parts. They stood facing each other in a small office behind the security booth. Your employees. One of them could have pissed off someone dangerous, maybe, the detective suggested. Or owed money. Wouldn't know anything about that, the owner said impatiently. He kept glancing at his terminal, as if he had important work to get back to. So what if he did? Work could wait. The more urgent, the better. Whatever made him spill the truth quicker.
Didn't even know his goddamn name,
Harris said all of a sudden.
Hired him for the night shift because it was cheaper than any of the security corps. Got here at sundown, left around dawn, crossed paths 3 times maybe.
It wasn't impatience. He was surprised. Surprised that someone like Liam actually gave a shit about what happened to an old, dead nobody. Cutting costs on security. Liam pulled up a chair and sat down. Somehow never pays off. Harris's shoulders sagged. It was clear he wasn't going to get rid of the badge. Couldn't threaten him, force him to leave either. The NCPD wasn't the most respected tribe in town, but woe to anyone who dared lay a finger on them.
Look, detective.
Harris finally sat down with resignation.
I don't know why what happened, okay? Nothing was stolen. Nobody's ever bothered us before. Maybe what's-his-face had some personal issue. John. Your employee's name was John Smolarski. No relatives. Did you notice anything unusual in the days leading up to his murder?
The owner shook his head.
Nope, nothing comes to mind. Everything seemed normal, apart from, what's-his-face getting killed.
No, it wasn't impatience. Something was bothering him. Something he was trying to suppress. Liam's diagnostic cyberware constantly monitored his heart rate and the cortisol levels in his blood. High, both. You don't usually come to the garage by yourself at night, do you? Harris hesitated.
Sometimes. Usually because I forgot something.
Samuel Byers. He left a van for you to repair. Harris's pulse and pressure spiked. He guessed the cortisol would follow in a few seconds.
Yeah, I remember. Been taking a while, that one.
The few seconds passed. He was right.
Took a look at that van before coming in here, the detective said. Doesn't look like an easy fix. You're charging him $300, spare parts included? Little low, don't you think? Usually pay that much for a dent and some scratches.
Harris scratched his stubbed cheeks.
He was at a complete loss. If I had to guess, I'd say you aren't getting along just fine with everyone.
Liam spat his gum out into the garbage can.
Everyone and their grandma around these parts owes something to everyone else. Been on the force long enough to know it when I see it. So, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna ask you one simple question, and if you give me the right answer, you'll never have to see my face again. The day before Smolarski was murdered, did someone, illegally, of course, borrow that van?
Kabuki. Where the hell else? Ron parked the beat-up SUV in what was probably the darkest alleyway he could find. Dusk was setting in. The sun was slowly giving way to the fuzzy glow of neon.
Know him? Zor asked. Of course I do.
Ron got out.
As much as you can know anyone via text.
Zor got out of the car and felt for the pistol behind his belt. Wouldn't be of much help if it turned out they were in deeper shit than they thought. Still, couldn't hurt to keep up appearances. They stood before the entrance to what looked like a garage that had seen better days. Maybe a fire or two.
You realize how much your implants would be worth to scavs, right?
Zor asked.
They're foolproof.
He raised his hand and moved his fingers.
Don't work if they're not attached to my body.
Imagine their disappointment once they find out. They walked past a homeless man slouched against the wall, asleep. Or at least, he looked asleep. Stepping over a layer of trash, they found themselves in a dark hallway. One end of it led to the busy street, the other to a small, well-shaped courtyard with 5 floors of balconies rising above it. Laundry hung out to dry. Above, the sounds of children playing, neighbors arguing, but at least nobody watching over the railings.
Middle door, Ron said.
Only one of the doors had a handle. It was crooked and covered with faded and partially torn stickers. Very welcoming. Ron hesitated. Should he knock or just go in? There was no doorbell.
Remember, we are acting as professionals.
He grabbed the handle, but hesitated to twist it.
We're here to negotiate.
He pushed open the door. The interior was a cluttered shack posing as a candy store. From the layer of dust on the jars of moon cheese and lilu beans, it was obvious the place didn't get a lot of customers. Behind the low counter sat a man with cylindrical optics that jutted out of his head. He glanced up at them, then went back to counting what looked like metal coasters stacked in piles.
We're closed. Not here to buy Pop-Tarts.
With slightly exaggerated confidence, Ron plonked one of the drone batteries onto the counter. One of the coasters shook and fell, rejoining the uncounted pile. The shopkeeper froze and slowly lifted his gaze to the ripperdock. Ron's tough guy act evaporated in an instant.
Got an appointment,
he said, as if in apology. The shopkeeper looked them both over, leaned over the countertop, and slid the bolt on the front door closed. Then he reached down, and they heard a click. From the side, a part of the decrepit wall behind the shelves moved a few inches, revealing a hidden door.
Follow me.
He wedged himself out from behind the counter and entered the passageway. He couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall. The soundproof door looked as if it would have been more suited for a bunker, reinforced from behind with a solid mechanism that was surely capable of withstanding brute human force for an extended period of time. To all outward appearances, a candy store. Inside, a different world. Cold greenish fluorescent lighting revealed a few rooms with crates and pallet racks stacked against the walls. Someone took care to make sure everything was neatly organized. Various items stood on the shelves, from guns, implants, and tools all the way to professional BD editing wreaths. Farther ahead were cold storage rooms that most likely preserved bioware. The shopkeeper leaned against a wide stainless steel table. Above it hung a mechanical contraption with a plethora of cables dangling from it.
May I?
He held out his hand toward Ron. Ron handed over the battery. The shopkeeper spent a few seconds examining the charging socket, the whir of his optics actuators cutting through the silence. He took the corresponding cable hanging from above and plugged it in. A few monitors came alive, and the battery's small display lit up.
You realize this can't be adapted to a vacuum or an electric bike, the shopkeeper mumbled. Not very marketable. Oh, but they will soon, Ron answered with artificial enthusiasm. You put these on the market will adapt. Soon, everything will be using them. There's more where that came from. 179 more, to be exact.
The shopkeeper put on a show of hemming and hawing, his eyebrows knitting dramatically. It was clear he'd already made up his mind.
Fine, I'll take it, he finally said. What do you want in return?
In return? Ron raised an eyebrow.
Well, cash. I only pay cash to trusted clients.
The shopkeeper slid the battery toward them.
Right, and what do you do with new clients?
Ron seemed genuinely confused.
Trade.
The shopkeeper indicated the wares around them.
Oh, well, truth be told, we were kinda counting on cold, hard cash. That's the deal. Take it or leave it. Just don't waste my time. Some kid could walk in at any minute for lollipops or choco bars.
He pointed at the exit.
Wouldn't want to disappoint. We're here to sell, not trade.
The shopkeeper looked at Ron impassively but stayed silent. Zor, meanwhile, had been browsing the various items on the racks.
Got a Zetatech like this, only newer? Ron raised an arm. Or the Combat SRG from Militech? Starting at 70 and going up. Anything below, scrap.
The shopkeeper shook his head.
Choose from whatever's available, and I'll tell you how much of it you can take. You want us to pick out something we're going to have to sell anyway? Ron said. Rotten deal, if you ask me. If you want to go around Kabuki and try selling stolen corporate drone batteries, the shopkeeper shrugged. Be my guest. We'll take this.
Zor pointed at a Tektronica sniper rifle with a Militech scope.
What's its condition? Like new,
the shopkeeper said without a moment's hesitation.
Like everything else here.
Ron looked at the rifle, then at Zor, and back at the rifle. Its barrel was a good 3 feet long.
Hell we need that for?
He asked in a hushed tone. Zor only replied with a shrug. The shopkeeper drew back to give them some privacy, though remained within earshot.
Listen.
Ron leaned in closer toward Zor.
We did what we did to get money, right? This rifle, how much do you think we can sell it for? Nothing, but I need it. Okay, sure, I get that. But this isn't just about us two, all right? I need money, badly. We all do.
Zor nodded.
We'll pull another heist, he said. Plan it properly this time. But right now, I need this rifle.
You're trespassing. This is private property.
Private's what's on the other side of this gate. This side's still public.
Sir, leave immediately or I'll be forced to remove you.
Technically, Liam could demand to see his ID. He had every right, according to the law. The Militech soldier would be legally obliged to lift his visor and identify himself, but Liam quickly discarded that option. He knew it wouldn't happen, and not only because he was standing on an empty, dimly lit street. He showed him his hollow badge. The soldier gave him a slight tilt of the head. He was probably a captain, if Liam had to guess. At the very least, Liam felt as if he was putting up a stand in defense of publicly owned land.
Wait here.
No, he wasn't defending anything at all. He felt like a kid who just walked into a yard with signs that read, "Trespassers will be shot on sight." The gate caught his eye. Parts of it gleamed with brand new metal. It had been recently repaired. Evening was setting in with a drizzle, weather you'd rather experience at home through a window. A middle-aged man came out, spry in his movements and demeanor. He had short gray hair and an athletic figure. Ex-military. What Liam hadn't been prepared for was the charcoal suit, which could only mean one thing. Corpo, and a high-ranking one at that. He was trailed by two soldiers, who now positioned themselves on either side of him. "Detective, what can I do for you?" he calmly asked without a hint of impatience. He didn't appear interested in his name, rank, or badge. There was an unmistakable aura of power emanating from this man. Liam realized he was meeting someone whom he'd normally never have the chance to even get close to. He just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Pure coincidence. "I'm leading an investigation," he began, unfazed, trying to sound as professional as he could. "Part of it involves a van that rammed through this gate. All evidence points to an attempted robbery." "I appreciate your concern, but we have everything under control. I think both the NCPD and Militech would benefit from knowing what happened here." Nothing of any value was taken. The corpo's demeanor hadn't changed. It didn't need to. Liam knew he could end this conversation at any moment if he wanted. "And with all due respect, don't take this the wrong way, Detective. I highly doubt you have any information that would be useful to us. This case involves multiple homicides. One of them leads directly back to this gate. There are some who don't have to interrupt anyone in order to make themselves heard. Their presence alone is enough to make others go quiet. This man was one of them." "I am sorry to hear that, truly," he said. "But I'm sure you're aware of the murder rate in Night City. Surely there wouldn't be enough detectives like yourself who could solve even a tenth of them. Be that as it may, I have a duty to solve this investigation. I think it would be in everyone's best interest if said investigation was discontinued. It would save us all a lot of trouble and unnecessary headache. We're treating the damage to this gate as an act of vandalism. Now, if you'll excuse me, I also have duties to attend to. Goodbye." Liam walked slowly to his car parked nearby. Moments ago, he was talking to a man who, despite the fact that Liam was an NCPD detective, could have done whatever he wanted with him without facing any consequences. A god of sorts. And this god had not so subtly insinuated that he ought to check the case closed box as soon as possible.
Get in.
Warden looked at the flung-open door of the limo. Inside was Renner. Outside Night.
Me? Who else, dipshit? Get in. Fuck you waiting for?
Warden didn't move. He was trying to keep himself steady. He stared at his boss.
Dunno, a reason, maybe?
He replied.
You gone completely whacked. I said, get in!
Warden looked farther down the street. He'd planned to walk home, sober up by the end. Not like it mattered. He got in. The limousine set off again.
That job you pulled behind my back?
Renner began more calmly now.
Situation's escalated. We're about to be up to our necks in shit. That how you wanted this to play out? One of my guys messed up. So everything goes tits up 'cause of one gonk?
Renner was facing him now.
Genius fucking idea you hatched. Find amateurs to do the job, then toss them back into their garbage, meaningless lives. By sunrise, everyone's gonna know.
He kicked the divider in front of him.
Ross, fucking step on it, will ya? This ain't a fucking school bus.
The limo accelerated.
You sidelined me,
Warden said slowly, reluctantly.
Didn't give me a chance to finish what I started. This chill attitude of yours is starting to piss me off. You think you're on a little timeout, That it's only a matter of time before I get over it?
The crosses on Renner's hands illuminated the limo's interior.
Don't you see we've got a fucking crisis on our hands? No, I don't. 'Cause you shut me out.
Renner took a deep breath and exhaled.
Word around town's that we clept something big from Militech,
he explained, making an effort to keep his cool.
Any minute now, Militech's gonna find out who did it. Meaning us. Meaning we're sitting on a ticking fucking time bomb. So what's in it, The fuck's in that piece of shit container?
Warden sighed and closed his eyes.
I don't know.
The door flew off its cheap sliding hinges and crashed to the floor, sending pieces of plastic and metal flying against the walls, shrieks from within. Out of the darkness, a figure in a nightshirt holding a large kitchen knife, like something straight out of a horror flick. The cold LED light lit up. The alarm's time-worn motion sensor finally detected movement. 2 children, no more than 3 and 5 years old, ran past him toward their father, who had now appeared, a half-asleep 40-something-year-old wielding a bathroom stool, hardly an effective weapon. Father, mother, 2 children. Family, like any other.
Not gonna hurt you, Zor said, long as you stay out of my way.
The mother didn't listen and lunged forward. Before she knew it, the knife was slapped out of her hand. The father lost any will to attempt a follow-up. The odds didn't look good in his favor. He pulled his wife toward them and drew back, shielding their children.
What do you want?
He asked quietly. Looking around, Zor couldn't come up with an answer. Something drew him here. He had no idea what or why. The dim light cast from the smaller room showed the terrified family huddled together in the corner. He could have knocked like a normal person, but then they wouldn't have let him in. He measured 3 times the length of his forearm along the wall from the door and punched with all his strength. There was a dull thud. The plaster cracked. The building was old, brick-laden, nothing fancy in its construction. He punched again. Crumbs of plaster and dust sprinkled onto the floor. This wasn't going to work. It'd take half the night, not to mention destroy his hand. He picked up the knife and started repeatedly stabbing the wall. The family looked at him wide-eyed with fear. They didn't dare stop him. The younger child sobbed. On the 20th stab, the orange ceramic tile beneath the plaster gave way. 1 stab later, a matte black metal object became visible. With every strike, his recollection of what was inside became clearer.
From there, it was easy.
He pulled out a dented, dust-covered metallic briefcase. His hands were trembling. He bounded down the building stairs and briskly headed toward the nearest station. The gray container stood where it had been left, behind a set of steel doors whose code only Renner knew.
Tell me who gave you the job.
It was just the two of them. Ross was upstairs, making sure none of their fellow gangers wandered down into the basement.
I don't know.
Renner closed his eyes and cursed under his breath.
You'd best start coming up with some fucking explanations. You're telling me you don't know what you stole or who for? How were you supposed to deliver the goods then? I wasn't, Warden answered. Client wanted the container to disappear. Disappear? That a fucking joke? He paid you to collect something he didn't even want? Wanted me to hide it someplace. No one would find it.
Warden knew he was drunk, but it was only now that he felt it, which is probably why he didn't care what Renner would do to him. He wasn't even nervous.
Could be anything in there, Renner said. Could be a fucking bomb that'll blow half this neighborhood into orbit like in 23.
The airtight container didn't betray any hint as to what it held inside.
Could try opening it,
Warden suggested, though he knew trying to force the lock would be extremely dangerous.
No. Here's what'll happen. You're gonna do something for me, and this time, it better be to the fucking letter. No gonk-brained ideas. Your little gang of morons, you'll get them here. How you do that is up to you. We'll record ourselves splattering their brains on the walls and find the container. Then we give it back to Militech, who will thank us for doing them a fucking favor.
Renner gave Warden an icy glare.
Fuck this up, and it'll be your brains splattered across the wall. Understood?
Zor plopped a surgical briefcase on the operating chair and opened it. Ron took one look and whistled with admiration.
Fine piece of chrome, that. Not latest gen, but preem tier for sure. Decent condish. Could fetch a hefty sum. Want to take that to our Candyman Kabuki? Want you to chip me with it. You realize this is military wear, right?
Ron scratched the back of his head.
It's registered to specific DNA. Without the manufacturer codes, syncing this to your profile will be a bitch. DNA is mine. Wore a uniform in my past life. Yeah, and you clearly weren't no ordinary grunt. You've held on to this till now? I don't know. Only yesterday I didn't remember. Something was up with my memory. Military shrink could probably say more. Why have it taken out anyway? Army doesn't strip chrome after you're discharged. Not to mention all the problems that could come with that. I wasn't discharged. Zor shot Ron a tense glare. Can you chip it or not?
Ron looked at the cyberware for a moment and gave a slight nod.
This isn't an easy op, but yes, I can. He sighed. It'll take around a week for your body to fully adapt. Make it 24 hours. You out of your damn mind, Ron retorted. This takes a week, minimum, including another nanite dose. Not to mention immunosuppressants, which I don't got a whole lot left of, by the way. What order? Ron asked, after a beat. What? What do you want chipped first? What am I starting with? All of it. Ron sighed. Forgot to ask the most important question. You actually want to come out of this alive? There's a reason chrome gets chipped in increments gradually, along with some serious drugs. A week, maybe 2 between each one. Brain needs time to adapt and learn. You get it all at once. Sure, in 24 hours you can be a borged-up ubermensch. You'll also become a goddamn cyber-psycho.
Zor didn't look like someone you could persuade using logic or reason.
You handle tissue regen, Zor said. I'll deal with the cyberpsychosis. I need this chrome. Needed to finish something that's been keeping me up nights for years.
Ron folded his arms.
Have it your way. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Go wash up first.
He pointed at the door to the shower behind the freezers.
Want you to scrub with soap everywhere, and I mean everywhere. Under your nails, too. When you're done scrubbing, do it all over again. Got it? You lock the door?
Zor started to undress. Ron glanced at the entrance.
Yeah, of course. Always lock it.
He powered up the operating chair and was already setting up the procedure on the panel. All the necessary programs were there. Good thing about military chrome was that it was more old school. Sockets, connectors. Everything was thicker, sturdier, more resilient. No sweat for his antiquated cyber arm. As soon as the door to the bathroom closed behind Zor, Ron went to the entrance and locked it. He transferred the briefcase to his desk, booted up his terminal, and searched for the reflex booster model that lay on top. His eyes widened.
Well, well.
If Militech's official price was $200,000, then it would go for at least double on the black market. Probably the same for the implants. The river doc straightened up, impressed, and looked at the bathroom where the sound of running water was coming from. The contents of this briefcase added up to a small fortune. The operating chair began to auto-disinfect. The harsh smell wafted through the room, and Ron felt the same excited anticipation he experienced before every operation. The harder the operation, the stronger the feeling. Zor emerged naked from the bathroom and, not waiting for any instructions, went to lie down on the chair. The manipulators came alive, and without any input from the ripper doc, plugged into the right sockets and injected needles into the right veins.
How long ago you take these out?
Ron leaned over the fresh scars on Zor's shoulder, adjusting his optics to macro.
Years ago.
The ripper doc's eyebrows knit together almost imperceptibly. He stood still for a few seconds before closing his eyes and letting out a noiseless sigh.
You're going to slowly conk out,
he said, pressing a few buttons on the console.
Then wake up practically a super soldier. Whether of sound mind is yet to be determined. How thorough do you want the stitching? Don't have a lot of time between implants. Want to avoid scarring. Forget the scars.
Zor was already fading out. His exhaustion helped the anesthesia do its job.
Just make sure the stitching's strong.
The diagnostic screen confirmed that the full dose of anesthesia had been dispensed. In a second, he'd stabilize. Then Ron could get to work. High time he put on clean clothes and disinfected his hands. But Ron, pale-faced, didn't move. His gaze slowly turned to the briefcase. He'd seen that piece of cyberware before. Was all but certain of it. Only, where?
I prefer meeting in person.
Stanley slipped his hands into the pocket of his suit pants.
Even if it's late. Funny, isn't it? How no piece of technology has ever truly replaced face-to-face conversation. He paused. We had a deal, Warden. It was pretty simple. You were to steal the container and get rid of it without a trace. As I understand it, you've achieved the exact opposite, because apparently, now the entire city knows of it. I don't operate in a vacuum, Warden replied. I lost the trust of my boss. He took it out of my hands. You'll regain his trust
once he gets the rest of the payment. Now, make sure the container and its contents disappear. This time, for good. It's a recording from one of our patrol drones. It flies in a random route, avoiding Pacifica, of course. Kids over there shoot at it for fun. Delinquents, you mean? Sure, whatever. Little bastards don't shoot at corp drones because they return fire. We don't fly over Northside either. Different reasons. The nighttime recording showed a street running from Kabuki to Northside. The detective zoomed in on a portion of the frame. Wasn't any doubt. A Byers and Son van was heading toward Northside. Intact. Can't make out the plate, the rookie said. Could have been any of their vans. Our tech might be shitty, Liam explained, but not shitty enough to miss the number on the side. The rookie scolded herself. The 13 wasn't big, but it was legible. Still isn't proof, the detective added. Anyone can slap a number on a van. Except, almost 1 minute later, the CCTV in this neighborhood went down. Wasn't there a fire? The rookie recalled. Could have short-circuited the CCTV. Fire broke out after the cams went dark. The detective tossed 2 pieces of gum into his mouth. Could be just a coincidence. Matter of fact, everything we've pieced together so far could be. Experience tells me when there are too many of them, they're not coincidences. I looked through more footage. They sat in the crowded, bustling room of the NCPD's Criminal Investigation Division. Crumpled paper coffee cups filled the trash can next to Liam's desk. Did you even go home last night? She asked him. The detective gave a slight shake of his head. I looked inside that van. Someone scrubbed it clean. Probably used ammonia and hydrogen peroxide on the bloodstains. No DNA whatsoever. Zora and Aya, the rookie said, thinking out loud. They robbed a Militech warehouse and killed a guard, plus 2 women, Molly Bernard and Elena Delaney. What I don't get is why they used that specific van for the robbery. It's like they were asking to get caught. The detective nodded. Can ask him yourself. Think it's about time you issued your first arrest warrant. Chapter 10. Let me get this straight. Y'all be buying water that's cleaner, tastier, safer, healthier, call it whatever you want. 'Cause I can't be fucked, man. I'm just a lazy-ass motherfucker who's somehow getting by, telling you how it is and keeping it real. Like the fact that y'all getting mad fleeced on your all-food subscription 'cause y'all's lazier-ass motherfuckers than me. Or you just got scopped for brains. Let me lay it out for you. Night City got clean water standards, right? No clue what they are, but they exist. What happens after the water goes through treatment at the plant? No one gives a fuck. No one except Freakseek. Who would have thunk, right? Dig this. Night City's got an actual Bureau of Clean Drinking Water. Number of employees? 2. They good at their jobs? Hard to tell, 'cause they ain't showed up for work in years. Them's your tax dollars hard at work right there. So who's actually supervising Night City's water quality? Any guesses? A team of experts? A couple experts? One expert? A fucking intern? Nah, bro. No one checks that shit. Don't pretend like you're gonna check it either. So instead, y'all motherfuckers be paying a real water subscription for clean water delivery. Real smart. I mean the corpse, not you. Funny thing is, treating water ain't hard. You know what's also not hard? Taking clean water and then putting all kinds of nasty shit in it. Remember, fools, y'all ain't paying for cleaner water. Y'all paying to not get poisoned. Oh, I'm sorry. This getting you down? Yeah, that ain't never been my game, man. Don't like it? You could go jerk off to a brain dance or something. For the rest of you down with it, what are you waiting for? Smash that download button and stay tuned for your next Freakseek hot take. Peace! Looks like you're stuck with me again. She wheeled a large, very expensive-looking suitcase into the middle of the room. So, you're Albert. Not how I imagined you at all. She squinted at him for a moment in contemplation. The teenager threw her a quick glance over his bowl of instant synth ramen.
What made you change your mind?
He answered with a question. I see you have a C-link, Melina said, in overcoat, and flung it onto the couch, revealing a tasteful, slim-fitted corpo suit.
Should help you find out who's after us. C-link isn't enough on its own,
Albert said with a tinge of melancholy.
I'm still stuck at Tier 1 with a modded wreath and some Tier 2 components, but I can't upgrade the cyber deck any more than I already have. I need full Tier 2.
Aya came into the room, having just woken up. Oh, she stared at Melina, surprised. Change of heart? Didn't have a choice. Someone tried to kidnap me yesterday. You're not the only one, Aya replied. Either of you know where Zor is? He's not answering my messages. What about Ron? Melina looked around. Someone's trying to take all of us out. I have my suspicions as to who it could be, but I'm still not sure. Either way, we've laid a path and we'll keep walking it. Except from now on, we'll do it with proper planning. She flipped the suitcase on its side and opened it. It wasn't full of clothes, cosmetics, or anything you'd normally expect to find in an elegant woman's suitcase. Albert's eyes widened. He went over to the suitcase and dropped to his knees almost as if in worship, taking out a hefty cable with thick insulation. What is it? Aya looked at the cable and folded spongy fabric. I borrowed it from the company, replied Melina. Don't think I'll need to give it back.
Tier 3 net running gear, Albert said in a tone that was very different from how he usually spoke.
With its own dedicated coolware.
You can't back up a human being. If you die, it's game over. You're gone for good. No coming back. That said, it's possible to preserve someone's DNA and, in the event of their death, use it to create a new identical body. Expensive, but doable. What's the point, though? It'll only recreate the body, not the mind. It would be like creating an identical hard drive, but without the data. If anyone knew how to back up a human mind, then that someone must be residing behind the black wall. Only, they wouldn't be human. If Hameroff and Penrose's theory of quantum consciousness is correct, then the human mind is a biological quantum computer. Consciousness, memories, knowledge, everything that makes us us, is only an ephemeral cloud of probability whose quantum state lies somewhere beyond our perceivable 3- or even 4-dimensional space. If that's true, and Albert believed it was, then transferring a condensed version of that data is basically impossible with today's tech. However powerful corporate supercomputers were, they couldn't match the complexity of the processes taking place in the human brain. The history of transferring and emulating consciousness went back at least half a century. Albert trawled through every available source containing information about Soul Killer, the program that Arasaka's relic technology was based on. Albert regarded it as a magic trick, no more advanced than an interactive hologram, something pretending to be a person post-mortem. Besides, even an attempt at far from perfect emulation would eat up so much computing power that nobody would ever agree to such a vast waste of resources. At least, nobody on this side of the black wall. ARS-03, log 55349. Synchronization procedure initiated. Unidentified device, NI-1001010101110. Status unknown. Subsystems detected, 117. Synchronization procedure in progress.
You need to rest up for a few days. Let the nanites do their work. I need more. Out of the question. It'll increase the risk of surplus tissue metastasizing. Trust me, you don't want a dick and balls to suddenly start growing out of your forehead.
The elevator cabin, its interior clad in protective paneling made from recycled compressed plastic, rode upward.
Regen's going surprisingly smooth, though,
the Ripper Doc admitted.
But just 'cause the implants aren't causing any problems now doesn't mean you're out of the woods just yet. Gotta conserve your energy. Tissue hasn't fully stabilized yet. I feel like my body's made of scop, Zor said.
There was a nagging thought that Ron couldn't shake.
Your implants. They configured themselves almost instantly, he probed. Didn't have to tweak a thing. Body remembers. Wasn't the body.
The Ripper Doc shook his head, but held his tongue just as the elevator slowed to a halt. They stepped out into an unfinished concrete hallway. As soon as the elevator doors closed behind them, it became nearly pitch black. He went over to the second door on the right and placed his hand on the biometric lock. The door slid open, spilling a streak of light into the hallway.
So, you've got our biometrics too, Ron said in lieu of a greeting. What is this place? Somewhere safe, Warden replied. Yeah, safe for you, Ron muttered.
They went in. The floor-to-ceiling windows were covered in a thick layer of dust, blurring the outlines of the neighboring buildings. Some of the windows were still draped in protective plastic. 30th story. Beside a concrete pillar lay a stack of military cases with sockets in their sides, used to transport electronic equipment. Farther ahead, there was an empty bathtub from which a thick braid of cables led deeper into the unfinished unit. The little water that still remained at the bottom was murky from dirt. Ron warily took in their surroundings. Warden leaned against a folding table, his arms crossed. He wore his usual synth leather coat. You said you needed a fixer, he said. We did, but last time you said we were a bunch of amateurs. Zor approached him. Concrete crumbs crunched beneath his soles. He said that? Ron asked, looking at Zor. 'Cause it's true, the ganger said. Only reason I hired y'all for the job in Arroyo. Bunch of seemingly regular folks, no record in any NCPD database. Nothing's changed. All that could come in handy again. He straightened up. Got a job for y'all. Pays $500,000. Up to you how you want to split it. $500,000. Cash up front? Ask me another gunk question, and I'll put lead up front between your eyes. What's the job? Zor asked. Gonna break in somewhere. Clep something for me. Might want to be packing iron in case things go south. I'll give you everything you need. Rather bring our own gear, Zor said firmly. Warden took out a wad of cash from his pocket, split it in half, and handed it to Zor without counting it. Get whatever y'all need by end of day. Unregistered, no serial numbers. Matters time sensitive. We'll find an arms dealer, Ron assured him. Is that right? Yeah. Got one of those next to every car dealer. Warden looked up at the ceiling in resignation and sighed. Amateur hour. We'll manage on our own. Y'all can't manage shit. He blinked, his irises flickering bright blue. Here. Zor's phone pinged with a new message. He fished it out of his pocket. Gotta be fucking kidding me, Warden muttered at the side of Zor's phone. Gonna get there on horseback, too? Zor hesitated, then let habit do its work. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket and blinked, his irises glazing over blue. He skimmed through the contact details that hovered in his retinal display.
Dealer ain't the best, Warden said. Smells like a fucking petting zoo. But he sells clean gear, untraceable. Picks some iron for short-range combat in tight spaces. Case things don't go to plan.
Zor stuffed the wad of cash in his pocket.
Which they usually don't.
Who are we robbing?
Me,
Warden replied, as if it were completely normal.
Gonna collect that container. Same one as last time.
Ron froze at the sight of Melina. He was barely through the doorway. Came back because I wasn't safe. She was half lying on the couch as if about to take a nap. Rather not go back home. He glanced at the suitcase and smiled.
Looks like you're serious about moving in.
Oh, that. No, she pointed behind her. Albert lay on his chair in what looked like a neoprene diving suit, with multiple sockets and complex-looking tubes and cables coming out of it. One of the cables led to a heat exchanger on the balcony behind the cracked-open window. Others led to a terminal and a compact metallic briefcase that sat beside Melina, its screen displaying vital functions. Zor entered after Ron. Aya's smile was quickly replaced with a look of worry.
Zor, are you okay? She asked. You look...
Zor's eyelids were red, his face pale.
Look exactly how I feel,
he replied.
It's the anesthetic. Got a little fine-tuning from Ron. Everything's okay.
She went over to him and delicately squeezed his shoulder, as if afraid he would break.
I'll be fully regen by tomorrow,
he said. Ron looked up at the ceiling, sighed, and gently shook his head.
Did they make contact?
Aya finally asked.
No, Zor replied. But we have a job. It'll be more than enough for Ron's new arm. He'll be able to fix you up.
Aya looked like she couldn't have cared less. Albert will find out who took Juliana, she said. Meanwhile, Ron hadn't taken his eyes off Melina.
What do you mean you weren't safe?
He asked her. Oh, you know, no big deal. Just that someone followed and tried to kidnap me. 62 seconds. The exact time it took for him to break through his own ICE and gain access to the cave. Mixed emotions. Probably the only way to describe his state of mind. He did it on his first try, just barely after booting up his new equipment. The bundle of new programs he'd received from Warden as a reward for Arroyo had been worth the risk. He should have felt happy, but he was weighed down with the realization that he'd been practically defenseless for all these years without even knowing it. He decided to start with configuring the most secure encryption he could manage. The next thing that struck him was the quality of what he'd created up until this point. Terrible, basically. What used to seem like the pinnacle of his cyberdeck's potential now looked like it had been made by a script kiddie. He'd spent weeks writing macros for managing databases. With Tier 3, he could do the same amount in 15 minutes. And better, too. His own corner of cyberspace, so familiar to him from all the time he'd spent in it, looked exactly the same. It was like the forgotten childhood toy you'd find at the bottom of a box of old junk. He used to see all its rough edges as a necessary compromise in order to save RAM and processing power. Now, it just looked cheap and janky. The Netrunner edition of abject poverty. The Taron in particular looked unsophisticated. No more complex than the games that Albert was making eddies from. It wouldn't break through the black wall, just as a hammer wouldn't break through a nuclear bunker. The only thing it would be good for was drawing the attention of Netwatch and NetSec. For a brief 50-millisecond moment, Albert considered wiping everything and starting over. No, there was plenty of space. Maybe he could salvage something. The resolution was several times sharper,
the speed orders of magnitude faster. He significantly reduced the size of the pillars of his homespun algorithms and distanced them even farther from the center. He didn't even need to scroll up and down. He saw them in their entirety. He also saw the ones that he'd moved farther away earlier. He grouped them all by category and created a new central hub where he could temporarily settle his virtual avatar. It only took him a few seconds to realize that here, too, he didn't need to be frugal. He could operate multiple avatars simultaneously, meaning he could process and control a few thousand times the amount of data than before. Happy as a puppy, he flitted through cyberspace with a speed and precision that was unimaginable even with Warden's gear. He felt bigger, faster, better. On top of that, the learning curve of the tech was low, since it was all based on intuition. The only thing he couldn't wrap his head around was where the limits of Tier 3 capability ended. He saw the Tauron's painstakingly created code in its entirety, from start to finish, along with all the reference dumps, unfinished versions, and so on. And all he saw were mistakes and stupidity. 2 communication channels were enough to clog up his old cyberdeck, such as when he had to switch between the drone cams, CCTV cameras, and the data feed from the surveillance center. He opened 100 channels. Nothing happened. No overload, no lag. It was more than he'd ever need. But with more supply comes more demand. He'd have to test how much the system could handle sometime later. If Tier 3 was this much more powerful than Tier 1, then what were the higher tiers like? On a separate note, he realized that over the last few days of not having access to his cave, he'd earned 2,053 euro dollars. That would cover his rent and food subscriptions a few months in advance. Did you find them? Aya's tone was hopeful. Haven't started looking yet. Albert stood up. Still some prep work left. Things I need to reconfigure. She stepped closer to him, barely able to suppress the urge to grab and shake him to his senses. She took a deep breath. Find who took Juliana, she implored of him. It's important. I know. Albert went over to the fridge and pulled out a high-glucose meal box. Eat, then keep looking. The whole reason we're in this mess is because we didn't prepare. No intel, nothing. We have to do things differently this time. To hell with that! Aya exploded, getting up suddenly and burying her face in her hands. I just want to find Juliana. And for all of this to stop. It'll never stop until we find whoever's after us, Albert explained calmly. And until we make enough money to be able to protect ourselves.
Warden's offering us $500,000, Zor said. All eyes except Ron's turned to him. That'll buy you a patch of grass in North Oak, Melina said, bringing them all back down to planet Earth. It's not as much as you think.
Night City isn't the be-all and end-all, Aya pointed out.
Of course not. Everywhere else is just worse. With every minute spent grasping the magnitude of his new equipment's potential, it became clearer that he'd made it this far through simple miracle. No. It was because he wasn't flashy, never tried to draw attention to himself. His operation was small beans, too insignificant to be of interest to gangs or the NCPD. He always played it safe, never meddled in anyone's biz. Then Warden came along and forced him to become a reluctant member of the impromptu gang. Nothing had been the same ever since. The human body was only capable of repairing itself from minor injuries. Serious injuries destroyed not only the body, but also a part of the person residing within, irreversibly. If only he hadn't argued with his mother. If only she hadn't destroyed his cyberdeck. He'd never have moved out. And then it'd probably be his body at the morgue, not hers. He would have stopped existing. If he backed out now, he'd be in even more danger. Not to mention Melina would probably ask for her gear back. How long could they realistically keep up this charade? No matter how you looked at it, the odds were stacked against them. Whether it'd be in a week or a month, eventually, they'd lose. Some believe that Bart Moss transferred his consciousness to the net where no one could find him. Others, that he transferred only a part of himself. An AI, to carry out his instructions. A self-executing last will and testament. But that didn't smack of the ambition he was famous for. Then, there's the philosophical argument that transferring one's own consciousness might be possible, but the workings of that consciousness would be nothing more than a simulation. But Bart Moss never had the level of Albert's tech. Transferring the quantum state of every atom in his brain, every neutron, proton, and so on, was impossible. In that case, at the very most, you could transfer a brain pattern to the other side, booting up as a digipuppet that would only imitate the original, pretend to be the real thing. The human central nervous system was wholly incompatible with human-built computers. Computers were based on logic circuits, always providing clear and unequivocal results based on clear and unequivocal queries and data. Meanwhile, the workings of the brain best reflected Heisenberg's uncertainty principle that by definition would disallow the creation of an exact copy. In other words, the impossibility of transferring the human mind stemmed from the nature of reality itself. A different approach was required. A deep conversation that couldn't be done simply by reading one medium and writing it to another. The process required a brilliant painter rather than a photographer. Albert's Tier 3 net-running rig was self-instructed. It optimized itself by scanning its user and learning their movements, preferences, memories. The process itself ran in the background, on low prio to free up memory. Albert cranked its priority to near maximum and expanded it to all his programs. Now they would absorb everything they had access to. He had no idea how long the process would take. Some believe there is no mind without body, that transferring a consciousness, defined as the sum of the brain and central nervous system's quantum states, to a machine, any machine, would result in informational pandemonium. A colossal amount of data would momentarily lose all meaning, since there would be no way to process it. It would be like disassembling a highly complex machine down to the last screw, tossing everything into a pile and waiting for it to resume operations. Albert didn't believe that mind and body were inseparable. The mind was just a tenant, trapped. 1 year ago, during a data harvest from a library in Japantown, he discovered an article about the experiments of Antoine Lavoisier. Nearly 300 years ago, he tried to prove that a severed head could retain consciousness as long as it had oxygen to process thoughts. The French chemist conducted the experiment on himself, though not exactly voluntarily. He was beheaded during the French Revolution. Before his execution, he told his assistant that after his head was cut off, he would try to stay conscious for as long as possible by blinking. He blinked for 20 seconds. Albert also discovered an article that debunked this account as a myth, but the fact remained. He wouldn't need any oxygen where he was going, nor, for that matter, even a physical body. He would live on as pure consciousness. South Glen? This is practically Pacifica. No more dangerous than anywhere else. Sure about that? Because it feels like we're out of the city now, trying to avoid bumping into Raff and Shiv. The area did look truly desolate, though it was just an illusion. Locals here simply avoided open spaces such as streets and sidewalks. The afternoon heat was another disincentive. Nonetheless, the mini-marts were open and handfuls of people lurked in the cooler shadows of the short, stumpy buildings. Don't stop, Zor said. See? Ron turned the wheel and accelerated. You feel it too. They drove around waiting for a signal. Stopping here would inevitably attract a small-time hustler or, at the very least, a homeless person, or whoever was loitering in those dim alleyways. What do we need more iron for anyway? Ron asked. Already got some from the last job. Those were pieces of junk, Zor replied. What about your sniper rifle? Doesn't look like junk to me. Can't use it in close range. How ironic, he chuckled. You know, I always wondered if that's where Ron came from. Ironic. If I ever meet my parents one day, I'll ask them. What I'm trying to say is, we could put this money to better use. I know it's an investment and all, but how soon are we going to see a return? As soon as someone tries to kill us again. A day that's fast approaching. Aya sat in the back, her eyes flickering blue as she scanned for messages. Funny how expectations change depending on circumstances. Before, she'd always hoped she'd never have to get involved with Night City's shadier demographic. Now, she could hardly wait for them to make contact and tell her where they were keeping Juliana, and what they wanted in exchange. Destitution. Probably the most succinct description of the view rolling past. Department stores with display windows stretching for dozens of yards, now divided up into tiny stores or completely boarded up. They passed one abandoned car after another, a common sight in Night City's worst neighborhoods. Those that weren't abandoned seemed worse for wear than anywhere else. At this hour, the unit block windows were usually shielded from the heat with shutters or curtains. Any open ones meant they were most likely deserted. The AC in the car hummed loudly. Ron switched it off and opened the window, but quickly came to the conclusion that even weak AC was better than the hot breeze from outside. Nah, fuck this. Ron sat back in his seat and stepped on the gas. We're getting out of here. In the shadow of a building on an almost empty street stood a gray van with two heavies leaning against it. Pull over, Zor said. You insane. You see those guys? That's them, the arms dealers. Stop the car. This is the Glen, not Pacifica. They won't do anything to us. Ron stopped a few yards farther, to keep a little distance nonetheless. You really want to do this? He asked nervously. Warden recommended him. You do you, but I ain't getting out of this car. Fine. Keep the engine running. Zor opened the door. I'm coming with you. Aya got out. The heat was truly unbearable.
Careful with your stitches, Ron reminded Zor. No sudden movements.
They walked toward the dealers. One of them had a pig's face, the other a tiger's. Animals. Don't look like the most trustworthy, Aya pointed out.
Know any arms dealers who do?
How are you holding up?
I'm fine.
Zor straightened his back. His whole body hurt. He instinctively hunched over in pain, keeping it inside.
Everything's fine.
They stopped a few feet from the van. Aya stood behind Zor's shoulder. The animals reeked something awful. Hard to tell if that was part of their style or they just never took showers. Or maybe the latter was a product of the former. They stared at each other for a moment. The animals were clearly intrigued by Aya.
We need 4 pistols, Zor said without greeting. 2 small ones, Lexington or smaller, plus 2 higher caliber. Also need 4 SMGs, maybe Saratogas, and 10 frag grenades. Got all that?
Big Cat cocked his head to the side. Without a word, Pigface opened the van's back doors, pulled 2 boxes toward the edge, and opened them. Zor came closer. In one of the cases, in foam molds, were tin Sugar Rays. In the other 2, pulsars, along with a pile of magazines. All of it definitely used. Aya stood glued to the spot. She couldn't tell if it was due to fear or that stench.
So what'll it be?
The big cat asked after a beat.
We's doing biz?
Mm-hmm. Zor nodded. We need 4 new SMGs, though. New. Pigface spat next to Zor's shoe.
Got this?
Pigface snorted. He jumped up into the hold and pulled out one more rectangular case.
Reinforced military gear. Won't find it anywhere else.
In the case lay a few dozen different pistols, this time glistening new. Zor picked up a Lexington. It didn't have a serial number or markings.
Take what's there, or vice versa.
Zor gave him a questioning look.
It's French for fuck off,
Pigface explained.
You's taking it or not? Can also put in an order,
the big cat added.
Takes a few days. Cash up front.
No, the deal's on, Zor said. We'll take 4 Sugar Rays, 2 CALs, and 2 Lexingtons. Plus ammo, army grade.
Toss in this little doll here, and yous can take it all right now.
Big Cat didn't take his eyes off Aya. He licked his lips.
She's not part of the deal, Zor replied. Paying cash.
Aya gritted her teeth. The pistol behind her belt gave her only a little courage. The big cat came closer, his stench wafting in her direction, making Aya wince.
Don't look like someone who could stop us.
He kept looking at her, but spoke to Zor.
What'll yous do if I decide to take the payment myself?
My guy's waiting back there.
Zor pointed at the SUV. It was a weak threat, but the animals couldn't have been the wiser.
Finger on the trig.
It didn't seem to make an impression on them. Aya waited, tense, for what would happen next. In her mind, she was already reaching for her gun. No. Last resort. Chances of coming out on top were close to none.
Not too brave. Ain't standing up for yous that much, eh?
Big Cat reached toward her. She briskly took a step back. The animal only laughed, obnoxiously sniffing the air in front of her.
Damn! Smells as good as she looks. We doing this or not?
Zor stood between Aya and the animal.
Cash. Nothing more. 500 for the Lexes, 6 for the CALs, and Let's say 8 for the SMGs.
Zor took out the wad of cash from his pocket, counted it, and handed it to Big Cat.
Not even gonna try to haggle?
Big Cat grinned, displaying his fangs.
Should I?
Zor pocketed the rest of the cash, loaded the weapons into the bag, and tried to pick it up, wincing from the soreness. Aya quickly went over to him, grabbing the bag and carrying it to the SUV.
Ammo,
she returned in demand.
Little doll speaks, Pigface grunted. Yous can pay for it in kind, he chortled.
cash,
Zor repeated firmly, massaging his shoulder.
Chum, what's the big deal? Can find yourself a new piece of ass. Got the ammo, or should we look elsewhere? How about,
Big Cat slid the case farther inside the van.
You let us have her for an hour, and the ammo's yours. Already told you.
Zor was tense. It took all his strength to hide his weakness. Suddenly, both animals froze. Pigface quickly slammed the doors of the van. Aya and Zor exchanged glances. Before they knew it, with a screech, 2 NCPD patrols pulled up next to them and 4 officers spilled out. Aya reached for the pistol behind her belt, but Zor grabbed her arm midway.
Fuck out of here, pigs. We's paid a month up front,
Big Cat called out.
Not here for you.
The senior officer glanced at the display on his wrist, then at Zor and Aya.
You're under arrest.
You have the right to remain silent, and so on and so forth. The data extracted from the 3rd Public Library in Haywood turned out to be quite the haul. Among other juicy tidbits, it contained an article on the black wall's functionality. This kind of data was usually heavily censored, or removed from publicly available sources altogether. Someone had clearly forgotten about this desert island of a library stranded from the rest of the net. The article had been published 30 years ago, so it wasn't exactly up to date, or reliable. But even if the author claimed more than they actually knew, it was enlightening nonetheless. The Black Wall wasn't a static entity. Its security systems were endlessly in flux. It was less a solid slab of concrete than an amalgamation of millions of tiny spinning blades shredding anything that dared approach. But that didn't mean it was completely impermeable. It had gaps. Both sides of the wall were also functionally independent, each separately monitoring potential threats and exchanging data with the other, constantly optimizing their defenses. Albert had heard of this from newer, though less reliable sources. All in all, the system was self-instructed, self-optimizing, but its foundations remained unchanged. There was hope that breaking through the Black Wall could be achieved by impersonating a side of the wall itself. Attempts over the years hadn't indicated that something like this was impossible, only that current net-running equipment wasn't advanced enough. Attempting it via remote connection meant surefire detection from NetWatch or NetSec AI patrols. Unless Albert could somehow gain exclusive access to a dedicated service hub. But that was unrealistic, to say the least. Not the first or last hurdle he'd have to overcome. He wanted to strangle the imbeciles who designed this SUV. Not only did the wheels automatically lock if the trunk was open, but there was no button to close the trunk from the driver's seat. Ron sat and waited for a miracle, unable to get out because of the 2 animals staring curiously at his car less than 30 feet away. Maybe they'd lose interest and just drive away? Nope. They were definitely headed toward him. He sank back into his seat as far as his long, spindly legs allowed. In a last-ditch attempt, he locked the doors. It didn't help. Pigface pulled on the handle, and the door gave anyway, the locked metal parts clanking against the black top. Shit. Pigface grabbed Ron by the collar of his sweater, lifted him into the air, and set him down as if he weighed no more than a child.
Well, look who we's got here, he grinned.
Personal space, Ron wheezed, robbed of breath.
Ever heard of it? Ever heard of paying back what you owe? Big Cat countered. Thought you said 2 days. And I thought you said something about selling stolen merch.
Big Cat motioned to the trunk.
So what's all the iron for?
Ron sighed and gathered his thoughts. Couldn't kill him, right? If they did, they could kiss their Eddies goodbye.
Right, so didn't spill the whole story last time, he began. Someone took it. Need the iron if I want to get the said merch back.
Said merch? What's that?
Ron wiped the sweat from his brow. I said merch, as a way of saying, never mind. Either way, if I want to sell it, I need to get it back. Big Cat cocked his head.
Maybe I oughta just off yous right here. Chalk it up to a loss.
That container's worth a fortune, Ron blurted out.
Container?
The one we stole from Militech.
Sure you've heard.
The animals looked at each other.
How much it worth?
Can't say for certain, Ron shrugged. Not my area of expertise. He straightened himself up and smoothed out his shirt. Shit ton, if I had to guess.
Shit ton for some said merch, you say?
Pigface thought out loud.
How much is that in eddies?
Couple times more than what I owe, for sure, Ron assured him.
Well, then...
Big Cat struggled to wrap his head around an amount.
How soon can yous get it?
Ron swallowed. Well, counting the ammo, I'd say 2 days, tops.
Got a better idea. How about we get it back for yous ourselves? Where's it at? Spill!
Ron sighed. He was hoping it wouldn't come to this. I don't know. If you die, it's game over. There are no backups. This obvious and terrifying fact testifies to the far from perfect nature of human beings. The brain stores and processes a colossal amount of data. Estimates range from a few to a few hundred petabytes of storage capacity and teraflops of processing power. Over-exaggerations, perhaps. Still, the body's core functioning is handled by the nervous system. That part can be skipped. If you don't need insulin in cyberspace, then do you even need a pancreas? If you wanted to, you could probably even compress consciousness or digitize analog neural processing down to 16 bits. Was it possible? Albert didn't know, because he couldn't find any information going back 30 years on any experiments conducted, not counting the relic. He assumed not much had changed since then. The only technology that had progressed in leaps and bounds was military tech, and Albert didn't have access to that. The main limitation wouldn't even be a computer or neural network's performance, but whether the number of threads in the entire process equaled the number of neurons, excluding, of course, those in charge of biological functions. But how would that affect the fidelity of the consciousness simulation? Hard to tell. Positively, maybe? If the pressures of the body on the mind disappeared, then so would laziness, tiredness, and impatience. Surely there were only benefits to be gained if the body shed its relevance. Then again, the lack of environmental pressure could also weaken motivation, drive. Nothing but a little wrinkle that Albert could straighten out later. Still, even if you compressed all of it, there wasn't a computer in existence or even a processing center that would be capable of simulating a human mind. At least, Not on this side of the black wall. And how often would you have to back yourself up in order to avoid losing important memories in the event of sudden death? In order to stay the same person? And if you did die, where would you get the body to upload your backup? Not your own lifeless corpse, that's for sure. It wasn't as if new, empty bodies were produced or sold anywhere. In any case, if there was technology powerful enough to process the total quantum states of all the synapses found in the central nervous system, what then? How could you reverse the procedure? How could raw data be written onto a living brain? It just didn't work. So, if you died, would your digitized copy just have to make do with cyberspace? The thought that digitizing the human mind was a one-way ticket wasn't at all unsettling to Albert. On the contrary, for the transfer procedure to be complete, the original would have to be destroyed. That's what transferring was, copying and destroying the original. Albert couldn't care less about what would happen to his physical body once the process was complete. One thing was certain. Life after death was possible. On the other side of the black wall. Classic. Bare concrete. Cold fluorescent lighting. A metal table. A fold-out chair. A surveillance camera. Must be another one hidden somewhere in the interrogation room. And the pointless waiting, that was key. Wore down the suspect. Not torture, per se, but in the same family. The setting was all too familiar to Zor. Military, though, not police. Once, he'd spent many hours being forced to explain why he'd deserted and broken the ceasefire. He'd spoken the truth, and nothing but the truth, to no one's satisfaction. If he made it through that, he'd make it through this. There was a lot of time until 11. Almost 20 hours. They had 24 hours to charge Zor and Aya with a crime. He'd made sure they wouldn't. Scrubbed all traces from the van and wiped the CCTV footage from Northside. So what did they have? Buying iron from the animals? Big whoop. A misdemeanor at worst. Not even. Who knew? Maybe those stinking, grotesque beasts even had licenses to sell. He tried to recall the technique he'd learned for rapid regen in the army. The handcuffs bound to his wrists didn't make it easy, but he managed to find a stable position. Liam stared at the display of the inside of the interrogation room. Zor sat in the uncomfortable metal chair, his head tilted back, eyes closed. He was napping, the asshole. Wasn't supposed to go like this. Shouldn't be Liam getting impatient, but Zor. And there he was, catching up on his beauty sleep. Don't think it's working, the rookie remarked. The inspector gave a slight nod. They sat in the dimly lit monitoring room in front of a grid of screens showing all the interrogation rooms. Most of them were occupado. Damn it, the comfy armchair was making Liam sleepy too. No, there was no time to waste. Any moment and someone else might need their room. Coffee? The rookie yawned and stood up. Liam examined the man on the screen. He obviously wasn't shipped with mantis blades, or any other subdermal blade or projectile implants. A preliminary scan did reveal military-grade wear, high-end too, but the system couldn't identify them. Gangs rarely went in for that kind of chrome. Zor looked more like someone who wanted to stay out of trouble. Didn't work out so well. The machine dispensed 2 coffees. The rookie put Liam's cup on the small desk. Liam immediately took off the plastic lid and tossed it in the trash. Let's see how he deals with the smell of freshly roasted Java. He spat his gum out, took the cup from the surprised rookie's hands, and got up, pushing the door open with his foot. He's chromed to the teeth with military wear, the rookie reminded him. We have no idea what he's capable of. Which is why I got a coffee for him, too. Liam walked down the concrete hallway and stopped in front of a steel door with a red light above it. The small LED screen on the door displayed the room's interior. There was his suspect, napping, without a care in the world. The detective stacked one coffee cup over the other and pressed his hand against the biometric panel. The heavy bolts retracted and the door slid open. The topmost cup tipped and spilled a bit of coffee onto Liam's sleeve, and caught Zor's gaze as he wiped off the brown liquid. Not the smoothest entrance, but Zor didn't react to the gaffe. The detective pulled up a chair and slid the cup of coffee with the lid on it toward the detainee, leaving a splotch of coffee on the table. They sat for a moment in silence, sizing each other up. "How is it that you're not in our database?" Liam asked. "You tell me. I'm not responsible for police records," Zor replied. "Am I being charged?" Liam touched the table next to the coffee smear. A holographic rectangle with his case notes appeared. Liam remembered them perfectly, not to mention that he could display it directly on his retina thanks to his implants. But this made a better impression and bought him time to think. "Over the last few days, a number of people have been killed. Molly Bernard, for one." He looked straight at Zor. "Ring any bells?" "You know I didn't kill her." "I know something's weighing on your conscience. Something just as heavy. Just don't know what yet. You're gonna sit tight while I gather more intel. Gonna take a while to piece this little puzzle together. Luckily, I've got time and patience. Gather enough pieces, the picture will start to make sense." "How long are you gonna keep me here?" Liam shrugged. "As long as it takes," he replied. "There's usually an explanation for everything. Might take a while, but it's there." "So why are there so many unsolved cases?" "Laziness, incompetence. Not with me. We're looking at multiple homicides, theft, and armed robbery, and here you are at the center of it all." "I didn't kill anyone." "Of course you'd say that. If you know who did, I'm all ears." "Can't find out if you're keeping me here." "You have your suspicions, no doubt." Liam took a sip of his coffee. "Go on, before it gets cold." Zor looked at the cup. He didn't move. Liam tried to scan him using his sensor implants, but stopped when Zor gave him a patronizing glare, as if to say, "Nice try." Zor had felt it, or at least the cyberware in his body had. He'd need to be put through a thorough scan, but in due time. Thankfully, Liam couldn't detect any signs of cyberpsychosis that he had worried about earlier. "How long are you gonna keep me here?" "In a rush to be somewhere." "Still haven't charged me with anything." "I don't think you understand the gravity of your situation," the detective said, his tone more serious. "You're the prime suspect in a murder, which means I can keep you here for as long as I want. That is, unless you give me something that'll change my mind. You say you didn't kill anyone. So who did? Gotta know something, or else you wouldn't have found yourself at the scenes of the crimes. Can't all be coincidences. If I did it, just say so. Whoever confesses first gets the better end of the deal, meaning a couple years less behind bars." He took another sip. Or no jail time at all, who knows? Unlike Zor, Aya didn't even pretend to stay calm. It was written all over her face. She was scared. Coffee wouldn't help, nor any other kind signs of sympathy. "You murdered Molly Bernard," Liam began. Aya violently shook her head. "Prison's jam-packed these days," the detective said. "Space is tight, but I'm sure they'll find a place for you. On the floor, maybe, or sharing a bed with an animal." "I didn't kill her." Aya lowered her gaze. "I don't know who did." Of course, she didn't do it. Liam had no doubt about that. Who kills their neighbor and leaves the dead body in their own unit only to come back and get caught on camera?
It'll get easier once you start talking.
She gave a despondent shrug.
Just tell me what you know, he insisted. Doesn't have to be from the beginning.
They kidnapped Juliana, she blurted out.
Who's Juliana?
Liam tried to sound interested, even though the appearance of a new piece of the puzzle didn't thrill him. She's 8. I take care of her. Molly helps out sometimes. It helped.
Made sense. Molly Bernard happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Whoever took the kid had to get rid of any witnesses. That would explain the quick stab wounds, unlike the other victims, who were toyed with. Why didn't you report it?
What do you mean, why? Tears welled up in her eyes. So you wouldn't drag me here. You always take the easy way out. There's a dead body in my unit, so I must have killed her, right? Simple. Just arrest me on suspicion of murder. I won't even know if they make contact now because you took my phone. Can't look for her, can't do anything as long as you keep me here.
Let me explain something. Liam leaned over the table. You're under arrest because someone was murdered in your unit and you didn't report it. That makes you the prime suspect. Someone could be out looking for Juliana, too, but you didn't report that either.
Would you have even bothered to look?
Might have been worth finding out.
Wouldn't change anything. You'd still drag me here. She hesitated. Can I still report the kidnapping?
Absolutely, Liam nodded. As soon as you tell me what I need to know. Who else is dead? Who's left on the kill list? Who ordered the murders, and why?
I don't know!
She wanted to throw out her arms, but the handcuffs stopped her.
That's what we were trying to figure out. Find whoever took Juliana before you arrested us.
If you want to help Juliana, start by telling me the truth.
You promise to find her?
I promise, he lied. But first, we need to go over what you know. If Zor forced you to commit a crime, you have to tell me right here and now. Unless you prefer to go straight to prison. As he drove out of the parking garage, his eye was caught by a charcoal black suit getting out of a limo in front of the precinct. The same one from the Militech warehouse in Northside. It was him, no doubt. Liam had a photographic memory for faces, in no small part aided by the NCPD database he could summon anywhere, anytime. He ought to have felt worried, but he didn't. His mind was elsewhere. He felt like a predator closing in on his prey. He was close. The puzzle was coming together. He could see it right in front of him, sections of it still blurred out. Could end up that he was looking at it upside down or reversed, but all the pieces were within his reach. It was a short drive, only a few blocks. He found a parking spot in the shade, cast by the practically adjoined megatowers. Protocol required he display his NCPD credentials on the dashboard. He looked around at the other parked cars and hesitated. Old beaters, not to mention the sketchy guys sitting on the curb in front of an auto repair shop, eyeing him discreetly. Screw it. He stuffed the ID in the glove compartment. As far as mega buildings went, he'd seen worse. The main atrium was relatively neat, and the intercom actually worked. Liam didn't use his police code. He held his hand close to the lock sensor and waited for his decoder to complete its breach protocol. 10 elevators, 4 of them busted and 1 covered with remnants of police tape. He entered together with a woman who had bags under her eyes. She turned to avoid his gaze. She probably knew he was a badge. He disregarded her, instead combing through the report of the bizarre break-in in his mind. Nothing was taken. Nobody was hurt, though a shootout led to the destruction of one of the elevators. He stepped out onto the 45th floor and went over to the next elevator, covered in black plastic. He made a small cut and peeked inside. A few dozen bullet holes, automatic judging by the spread. Ballistics would confirm it once they were finished with a more important investigation. or they wouldn't. One thing that mattered was the name of the unit's tenant, Zor. Beat officers entered that information along with the fact that there was a gap in the security footage for 2 hours. Case closed. The unit's door was located directly across from the damaged elevator. This time, his decoder fought with the lock for a full 30 seconds. When it finally beeped and slid open, the detective stepped inside. The TV immediately flickered on with a slew of commercials. Liam disabled it with a wave of his hand and turned back around. The shooter was already in the unit when the first shots went through the door. The fleer, or fleers, managed to escape to ground level using the elevator. Weird. It takes the elevator doors more than 2 seconds, maybe 3, to close. Enough time to unload a full magazine into a person. Unless the shooter didn't want to kill them. Whoever was in that elevator probably chose it because they knew it led directly to the unit's door. Which means either they'd been there before or lived here and weren't expecting an ambush. Working theory. The detective looked around the unit. Basic furniture. Minimalist. The person who lived here was a single man who either had no social life or only came here to sleep. No random crap, branded mugs, or any of the promotional shit they shoved at you at every store. Liam went to the fridge and examined its contents. Basic meal boxes, all the same flavor. The minimum you needed to keep from starving. No empty beer cans in the trash, no cigarette butts. It was as if a robot lived here. Not the most ridiculous comparison, considering his initial impression of Zor after a few minutes' conversation. He checked inside the closet. Nothing. Probably shouldn't stay much longer. He had no warrant or just cause. As far as the law was concerned, he was breaking and entering. One last thing. He pushed back the bottom of his coat and sat down on the uncomfortable chair facing the small desk. Wouldn't hurt to take a peek in the Cyberdeck's search history. Why use it for browsing the net? Hassle would be an understatement. To avoid commercials, maybe? Or to avoid being tracked? Or to avoid leaving traces? Liam carved out a chunk of time thoroughly combing through the deck's configuration. Cracking the password was hardly an obstacle. After an hour had passed, he took a break to gather his thoughts and made a coffee. It tasted even worse than the one at the precinct. The deck's configuration was sparse, only a few folders. Just as he suspected. Zor used the cyberdeck for reading the news from multiple sources, both official and unofficial. Nothing else. Every day for a few hours, he clicked on articles announcing the latest developments in military, fashion industry, engineering, even parenting advice. There were ads for services targeting gay, bisexual, and other sexual preferences. They seemed chosen completely at random. It was impossible to make out any pattern. His activity history reached back no more than several days. Maybe he regularly cleared it? Cyberdecks weren't designed to track their users' analytics. But luckily, Liam's own personal soft did. This kind of tedious, investigative sleuthing was what made him different from other detectives in his department who were always thumping their chests, hungry for action. Zor's profile couldn't be more nondescript. Which was strange because everyone had preferences. Even if they didn't realize it, some preferred a glass over a cup, an armchair over a couch, a sports car over an SUV, apple over orange juice. The algorithm couldn't make up its mind. Impressively, Zor had somehow managed to remain a statistical question mark. Liam couldn't discern any pattern. On the other hand, there was one parameter that he could check using his detective soft. It was invisible in the Cyberdeck's operating system, but it was there in the history if you dove deep enough into the system files. Here, at this level, probably never even explored by the Cyberdeck's manufacturers, another piece of the puzzle fell into place. If you filtered all the articles according to the reading duration, the articles he spent the most time on had one feature in common. A key word. The last name of a certain high-ranking corpo. He recalled the days when Zed was a slim, well-built officer, before he had let himself slide year upon year. By the time he'd finally made chief, he'd become a sluggish, overweight bulldog. "You wanted to see me?" Liam said, as soon as the door shut behind him. "Sit." The chief motioned to one of the chairs. The office was a time capsule. It probably hadn't changed since Zed's predecessor's predecessor. Liam might have seen him twice when he first joined the force. Even if the interior of the precinct had already been twice renovated, the chief's office remained untouched. It almost seemed as if Zed's appearance had adapted to the office itself. Liam sat down. "Whiskey?" The chief made space on his desk while avoiding Liam's gaze. "Still on duty." Liam was getting worried. He knew the chief well enough to know he wasn't acting like his usual self. "Something up?" Zed clasped his hands together and took a deep breath. "Your application for early retirement has been approved by the board," he said as if he needed to rid himself of the words. Liam was motionless. "I didn't submit an application." "You'll submit it today before you go back out that door." Zed made an effort to stay calm, but his voice couldn't hide his emotion. "What the hell's going on?" Liam jumped to his feet. "Is it something I did?" The chief shook his head. "Your performance is good. Far above the average, always," he replied. "No denying it. You are one of our finest. This a personal thing? When have I ever given you any grief? I always cut my vacations short when you needed me to. Took the worst cases without complaining." "Well, that's just it. Won't have to shovel any more shit in retirement. You can spend more time with your family." The detective narrowed his gaze. "What's my family got to do with anything?" "Listen, the NCPD, we put criminals in jail, maintain order, and so on and so forth. But we don't meddle in politics. The farther we stay away from it, the better." "Is it about those two I brought in?" Liam pointed his thumb behind him. "You're telling me that's politics?" "As political as a steaming pile of shit, that's all I'll say. Real nasty storm was starting to brew, but I managed to calm things down." "They're just some bumbling startup gangers." Liam spoke quickly, as if to fit in as much as he could before Zed could interrupt him. "Or more like wannabes. It's obvious they didn't kill Molly Bernard or the others. But that's why I need more time to work them a little longer so I can find out who did. They're planning something big, and I want to be the first to know about it before more innocent people die. Besides, we're doing those two a favor. Wouldn't last another month out there. The boys caught them trying to buy illegal guns from the animals. On the street, in broad daylight. I need to know why. That's the goddamn point. Not to stick around long enough to find out why." Zed fished out a bottle and 2 glasses from under his desk and poured. "Trust me. It's for your own good." "Who will take over the case?" "There is no case. Can I just sweep this under the rug?" "By the way, I know you invested a lot in implants and professional soft. I think your promotion to chief inspector will make up for that. Better pension and all." Zed walked over to Liam and held out a glass. "I'm on duty." Liam stared into empty space. "Not anymore, you aren't." Zed forced the glass into his hand. "Congratulations on your retirement." Maybe somewhere there were secret labs with machinery capable of transferring an exact copy of the human brain better than the relic could. There was no way to find out. All he had was the less exact, less up-to-date copy that he had created himself. The last part didn't worry Albert. He could easily part with the memories of the past few days. He could send the data himself later, remotely. What worried him was that his copy would wind up a cluster of all his emotional states once the reading process was complete. He hoped that wouldn't cause any issues. He couldn't be certain. An idea popped into his head. A simple one. If he couldn't make a one-to-one copy of his mind along with the tiniest of details, then the process would have to be simplified, drastically. It wouldn't be a perfect copy, just one that functioned identically to the original. Instead of writing the states of every synapse, it was enough to store memories, character traits, habits. The outcome would be the same, or at least almost, while the volume of data and computing power needed would be reduced by an order of magnitude. Reading his consciousness in this way didn't come without risk. For one, Albert would have to enable full, unlimited access to his link, switching to encrypted mode only when he connected to the net. The few times he had connected lately were to upload data from the Tier 2's user adapting procedure into the cave. Only a steady, high-volume stream of data would ensure a high-fidelity copy. The actual process of reading his consciousness happened in the background, unfelt and unnoticed. Albert experienced it as a light fatigue. The sole reason he could read in the first place was because of the Tier 2's original built-in function to adapt its interface to its user. He decided to give his packets of consciousness a new visualization. Cubes, filled with varying shades of green pixels stacked on top of one another, behind the code pillars. They stood across from the red clusters from his harvest, representing data to still go through, yellow meaning looked through and useful, and gray, discarded. He kept the green ones far enough so they weren't in the way, but close enough to reach. One after another, new cubes kept materializing in flashes of bright green. There was just one hitch. He still had no idea how to pierce the black wall. For that, he'd need considerably more processing power than any net-running gear currently came with, no matter the tier. This world rests in a delicate balance, held together only by mutual cooperation. Not everyone understands that. Some simply want to gain at the cost of others. Balance be damned. I will keep my private life unsullied as an example to all, maintain courageous calm in the face of danger, scorn, or ridicule, develop self-restraint, and be constantly mindful of the welfare of others. But beneath the surface, war is ever brewing, waiting for an excuse to erupt with full force. Mutually assured destruction guarantees a colossal waste of human life. Everyone loses. Honest in thought and deed in both my personal and official life, I will be exemplary in obeying the laws of the land and regulations of my department. Night City knows this more than any other city in America. Our job is to never let it happen again. I will never act officiously or allow personal feelings, prejudices, animosities, or friendships to influence my decisions. Sometimes the official story and the truth are kept separate for the good of all involved. With no compromise for crime, and with relentless prosecution of criminals, I will enforce the law courteously, without fear or favor, malice or ill will, never employing unnecessary force or violence, and never accepting gratuities. You seem to understand how the world works. That bodes well for our future cooperation. Stanley stood, buttoned up his charcoal suit, and left without saying another word. On the table, in the now empty cafeteria, stood an untouched cup of coffee. The rookie looked at the cup, conflicted. She maintained the illusion of weighing the pros and cons, as if she still had a choice. She took out the tablet, tapped on the screen, and for the first time in her career, checked the box. Case closed. She stood up, took one last bite from the buffet with the Rito Catering logo, smoothed out her dress uniform, put on her service cap, and went out onto the square, where 300 new, bright-eyed police cadets were being sworn in. She'd had more pressing matters to attend to. Nobody noticed her arriving late, nor paid attention to the corpo leaving through the side door. Nobody except Liam, who stood off to the side. The captain, Zed, continued reciting the oath. I recognize the badge of my office as a symbol of public faith and accept it as a public trust to be held so long as I stay true to the ethics of the police service. I will constantly strive to achieve these objectives and ideals, dedicating myself before God to my chosen profession, law enforcement. Chapter 11. Black rain pummeling the windshield as he accelerates upward into the sky. Night City to the left, shrinking, completely dark. In the distance, a fire blazing on the horizon. He tries to push the throttle past its maximum, but he knows it's already too late. The NUSA Air Force AV cuts through the air over no man's land, the only aircraft within a few-mile radius. He's breaking the ceasefire, but he doesn't care. He stops a quarter-mile away from the flames, raging hundreds of yards high. Whatever was down there is gone. Whoever lived there is dead. He can feel the heat from up here. Nothing and nobody remain. Their house, gone. Nicole and Brad, gone. He swerves to avoid the tornado of thick black smoke, nearly 100 yards wide. It's as if a volcano erupted. Beelining through it would be deadly. Still part of the plan, but not just yet. In a minute, maybe a minute and a half. They're visible, even without night vision. Coal-black ships blacker than the water of Coronado Bay. Which one launched the payload? Which one is responsible for this hellish inferno? No way to find out. He picks the closest one. The 6 missiles nested under the AV's nose ought to do the job. Their tech might be more advanced by 20 years, but they won't stand a chance. Not at this range. 15, 20 seconds to hit. Their defense systems won't be quick enough. Not like he stands a chance after that either. He knows the counterstrike will be instantaneous, but he's ready for it. He flicks the switch cover upward with his thumb, aims, locks onto the target, and takes 3 quick breaths. Did you find them? I glanced at Albert. The teenager shook his head. He looked exactly how he felt. Exhausted.
Don't give me that look. What was I supposed to do? Bum rush those badges, hold up my fists, go toe-to-toe with the animals? If I hadn't hightailed it out of there, we wouldn't have all this iron.
Ron grinned mischievously at Zor.
For free, no less. Unintentionally fucked those animals. He grinned. Of course. Wearing 5 condoms wrapped in duct tape and doused in antiseptic. Doesn't make it much better since, well...
He glanced at Aya and meekly shrugged.
They were riled up, but I digress.
It was the middle of the night. All 5 were at the kitchen bar. Aya took a large vitamin drink from the fridge. She looked at her hand, which seemed to fully obey her will. For now. First the job, then maintenance.
It made her miserable, but she had no choice.
We don't have time, she said, more to herself.
Get something with lots of protein,
Ron said to Zor.
How's it look?
Zor held out his arm for Ron to examine. The Ripper Doc took it and closely inspected the skin's surface.
Not bad,
he answered after a pause.
No genitals growing out of your forehead either, as far as I can see. But I'd need you on the chair at the clinic to do a proper checkup. That's a 20-minute ride, Zor said. If the animals recognized me,
they'll be waiting there.
Why would they recognize you? You were sitting in the car at least 60 feet away. Drink your protein shake, Ron said, avoiding the subject. How come they let you go, anyway?
Some young detective came over. Aya shrugged. Said we were free to go. Just like that.
Slippery as eels, you two. As usual.
Ron went over to the fridge.
Who wants a drink? And by that, I mean a real drink.
Considering I have the most important meeting of my career tomorrow, Melina blew a cloud of smoke up toward the ceiling. Count me in. I'll take a whiskey. 12-minute aged.
Only got 12 second.
Warden make contact? Zor asked.
No, but I have an idea.
Ron placed 2 plastic cups on the counter. There were no glasses.
Probably the best idea anyone's ever had in the history of ideas. No joke.
Spit it out. Zor interrupted.
We steal that container from Warden and just keep it.
Everyone stared at Ron in surprise. You could hear a pin drop. Why? What would we need it for? Aya asked. Warden's already paying us $500,000.
Because it's worth way more than that.
Melina shook her head, putting out her cigarette and reaching for the cup with amber liquid.
Doesn't matter what the container's worth, Zor said. All that matters is that Warden's paying us $500,000. That's the whole point of a fixer. But just think about it. $500,000 divided by 5 is $100 each, Ron insisted. Doesn't come out to a whole lot in the end.
No one's splitting anything, Zor said. You're gonna buy yourself a new arm and fix up Aya. Rest we'll use to buy better weapons and gear up for the next job. Then we can start splitting.
Better if we just go all in, Ron argued. Who knows if we'll ever get another job? We won't if we screw over Warden. That's for sure. No one would ever work with us again.
Unless Warden kills us first, Melina added. Or at least he'd be the first in line to. She downed the cup and shot a glance toward Ron. Now, let's get some sleep. Got a big day tomorrow. Aya followed them with her gaze. Job first, then maintenance. This was new. The unknown device identified itself as ARS-03, within wireless range, which meant it was somewhere close, either in this building or the one next to it. Albert enabled all the ICE he had and attempted to establish a connection. Denied. Polite, but firm. He tried a less delicate approach using different protocols. Same response. He discarded the fleeting thought to try to hack it. Without knowing what it was, he had no idea how it would react to outright aggression. What intrigued Albert most was the response time. He checked the interval from the moment he transmitted the query to the polite denial. It was so minuscule as to be nearly unmeasurable. Whatever ARS-03 was, it was insanely fast. Quiet metallic clicks seeped into cyberspace. He toggled to the living room camera. Zor was tinkering with the weapons. Nothing to worry about. Albert closed the feed, blocked all sounds from real space, and embarked on a careful examination of the mysterious device. He disassembled the sniper rifle in the middle of the living room and examined every component one more time. The Candyman from Kabuki wasn't lying. It really was in near-perfect condition. In his mind, he remembered how to use this kind of rifle. The question was whether his body did too. Target tracking and laser homing definitely helped, but that wouldn't get the job done on its own. Aya stood behind him and laid her hands on his shoulders. Her touch made Zor lose interest in what he was doing. It was comforting. He stood up and faced her. She was nearly a head shorter than him. He kissed her on the forehead and immediately felt like a gonk. She grabbed the back of his neck and pressed her lips against his. She led him by the hand into their room. She closed the door, leaned back against it, and lifted off his shirt.
Then she pushed him onto the bed, unzipped his pants, and pulled them off each of his bare feet. The mattress was pleasantly cool. Corpo Plaza's faint, diffuse neons poured through the window. The positional lights of NCPD drones blinked methodically in the night sky. It was past 2 a.m, and the hum of the city at this height barely reached them. They both knew sleep wouldn't come quickly. Melina's rising and falling sighs were audible from the next room. It was impossible not to surrender to the moment. Aya took her shirt off. Zor pulled off his boxers in reply. None of their movements felt natural, fluid. He felt clumsy. She, graceless. It only heightened the tension. She focused, and thought commanded her body to release what she called her feminine wiles. Only this time, she was ready to let them overpower her too. It didn't fail. Zor and Aya's awkward uncertainty seemed to disappear. Their control, along with it. He couldn't sleep. It was a waste of time anyway. He floated in cyberspace, helplessly staring at the paltry amount of data gleaned from the mysterious device. His most delicate attempts at forcing it to cooperate came back with the same polite refusal. He'd have to let it go for now. There were plenty of other things on his plate. He enabled the live streams from all cameras in the unit, and instantly regretted it. If the idea of human evolution from one generation to the next seemed imperfect to him, the method via which new generations were created was downright revolting. The division into 2 sexes and pointless rituals just to find a mate to produce offspring with the highest chance of adapting and surviving was unfathomable. Not to mention the procreative act itself. Gross. The exchange of bodily fluids, the touching, squeezing, and rubbing of various parts. At the end, you got another prototype that wasn't even an improvement on its predecessor. The variations weren't intentional, but random. It couldn't be programmed. You couldn't influence the end result. It was absurd, wasteful, and inefficient. The world was changing too quickly to waste time and energy on shooting in the dark. Gross. Her hand running along the short bristles of his hair made a wishing sound. She imagined that's what wind through tall grass must have sounded like. The sky was turning pink. It'd be less than an hour till sunrise. They lay together in the rumpled sheets. Her mom worked at Mary's, Aya explained. One day she crawled under the wrong guy's skin, and the next she was gone. Never even found the body. I took in Juliana for what was meant to be just one night. She was almost 7, completely unself-aware. She didn't have any family. There wasn't anybody who could take her. So she stayed. Our neighbor Molly babysat her when I'd go to work. She shifted onto her side and wrapped her arms around Zor, spooning him. She squeezed his hand. I can't have kids, she whispered. Juliana is all I have. And you, she wanted to say. Zor drew her closer to him. We'll find her, he said without hesitation. We'll get her back and go to San Francisco. Would they really? In a few hours, everything would change. Tomorrow, no, today, he'd achieve his life's goal, which meant he gazed through the window at the city he hated, though he'd never known any other. Just last evening, he'd planned how they would divide the money from Warden. But what he was about to do by late morning today meant that none of it would even matter. The two canceled each other out. He felt a struggle between 2 different forces taking place within him, 2 opposing identities. He wanted to say something else, something smart, important. He turned to Aya. She was already fast asleep. You're so much like Nicole, he said, nearly soundlessly.
The red glare of the Aero Zepp's navigation lights hovering over the North Side Industrial District exposed the dim interior of what used to be an office, along with other leftovers now furnished with a black armchair, a switched-off console, a row of cabinets and containers used for storing substances that were more or less legal. The bed in the large room was a recent addition.
Stop thinking about it.
Carla rested her head on Dum-Dum's chest.
Royce will find us anywhere.
She was right, on both counts. True, he couldn't stop thinking about it. True, Royce could find them anywhere if he had a reason to look, such as if Dum-Dum decided to take the container himself. He analyzed all the possible outcomes as if playing a difficult game of chess. He didn't like surprises. Right now, he was still a long way off from committing to a move. Carla eavesdropped on his thoughts in a pleasant state of half-sleep. It worried her that she couldn't tell the difference between what was simulation and what were his actual plans. Dum-Dum didn't want to cut her off. She would soon drift off anyway. Why clep a bunch of patrol drone batteries? Not the hottest selling commodity. Tough to offload even with the right contacts, especially in that amount, which meant they were using it for their own purposes, most likely something to do with whatever was inside the container. Dixie was asleep, wrapped around Carla's back as if in fear she would abandon him. She stretched and murmured. She liked to fall asleep while feeling him brushing up against her thighs. Dum-Dum stalled with going into regen. Everything had to be perfect, which meant he had to play out every single scenario in his mind. No signs of life came from Juliana in the other room. When that evening Dixie had given her a tablet complete with games, she had chosen one and immediately lost herself within it. She rapidly excelled, too, as if she played nonstop. Sussed out the mechanics instantly, unlike the way she navigated real life. Didn't get scared at all when Carla killed that old lady. Not even a hint of surprise. Went with them willingly. Didn't try to run. She obediently stayed where they'd put her. The door wasn't locked. She didn't once try to open it. Maybe she was sleeping. Or still playing. The real question was whether she was valuable enough to force the impromptu gang to cooperate. He ought to have been more nervous. He'd been waiting for this day for years, but he remained as calm as if he were simply walking into the store for a pack of smokes. Someone could wonder why he had a long bag slung over his shoulder, but it would be hard to imagine anyone acting on their curiosity. Badges, maybe, or a ganger. Wasn't hard to avoid the former. The latter didn't show much sign of activity at this time of day. Zor walked the length of the block and turned into the building's dimly lit atrium. He'd never been here, but for some reason knew this was the place. The access panel was offline, but the old door opened inward with a push. Only a single elevator worked, but instead, he took the stairs to avoid bumping into any denizens. 30th floor. The buildings in this area didn't go any higher. 11:30. Outside elevators. The only intel Melina had given him. The rest he'd need to figure out on his own. He didn't even break a sweat. His body temperature was automatically regulated by one of his newly chipped implants. Another managed his glucose levels. The rooftop elevator house that housed motors and other equipment also turned out to be a repository of various objects that had outlived their owner. Most likely, the old building manager. How did he know all this? The door's hinges were rusted. Nobody had even bothered breaking in here. Looking out from the inside, he could see the summits of the Corpo Plaza towers. It was the perfect marksman's perch. Concrete all around, except for the opening for his rifle. How did he know this was where he was supposed to go? 10:13. Just an hour until showtime. Though that was only an estimate.
It could easily take 2. He assembled the rifle and gave it a once-over, then dragged a mattress in front of the doorway. Despite probably lying here for years, it was completely intact. 100% synthetic. It had probably looked the same in 1,000 years. He knelt in a meditative pose and spent 5 minutes clearing his head of any emotions and thoughts that were not pertinent to this mission. Then, he positioned himself on the foam, linked all his systems to the rifle's interface, and pulled up all data related to humidity, air pressure, and crucially, the speed and direction of the wind between the barrel and the target, all transmitted directly into his neural network. The mattress was a little damp, but Zor's focus was on the elevators running along the exterior of the tower 1.2 miles away, clearly visible from here. There was no chance he'd recognize his target from this distance, much less through 2 panes of glass, maybe 3. That's why whenever the elevator descended from its zenith, a set of lasers operating at variable frequencies would scan its interior for the correct facial pattern. If facial recognition was confirmed, he could take the shot. Sinking the ship 7 years ago was supposed to be his revenge. Far from it. It only gave him more incentive. It wasn't those carrying out orders who were to blame, but those who issued them. He tweaked his optics, though it wasn't paramount. He loaded a semi-guided bullet into the chamber and paired it to his ballistics coprocessor. With a microsecond ping, one of the lasers calibrated his scope for the next few seconds. He'd have to repeat the process again before the shot. Hopefully, the tower security system wouldn't detect it. He lay flat on his stomach and kept his index finger resting above the trigger. It was just him, the rifle, and the tower. Nothing else existed. Were AVs more secure than armored limos? Debatable. If a car's engine was disabled, it would simply come to a halt. You couldn't say the same for an AV. In spite of being head of security, Stanley wasn't punctilious on the issue of his own personal safety. Years in the Army had trained him to distance himself from any and all potential threats, and to take a statistics-based approach to security. The devil was in the data, after all. Still, when it came to getting around the city, he'd take a car any day over the prospect of flying around in an AV and being unable to find a convenient landing space. He got out in front of Militech HQ. The driveway was designed to nullify the activity of any potential snipers. Defensive elements were ingeniously disguised as ornament, like the majestic-looking fountain or the memorial plaque 12 feet high with the names of workers who died 7 years ago in the Unification War. He entered the main hall, showed his ID, and passed through the security gate despite the guards' protest. They seized him, nearly tackling him to the ground, before dragging him back through the scanner. 2 guards farther down the hall preemptively primed their rifles. By now, this was an age-old tradition. He would try to slide past security, and they would stop and scan him, no exceptions. They knew perfectly well who he was. They'd seen him every day for years. He himself enforced these procedures and mercilessly fired any who shied from inspecting him. All in the name of data-driven security.
I'll be blunt, Katsuo-san. We can't agree to a pact founded at best on vague assumptions. It makes no shred of difference whether you offer 10% or 20% of access to something if you have no notion what it is. If we don't know what this agreement rests on, we'll have no way of making sure Arasaka holds up its end of the bargain. It will place us in an awkward situation. Militech's situation does not only seem awkward, it very much is. Project Aeneas is 100% reliant on Arasaka technology. Technology that failed during the incident of 62. We have had plenty of time since then to shore up our weaknesses and enhance the necessary safeguards.
So has the other side, Melina Conley retorted.
Let's suppose they have surpassed us in computing power, artificial intelligence, the speed of solution implementation, maybe even creativity. That's why we have to know what we're up against. You assume that the other side will be benign, Katsuo-san. Experience indicates just the opposite. That is why we have adopted additional defensive measures. Filtering, multiple circuit breakers, and anything else deemed necessary. Katsuo replied with equal composure. In addition, of course, to completely isolating the site of the experiment. A short break was in order. He'd been waiting for half an hour. He stood up, did a few squats, and other basic exercises before shutting his eyes. He was half conscious of the systems within him running a full-body muscle relaxing procedure, though he paid it no attention. The mission was all that mattered. He knew that the target could appear in the kill zone at any moment. It was an inherent, calculated risk. Within 30 seconds, he was back in position, reunited with his weapon. Whole. In addition to the semi-guided round in the chamber, he had 3 others waiting in the clip, inactive, just in case, even though he wouldn't need them. Zora's partial view of the tower meant a 20-second visual on the descending elevator. The bullet's flight time was just shy of 4 seconds. If it missed, loading the next bullet, pairing it, calibrating the scope, and taking another 4-second shot would add up to a total of 23 seconds. It was either the first bullet or nothing. 1.2 miles, a distance that was dangerously close to the rifle's maximum effective range. The slightest disturbance in the bullet's trajectory, and it would miss its target wide. He could really use that second shot. The distance combined with light reflected from the glass and waves outside the visible spectrum muddied his perception. He realized he couldn't count on a direct hit. He replaced the precision round in the chamber with its explosive counterpart. In a fraction of a second, it would turn everything inside the elevator into goop. There wouldn't be any bodies to recover. What if it's not enough? If the other side turns out to be hostile? If that happens, we ought to have every last security measure at our disposal. We should be united in our defense. How am I to understand that? What exactly are you asking from us? Melina hesitated, though her next words had been rehearsed. We want our researchers to be involved in Project Aeneas. Katsuo stared at her for a few moments. I am afraid that is out of the question. She hadn't expected any other answer. If she were in Katsuo's place, she would have said the same, or even withdrawn from the negotiation earlier. She would have killed for a cigarette. But that was also out of the question. She tried to discern anything in Katsuo's behavior that might reveal whether he was involved in her attempted kidnapping the day before yesterday. In spite of her talent, experience, and countless implants, he was unreadable. A blank page. If not him, then who? Stanley? He was always kind to the bartenders, though he never flirted with them. He frequented the bar on the ground floor and remained polite. He tipped well. The meals weren't exactly the healthiest, so he only permitted himself breakfast. His excuse? That breakfast had to be calorie-packed. Healthy eating was reserved for lunch and after. Stanley was less an early bird than a night owl. He worked late and got up late. That didn't bother anyone, since Militech's operations stretched across multiple time zones, which unfortunately also meant unexpected calls in the middle of the night. Today was not that day. Today, everything would go according to plan. He'd finish eating his criminally delicious, equally unhealthy stack of pancakes drenched in real maple syrup and ride the elevator up to his office. Through the elevator house's doorway, he gazed at the tower's top 30 stories. He was relatively well hidden from any NCPD patrol drones. He could go outside, position himself against the ledge, and have a view of 100 floors, which would give him the chance for a second shot. Too risky. The drones would spot him in less than a minute. Risk. This mission was less risky than it was a death wish. The moment he pulled the trigger, it would be only a matter of time before their military or corporate defense systems would trace the bullet's trajectory right back to his position. How much time did he have to make a run for it? He hadn't even considered it. The purpose of his existence would end at the same moment as the target's life. He knew it wouldn't bring back Nicole and Brad. Nothing would. But this man had to answer for his crimes, just like Juliana's kidnappers would answer for theirs. He ought to have been focusing on the task at hand, not letting his thoughts wander. And yet, while he maintained his aim at the top of the tower, he couldn't locate the pure, unthinking hatred toward the man he was about to kill. He wanted to end his life, was perfectly capable of it. But for some reason, it was no longer the be-all and end-all. And no, it wasn't because the bastard would die in a split second without knowing why. Juliana. Even though they'd never met, he couldn't stop thinking about her. One thing was certain. If he succeeded in his mission, Zor's chances of survival were slim to none. Who would rescue her then? Ron? Aya? Who'd get the money to repair Aya's implants? He could see them before his eyes, their entire, miserable, impromptu gang of misfits. It didn't add up. None of it. Warden's original plan worked only out of sheer dumb luck. Stop thinking about it. How the hell was he supposed to get this out of his head? His palms were clammy. Was his temp control malfunctioning? No. He couldn't do it. His nerves were shot. Natural. Totally natural. It'd pass any second. You're aware of the consequences if this project comes to light. Big mistake. She was making it on purpose. Should that occur, then the nature of our negotiation will also be revealed. Katsuo's expression remained unchanged. The real one, not the cover story about cooperating in Africa. Our talks have lasted 1 month, which means that Militech has known about Project Aeneas for a month. Instead of notifying the proper authorities, all you have done is try to carve out a slice of the pie. I am afraid your threat to reveal our mutual secret has lost its sting. He stood up. Melina did the same. Katsuo gave a slight bow of the head and made his way toward the door. The negotiation had ended without success. A second coffee would help him focus. He preferred natural methods. Of course, he had an arsenal of intraoral substances that could be instantly dispensed via thought command, but he didn't use them unless it was absolutely necessary. Coffee would do just fine. Stanley sat motionless with his hands folded on the table as he read the progress report of a project accessible only to him. Events were approaching a crucial stage. It didn't matter if he read it here or in his office 100 floors up. Everything else could wait. He took another sip of his coffee. 20 more minutes passed. Still nothing. It was time for another regen. Only what if the target appeared during? His combat capabilities and firing precision were decreasing with every minute. A break was necessary. Zor laid the rifle on its side, closed his eyes, and repeated his basic exercises. 30 seconds? He could shorten it to 25. No, skirting protocol never ended well. It had to be 30, no more or less. But was it effective under time pressure? In spite of all the thoughts rushing through his head,
Eliminate the target. No second thoughts. Except revenge was only noble in stories. The cost was much, much higher in real life. Not just for the Avenger, but for their loved ones, too. Juliana wasn't his loved one. Get a grip. So then, what was Aya? He could emerge from the elevator shed at any moment, acquire the extra time needed for that second shot. He wouldn't have a mattress to lie down on, but the cyberware Ron implanted in him could stiffen his body, save for the muscles and joints needed to aim and fire. The option was there. After all, he wasn't planning on making an escape. Until now.
Stanley paid for his coffee and left his usual tip. The subject had become difficult to steer, but that was the entire goal: autonomy, lab testing, simulations. None of it worked. Risks had to be taken. Stanley had no influence over it because he didn't want it. That made worrying wholly unnecessary. Without any hurry, he headed toward the elevators. What was eating at her? That the man who had tried to kidnap her, maybe even kill her, was about to die? That the negotiation was a failure? The chance of success was slim to begin with? Or was it because this was the end of the line for her? Militech most likely wasn't planning on keeping her around much longer. To hell with it. She was done with this job anyway. The rest of her life. How long was that? 30 years? 40? A few minutes from now? Having no goal, no challenge, was a kind of death in itself. Shame she hadn't asked Zor what one does after they've achieved it. Their purpose. If anyone knew, it would be him. She went into the hallway. The young assistant, whose name she never found out, patiently waited behind the doors. He was affable in a manner that forbade open refusal and impoliteness, yet demanded compliance. When he indicated the way to the elevator, he simultaneously positioned himself so as to block any return once she had passed him. Unnecessary in her case, but nonetheless customary. Though he would never dared touch her, she felt as if he was almost mentally shoving her forward, urging her to go faster. In spite of that, she slowed down. Katsuo was waiting in front of the elevators. Surprised, her steps briefly lost their rhythm. Too late. He had noticed. Why did she care? The negotiation was already over.
"This is the last time we will ever see each other," he said. "I'd like to say goodbye by taking a moment to admire the night city skyline together from a height of 2,500 feet.
The assistant approached him. Katsuo shot him a few quick words in Japanese. The assistant responded in the same vein. A brief standoff ensued. The young man came closer. Katsuo stopped him with an outstretched hand. The gap between Katsuo's palm and the assistant's chest must have been barely an inch. They stood like that, neither backing down. For the first time, the expression on Katsuo's face resembled something like anger. The assistant finally drew away with a slight bow. Melina understood what had just happened. The assistant wanted to accompany Katsuo in the elevator. After all, that was his duty. But Katsuo refused. The outcome was inevitable. It was clear whose authority superseded whose, and yet for some reason, this ritual had to be played out regardless. Though Melina was just an observer, she felt the intensity of their emotion. The assistant would most likely suffer serious consequences. In Militech and other Western corporations, the rules could be bent, shifted, adapted to one's own needs. In Arasaka, they seemed sacred and almost opaque, as if submerged under centuries of tradition. "Was he afraid for your safety?" she asked when the assistant left, his head lowered.
"I do not doubt that my death would be cause for celebration at Militech,
but I highly doubt they would use you to carry it out. I will not lie. We conducted thorough research on you before commencing our negotiation. That's why Warden chose me, Melina thought. Plain, ordinary, not a threat to anyone. The elevator doors opened. Katsuo motioned for her to enter. She hesitated before going in. She never felt more tense in her life. Before her, the unreal vista of Night City spread out before her, including Haywood, specifically the areas with 30-story-high apartment buildings. How long would the rest of her life last? Half a minute? A quarter? Sticking around after was pointless. The goal was to eliminate the target. Who said he had to die too? He could leave everything behind and lie low somewhere, most likely with the nomads. Months, at least. Maybe for good. Aya would have to get by on her own. Positive match. His finger hovered over the trigger. His heart rate didn't change in the slightest. He had everything under control. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the countdown had begun. 6 seconds. The elevator was descending. It was the moment he'd waited years for. Only 3 seconds until it went away again forever. Shouldn't he be feeling something? Excitement? Joy? Positive match. 3 seconds. He would finally avenge his wife and son, whose faces he remembered as if through a thick fog. He'd leave Aya behind. Was this what it was all for? All those years of hiding, shitty jobs, insects, grime and filth. Positive match. 3 seconds. Aya would have to get by on her own. 2 sec. He pulled the trigger. He did it. Confirmed. It worked. He insisted on speeding the process up beyond acceptable limits. He got what he wanted. So, it worked. The readings fluctuated wildly, dangerously approaching the critical threshold, but staying just below it. Everything's working, OP3 reaffirmed with excitement. Metrics are high, but still within the norm. Cortisol inhibitors on standby. It really worked, OP2 repeated. In spite of their excitement, they still had to contain the situation. They checked everything that could go wrong and anxiously watched the monitors while simultaneously filtering streams of data on their retinal displays via Neuralink. Gradually, they began to convince themselves. The project was a success. We have 20 seconds of secure conversation, Katsuo said. What do you... Melina struggled to collect her thoughts. She didn't know Zor's plan, only assumed that he would use a sniper with guided ammunition. 18 seconds, Katsuo said. You are invited to dinner at my home. Bring your husband, partner, anyone in order to avoid suspicion. 7 p.m. Here is the address and code to enter. He placed a card in her hand. Surprised, Melina stuffed it in her purse. She couldn't focus. Every second she expected a hole to appear in the glass. She wondered if she was in danger standing this close to Katsuo. Shrapnel, maybe. Thank you. She avoided his eyes. Can I ask why, though? Luckily, her nervousness wasn't obvious. She had a right to act surprised. There is something you can offer me that can result in Militech and Arasaka cooperating. It can only come from you. She gazed out at Haywood's stumpy buildings, perfectly visible through the double-paned glass. The weather was perfect. Their windows, antennas, and chrome plating, once signs of a bygone elegance, glimmered in the sun. His optics zoomed in on the bullet in real time, sharpening his view of its trajectory. The target in the elevator was a pixelated blur highlighted in a distinct square outline. All Zor had to do now was keep the bullet and the reticule in his field of vision. With other sniper rifles, you could shoot and forget. But with this one, he had to guide the bullet to the very end. The matte gold spindle soared toward the elevator in slow motion. Zor's reflex booster made everything 10, 20 times slower, as if submerged in oil. His rifle's laser pinged back and forth, constantly adjusting the bullet's trajectory based on the actual and predicted movement of the wind and other objects in the air. In 15 minutes, the entire NCPD and Arasaka's corporate divisions would be hunting him. Not only did he have no escape plan, he didn't have even a getaway ride. No, running away wouldn't be enough. Far from it. Even if by some miracle he pulled it off, completely dropped off the radar, they'd still find the others. It wouldn't be all that hard either, and no one would survive. The bullet closed in on the jittering reticule. Half a second, which amounted to a few seconds in booster time. More time for doubt. Quick, sudden death from a bullet from an unknown direction allows no time for thought. You wouldn't know where you went wrong or what you did to deserve it. You wouldn't even realize that you were dead. Instant, oblivious death. No, that's not what Zor was after. He had to die knowing who took his life and why. That would require meeting face to face. But how? Half a second. Plenty of time to think. He didn't need it. He'd already made up his mind. He shifted the square reticule toward the ocean in the gap between the towers. Black rain battering the windshield. Coal-black ships, blacker than the water of the Coronado. Which one launched the payload? Which one is responsible for this hellish inferno? No way to know for sure. No way of knowing which of these sleek black destroyers contained the motherfucker who pressed a red button that spelled instant remote death. No way of knowing who chose the target, who armed the missiles. Everyone was guilty, even the ship's engineer, the air traffic controller, the cook who fed everyone on board. All of them took Nicole and Brad from him. Land immediately. His commander's voice pierces through the interference. Rain battering the windshield, black with soot, blazing tornadoes tower over the apartment complex, half a mile high, maybe a mile, a black cloud looming over it, visible because it obscures any and all stars. From that black cloud comes the black rain, condensed moisture, previously turned into steam from fire, ground moisture, human body moisture. Oily black rivulets streak across the glass. He picks the nearest ship. 6 missiles ought to do the trick. They won't have time to react. They're old gin, but there's no way they can shoot down all of them. It's enough if 2 hit their target. He looks at his hand, gripping the joystick with aversion. He can't imagine any other place he ought to be. It's a 900-foot drop down to his unit, engulfed in flames along with hundreds of others. One massive firestorm. No other time or place he'd fit. Once he presses the button, he'll have less than a minute to live. Minute and a half if, once the salvo lands, he turns back and immediately pushes the throttle. But what's a few more seconds of life compared to the sight of an exploding Arasaka battleship? He flicks up the joystick's cover with his thumb. He aims, confirms the target, takes 3 quick breaths, and presses the button. There's no launch button, only smooth plastic. Chapter 12. His mother smiles, reaches out her hand to steady him in case he loses his balance and falls. He's learning how to walk. These could even be the first steps he's ever taken. If it wasn't for the memory reading process running in the background, he'd never have access to such early recollections. As he goes deeper, sifts further, a feeling from his childhood, a smell, maybe, floats up from the depths of his memory, becoming more potent every few hours whenever he enters a state of half-sleep. He didn't allow himself real sleep anymore. Waste of time, which there was increasingly less. Their impromptu gang was getting more attention than it needed. Subconsciously, Albert knew from his time using a cyberdeck that just because you don't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. If half this city was looking for a priceless container stolen by a ragtag bunch of amateurs, then the probability of them getting caught was extremely high. It wasn't only the container's contents that everyone wanted to get their hands on, but nipping the new competition in the bud before it got too powerful. Albert didn't care about power. He just wanted time to finish the Taron, which meant he would need more money and better security. Not for long, a week or two. Then he wouldn't need anything anymore. At least not from real space. He missed his mother. No, stop it. Think of something useful, more productive. Triangulation, a process Albert had learned courtesy of his data extractions. The concept itself intrigued him. It provided an easy method for locating any point in cyberspace. He even wrote a simple script that used a network of transmitters to triangulate any device emitting a particular frequency. Due to the transmitter's limitations, it wasn't completely precise, but enough to tell Albert where the device that interested him the most was located. ARS-03. If it was detectable from this distance, it must have had a solid transmitter. Once he discovered what it was, the realization that ARS-03 could help him carry out his plan was immensely satisfying. Come to think of it, he hadn't felt this good in a long time. Haywood. The coffee was even worse than she expected, but that's not what she had come for. I could have died today. Melina took a sip and grimaced. It was at least 3 tiers worse than the one at her office. Would have been my own fault, too. Walked into an elevator that I might never have walked out of again. She thought for a moment. It almost felt a little bit exciting. Now it seems pathetic. Nothing happened. I'll probably just get fired. Do you like your job? Aya asked. I did. I fucked up. Badly. Didn't win, but I still have a chance to minimize the losses. Probably wishful thinking. What are you doing? Aya stared at her hand, tightly gripping the coffee mug. She couldn't let go. She grabbed her wrist with her other hand. Didn't help. I can't. The cup cracked, splashing coffee across the entire table. Her hand resumed its functions. Sorry, Aya whispered. What the hell was that? Melina grabbed Aya's hand to check for cuts. Is this what Zor was talking about? The waiter didn't need a signal to wipe the table and bring another coffee stat. The impeccably dressed corpo probably made more in a few minutes than he earned in an entire day. He served Aya another coffee, this time in a disposable cup. It's a long story. Aya shook her head. I'm not in any rush. Melina gave her a subtle, trademark smile. Have you ever lost money? A lot of it, I mean. Yeah. Got sick one time. Couldn't work. Burned through all my savings. How much? Around 200 eddies. I lost 11 billion today. Aya's hand froze around her replacement cup. Not my own, of course. Melina inserted the cigarette into the holder and lit up. And that's just the lowest estimate. Who knows how high it could go. Never did ask what you did for a living. I negotiate.
I'm a pole dancer. Or at least I used to be.
It's in the past now. That part of my life is over. You probably think I'm in over my head. Our jobs aren't all that different, you know. We work for as much as someone is willing to pay.
So, I'm a gonk for making a living using my body, is that it?
You can do whatever you want for a living. I'm just saying, it's time for a change. New horizons have opened up. We just have to start walking down the path.
Meaning the impromptu gang? Aya shook her head. All I want to do is find Juliana.
The gang is our launch pad, our best chance. Only yesterday I was against it. Now, I don't know. Do you have a better plan?
I just told you. I want to find Juliana.
By yourself?
Melina blew a cloud of smoke upward and chuckled anxiously.
Trust me, you don't want to go it alone. This can still go all kinds of wrong. The first to go in Night City are the loners, the ones without powerful friends at their side. For some, that's a corp. Others, a gang. It's not who you are that counts. It's what you're a part of. Why do you think the police let you go? Because they got bored.
Aya shrugged. She raised the cup to her lips with her other hand. They didn't have any proof, she answered. That's what it seemed like, at least.
Sounds to me like someone got you out because they needed you.
Warden.
Try higher. Could be someone he works for.
Aya sighed and took a few sips of her coffee. I used to have a lot of friends when I was little, 15 years ago. Every day we would play on the block outside. There was always some gang war going on, but we didn't care because it had nothing to do with us. Then that red-haired kid, I can't remember his name, got hit by a stray bullet. That's when we started being more careful. Whenever we heard shots or saw a car driving slowly, we'd scatter. One day, 2 cars rolled up. The shooting must have lasted for several minutes. When the dust settled, nobody came out of the building. We waited, but the cars just stayed there. Eventually, we couldn't help ourselves. 4 of us, maybe 5. We went in. Bodies everywhere, riddled with bullets. Would have bolted out of there if the place wasn't filled with terminals, the kind the military used. Still intact. We started playing with them. They were the coolest things we'd ever seen. I was only 10 years old, but I should have known better. I grew up in a family where nobody had much time for me. First, my dad died in an accident at the factory. Then diabetes took my mom. Had to do everything on my own. I didn't understand the world until that moment. All I remember was a flash. I lost my hands and feet in the explosion. The temperature of the electrical blast cauterized my wounds. Otherwise, I would have bled out. My friends, they all ran away. Left me there to die alone. Lived like that for a year. Till this day, I don't know how I ate, drank, dressed myself. The chrome I had would always break. It was a dark time. I buried it all somewhere deep inside. But I still remember all the people who helped me, not my friends from the block, but total strangers who didn't expect anything in return. Mrs. Newell and her husband. They're the ones who gave me this. She raised her hand and moved her fingers. They were in perfect working order now. I got a second chance at a normal life.
That's why you are taking care of Juliana now,
Melina said. Aya thought for a moment. Maybe, she nodded. I never thought of it that way. I just know that strangers help me out of the goodness of their hearts. Sounds impossible for Night City, but It's the truth. That kindness is what I hold on to. I'm sure you can figure out the rest on your own. This stays between us, though. The cyberware from Militech was an offer I couldn't refuse. She raised her completely Gannic-looking hands. Didn't come for free, either. I do jobs from them from time to time.
That place with the terminals.
Melina gave her a tense look.
Was it a voodoo boy's hideout?
I think so, yeah. Must have been voodoo boys. Didn't really get a good look at them. My memory only came back a few weeks after it happened. When I woke up in the hospital, the only thing I remembered was my name. Melina pulled Aya toward her and hugged her tightly.
And here I was about to confide in you.
Got him! Albert cried out and jumped to his feet. The C-Link connector in the back of his head unjacked itself automatically.
Zor stopped staring at the ceiling and looked at him from the couch.
Took you long enough?
I only had one thread out of 30 assigned to it.
Don't tell that to Aya.
Zor stood up and went over to Albert's chair.
Who is it?
Albert pointed at the large screen and typed in a short command on the auxiliary keyboard. A window appeared, footage from a CCTV camera. Albert zoomed in on a pile of trash next to an old brick building. A woman in a skin-tight leather suit was kneeling and hugging a man sitting cross-legged in front of the wall. His body twitched every few seconds. Next to them stood a tall, nearly bald man in a leather coat.
This is how they found me,
Albert explained. The one on the ground is their netrunner. An NCPD patrol car rolled past and slowed, but didn't stop. That's when the man in the coat turned. 7 red optics in the center of his forehead.
Maelstrom,
Zor said. Ruffled their feathers in Northside after we hit that warehouse.
The woman brushed away the damp white hair from the boy's forehead and helped him to his feet. Then all 3 got into a black Villafort and drove away. The recording ended there.
They don't know who we are. Puts us at an advantage. Their runner's a script kiddie using Tier 1 tech. An insect compared to us.
Dum-Dum heard Dixie thought speak, then answered.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Playing it safe would be an exaggeration, Carla chimed in.
Maybe not.
Dum-Dum at the time had briefly scanned Zor before the elevator doors closed. He didn't find any combat wear, but there was something major in his head, an implant the likes of which Dum-Dum had never seen before, and Dum-Dum knew his chrome. He stood next to the grimy window, holding a cup of Scop smoothie, and gazed out onto the Arasaka waterfront from the 20th floor.
Lot of freight coming in and out. Crews would descend on the city come nightfall, hit all of Night City's famous clubs. Cab drivers needed to be reminded who they really worked for. Same applied to the autonomous cabs and those who tweaked their algos. If a client said, "Take us to the best club in town," it better be owned by Maelstrom. Dixie went over to the terminal and began transmitting the orders. Boys downstairs could deal with the chores. Here, upstairs, they had more important shit to deal with. Getting their hands on the container was worth delegating other matters, even at the cost of a momentary dip in their profit stream. They had to play this smart, discreet. Renner didn't deserve any particular respect, but starting a war with South NC wasn't in anyone's interest. Carla practiced her favorite martial art, created by none other than herself, body cutting. The tips of her blades barely penetrated the outline of the holographic mannequin in quick, surface-level cuts before she quickly jumped back beyond the reach of her opponent's blades. No single cut was fatal, but make enough of them, and the blood loss alone would take down any opponent no matter how big. Dum-Dum watched her. Though she trained in the nude, he felt no excitement. In a world where you could have everything, it was hard to enjoy anything.
A martial art perfectly suited for a hollow mannequin.
He thought-spoke. Carla smiled to the extent her cybermodel face permitted.
The time will come. You'll see.
Dum-Dum raised his gaze to Dixie.
Time to make our offer. Do it.
The Delamain cab wove its way through traffic. Melina skimmed the reports on her tablet. She was already familiar with them, though only those relevant to the negotiation. Now, she dove deeper, combed through details previously insignificant. Finally, she found what she was looking for. She held her breath in disbelief.
We have arrived at your destination.
The AI's genteel British accent tore her from her thoughts.
Thank you for choosing Delamain. We wish you a pleasant day.
She got out into the sweltering afternoon heat and nearly ran the last few yards, then down the stairs before opening the door.
Fuxicle.
Ron jumped.
Goddamn luck. You're not answering my messages, Melina remarked. Kind of in the middle of something here.
He motioned to the woman lying on the table. Unconscious, wires connected to her arms and head. In place of her face, there was a metal-rimmed opening with mounting slots.
Shut the door and lock it.
She did as he asked, and then took a step toward him.
How did Warden get you on board?
She asked.
What did he have on you? Oh, embarrassing crap from my past. The usual.
Ron wanted to dismiss the matter with a wave, but his hands were coupled to the manipulators, currently deep in the patient's head. Nearby, cases containing optical implants and jaws lay half open.
You said you weren't coming back here,
Melina reminded him.
Thought the animals could recognize you.
Ron raised his eyebrows.
Yeah, well, man's gotta eat, right?
He said after a beat.
Why are you here? Thought you were supposed to have the most important day of your life today or something.
Done for the day. Thought I was done for good, actually, but never mind.
Listen, there was this incident in 62.
She shut her eyes and cursed under her breath.
This is classified. Can she hear us? Her? No, he said firmly. But I can. Loud and clear. And I'm telling you right now that I don't want to know anything that someone could use against me down the line.
It won't put you in any danger. She gave a wave of her hand.
Or rather, any future danger is irrelevant right now. Without getting into too much detail, my argument in the deal I'm negotiating, or was negotiating, involved an incident that took place in 2062. There was a cover-up at the time. Scream sheets and media chalked it up to a gang war. There was this kid. By some miracle, she survived the explosion, fought for days in the hospital. The city turned her into the story of the month and tanked a particular gang's reputation. All right. And? Ron asked expectantly. That kid was Aya.
Melina sighed.
EMP blast that was supposed to protect the net from an AI invasion ended up blowing off her hands and feet. The charge was supposed to fry every circuit within a few dozen-yard radius in order to stop the transfer, and she was there, caught in the electrical blast. She shook her head. Then there's Katsuo, the Arasaka rep I was negotiating with and whom Zor's obsessed about. What the fuck is going on here, Ron?
Ron swallowed.
I'm almost sure I know Zor. That we've met before. For the life of me, I just can't remember where. Us. Our little gang is an impromptu. We can't have all met by chance, Melina exploded. What did Warden have on you?
Ron hesitated, then stopped the operation. He unjacked the cable from the back of his head, went over to her, and gave her a regular, old-fashioned hug. She closed her eyes and let out a deep breath.
That was the worst part. Feeling powerless. Useless. If only there was something she could do, even if it was hopeless. Anything. The message from the kidnappers was straightforward. The amount was not. $500,000. More than Aya could make in her entire lifetime. By coincidence, it was also the exact amount Warden promised for stealing back the container. Only when? And what would the others think? Albert lay on his chair, submerged in cyberspace. She looked at her hands and moved her fingers. They worked fine, but she knew it wouldn't last. The intervals between her seize-ups were getting shorter. Today, it had already happened twice, luckily in a safe environment. But it was a matter of days before her implants would refuse to cooperate altogether. That wasn't speculation. It was fact. She was surprised. Surprised and angry. How could he have gotten past their security on the ground floor, climbed up 20 floors, opened this door? Carla unsheathed her mantis blades, ready to pounce. Dum-Dum ordered her to stand down.
He's just here to talk.
We apologized. Zor took a step forward to let the door automatically slide shut behind him. Gave you a cut of our haul.
That's not how this works.
Dum-Dum quickly regained his cool.
You disturb the balance. You pay. Let the punishment fit the crime.
Strange how we stole from Militech and yet you're the one out to get us. If anything, we did you a favor.
Proved that you don't have control of your own turf.
Blame yourselves, not us. Dum-Dum was silent. He didn't have a good reply, because Zor had a point. Made all the more annoying by the fact that he'd walked in here like he owned the place. Someone would have to answer for that.
I could give a fuck about your apologies,
he replied instead.
Along with that useless scrap you gave us.
Don't pretend like this is about honor or principles. Zor hadn't moved.
$500,000 for the girl, and we let everything slide.
$500,000 would get you a second-rate Corpo VP.
It's a free market. Goods are worth as much as someone's willing to pay for it.
Dixie hadn't moved from his terminal.
Should I call for backup? We're just talking.
Dum-Dum thought spoke in reply. Don't even have a tenth of that, Zor said.
I know.
Dum-Dum crossed his arms.
You're gonna pay me another way.
Carla stood off to the side, the tips of her mantis blades unsheathed. Dum-Dum shot her a glance.
I said, we're just talking. Relax.
Need to see her first, Zor said. Dum-Dum didn't even twitch as he thought commanded the nearby door to open. In the cramped room sat a skinny, dark-haired girl, her attention absorbed by her tablet. Though she looked nothing like Brad, Zor felt a rush of emotions he couldn't name. What did Brad's face look like? He remembered straight blonde hair, a swing. That was all. He collected himself. Now wasn't the time for reminiscing. Though he'd never seen her before, in some strange way, he knew it was really her. Juliana.
Haven't harmed a hair on her head.
Dum-Dum gave a crooked grin.
For now. I know what you're thinking. Could sneak out just as quietly as you came in. Won't be fooled twice. That I can guarantee.
What do you want in return? Dum-Dum closed the door via thought command.
There's a certain gray container that you clept from Militech in Arroyo. You're gonna bring it to us.
Don't know where it is.
Better start looking then. See, we'd rather keep our hands clean, not go starting another war. So who better to clep it for us than a bunch of nobodies? Especially since you already did it once. Second time should be easy, right? Do that, and you get the girl. Then everyone goes their separate ways, and we'll forget about your little transgressions.
For the last hour, Melina lay on the couch reading background material on Project Aeneas. It was all there before, but she had only read what was useful for the negotiations. She hadn't had time to read the thousands of other documents. One had to prioritize. All she needed to know was that in the 2040s, Netwatch had built the Black Wall, an impenetrable barrier that walled off what was left of the net from hostile rogue AIs hell-bent on wreaking havoc. The chaos was first unleashed by Rach Bartmoss, legendary netrunner and harbinger of the data crash. It was largely common knowledge, as well as a shared conviction that disabling or destroying the wall would spell the end of the world as they knew it. How that end would look, nobody could say. Thankfully, there was no shortage of movies and brain dances to help people envision it. It would take several days to get through all this. Instead, Melina skimmed through the reports and started to understand just what happened nearly 4 decades ago, and which was still happening. 2022. Bartmoss unleashed his Rabbids, roving autonomous Bartmoss interface drones virus, leading to an event known as the data crash and causing the internet to collapse. In the interest of public safety, huge swaths were left abandoned, leaving a disconnected mosaic of local nets, a tiny archipelago compared to the old net. Certain groups of netrunners at the time still believed it was possible to regain what was lost by coming to an understanding with the AIs, or by eliminating them. To do that, they first had to get through the Black Wall. Nobody ever succeeded. That led to 2 conclusions. The first being that in order for the Black Wall to persist, it had to exist in flux, constantly undergoing modification. Secondly, and more importantly, if even the best netrunners couldn't break through it, then they sure as hell wouldn't stand a chance against the AI onslaught, which meant that the Black Wall was their last and only defense against total annihilation. The next report slightly contradicted the previous one, describing apparently successful incursions beyond the Black Wall. The incident in 2062, which Aya was a victim of, was only one of many. From the couch, Melina watched as Aya and Ron played a game at the table. She didn't know what it was called, but probably neither of them knew the rules that well because arguments broke out almost every minute. All in good fun, at least. The internal documents, accessible only for those with high-level clearance, were characterized by a surprising frankness and honesty. None of the usual jargon and bullshit propaganda. Only cold, hard facts, which admittedly also made the language dull and hard to read. The report counted 7 successful infiltrations of the Black Wall. Each one ended with the netrunners' deaths, including innocent bystanders. And in 2 cases, the consequences were even more dire. The proof was lacking, but it seemed that, in every case, the Black Wall itself had come to humanity's rescue. Another report suggested that for years, Netwatch hadn't been able to control the Black Wall. It maintained itself and controlled what information passed through it, an independent entity. Precisely the kind of thing Netwatch was founded to eliminate in the first place. Melina switched off her tablet. Her eyes were tired. She twirled Katsuo's card between her fingers. His invitation was highly unusual, which meant it must have been important. On the other hand, she hadn't the slightest desire to go there, nor an actual reason since the negotiation was no longer relevant. She watched Aya, who was absorbed in the game. Holographic pieces with descriptions in the shape of colorful pictograms hovered over the table. Surely Aya had no idea that what had happened to her was connected to Melina's job. If that were the case, she wouldn't have told her about the accident. It was too big a coincidence to ignore. Someone had to know something. Not Warden. He was just a ganger for hire.
Who, then? Who was it that wanted them to meet? Ron chuckled mischievously and moved one of the holographic pieces. What? You can't do that, Aya protested. Take it back.
Oh, come on, you were no fun.
The Ripper Doc smiled and moved the piece back. Melina knew what he was doing, and it was working. He was helping Aya take her mind off of everything. She slapped her forehead in joking despair after he made another wrong move. To join in on the humor, Melina would have at least needed some grasp of the game's rules. She looked at Katsuo's card again. If there was any chance of finding out more about the incident in 62, sitting down with the Arasaka rep, away from prying eyes or ears, was her best bet.
Gotcha!
Ron jumped up from the table and pointed a finger gun at her. Pew, pew! He was like a child.
You lose! I win!
But that's not allowed! Aya started to laugh. That piece doesn't move like that!
Too late! Called it.
She tried to imagine Ron having dinner with her and Katsuo. He was probably expecting a typical boring monochromer suit. His crass jokes and lack of table manners combined with Katsuo's refinement and etiquette painted an absurd picture. That wasn't even counting the sake. But it would never come to that. In her mind's eye, she saw Ron and herself somewhere. She couldn't imagine the place, only knew that it was as far away from Night City as possible. Peaceful. A fantasy. Nothing more. She went to the trash and stood over it for a second, motionless, holding Katsuo's card above it with a carefully manicured hand. She hid it in her purse. Perhaps it could still be of use one day. ARS-03, log 58219, synchronization procedure initiated. Unidentified device NI-1001010101110. Status unknown. Subsystems detected 118. Unsecured devices 1. Synchronization procedure in progress. The door slid open. Zor stopped at the sight of Warden standing in the middle of the unit. Aya and Albert were both on the couch. Melina leaned against the bar counter, cigarette in hand. Ron was making a drink. He motioned to Albert with his head.
Kid figured we didn't need to keep anything from our fixer, he explained. Didn't think our opinion, of course. It's my unit, Albert said flatly. This concerns all of us now. Warden's voice was commanding. Fuck if I'm gonna explain everything again. Someone tell him.
He meant Zor. If we're going to work together, then we need to trust each other. We need to know what your plan is. Melina inhaled and grabbed the drink from Ron's hand. All of it. The Ripper Doc let out a silent sigh and turned back to the fridge to make another. Warden gave Melina an ice-cold glare.
Plan's simple, he replied. Y'all slide over at 3, hardly anyone will be there except for Renner and me. He gonna think you're there to talk biz, never see it coming. Gonna want to pack some iron. Just keep it out of sight. Plan's simple. They're gonna slide over at 3, thinking they're here to talk biz with you. Only conditions, they come without iron.
The car was driving around the neighborhood seemingly at random, though always within the bounds of their turf.
Like fuck they will, Renner scoffed. We'll check 'em. No need to call in the whole army. Bunch of weak-ass little piss ants, so they could scare easily, throw the entire plan out of whack. Everything should go smooth. Smooth. Just like last time, Giving you one last chance, Warden. Fuck this up, and you'll find out what real punishment is.
Warden made an effort to smile.
Boys won't even break a sweat, he promised. We'll put 'em in bags and hand 'em over to Militech along with the container. They won't ask details. Better fucking hope so, Renner said grimly. Stop the car, he called to Ross.
They slowed down and pulled up beside the curb. Warden's door opened, marking the end of their convo. Warden got out without a word, and stopped himself from slamming the door. He let it close on its own and watched the car disappear down the street. The AC in his coat activated itself with a low hum. He stood on an empty, trash-littered street, border between Arroyo and Vista del Rey. Motherfucker never wasted any opportunity to rub his nose in it.
"Shut up," OP1 shouted. OP2 looked at her in surprise. "I didn't say anything." "You've been staring at the monitor for an hour, not even blinking. Just keeping you on your toes. We need to stay focused now." "Staring at the monitor is what they pay us for." "I don't know if you've noticed, but this entire operation's turning to shit. If things stay as they are, we'll be right back to where we started within 2 days. And so will our pay." "All the more reason to put our heads down and do our work." "It's not like we can't talk," OP3 joined in. "Otherwise, they'd have stuck us in separate rooms." "Prefer to keep my mouth shut," OP2 insisted. "Sure, 'cause that'll solve all our problems," OP1 said sarcastically. "You know, if things don't change, they're gonna toss us out onto the curb, right? Blame the whole thing on us, too." "How is this our fault? We barely had enough time." "Tell that to them. Right now there's a piece of tech worth billions just roaming around out there without any oversight." "We tried VR. The subject always realized they were in a simulation." "Tell that to them," OP1 repeated. "When our most valuable asset or hijacks it." "We didn't design this experiment." "So? It'll be our fault no matter what," OP3 reluctantly admitted. "Not to mention our Ripper Doc is starting to remember things he shouldn't." "I've been saying it from the start. The tech's a piece of crap." "Can't worry about that, though. Not our department." The door's panel beeped, meaning someone had just used its biometric lock. "Shh, he's here." The door opened. Stanley walked inside, not betraying a hint of impatience, though he had more than one reason to be. Without a word, he checked all the readings on the screens, despite the fact that he had them all in his head, ready to stream on his retina at any time, real time.
"Boost his motivators," he said, and blinked, sending them their instructions via thought command, which immediately displayed on the monitors.
"You mean dial up his motivator module?" OP1 made sure. "He's already in the upper threshold."
"I set the limits, and now I just set new ones," Stanley replied.
"We can't just change it like that," OP1 said meekly. "He could go cyber-psycho. We've already detected uncontrolled leaks from his memory bank. Minor ones for now, but—"
"Make it gradual," Stanley decided. "I'm giving you until 7 p.m. tomorrow to achieve the target values." She never got bored of the foreplay. Dixie's tongue delicately caressed her breast as she lay on her back and let a wave of vague, pleasant thoughts wash over her. Blood. Lots of it. She ran her fingers through Dixie's hair and pulled his head down onto her. He started to move inside her rhythmically, almost mechanically, a reliable tempo. Barely a moment had passed before his body spasmed and became still. She wrapped her arms and legs around him with tenderness. Dixie slid off of her and took Dum-Dum in his mouth. Carla stretched herself out, waiting for what would come next. She shut her eyes, imagining herself waist-deep in blood swirling around her in all its thick red gooiness. Then she felt a real weight on top of her, and inside what she had been waiting for. She didn't use any enhancements. Her own imagination was enough. Dixie left them alone. He picked up a shard he had prepared from the table and went into the smaller room, where Juliana was half sitting, half lying on the mattress among a pile of scruffy blankets. She showed no interest in anything but her tablet. She reacted to nothing and accepted her situation without complaint. They didn't even have to lock the door. Once in a while, she took a trip to the bathroom down the hallway. She always came back, never once tried to make a break for it. He sat next to her, and for a moment watched her play. Some sort of puzzle game, probably something to stimulate her memory. She didn't react to his presence. Didn't even react when he slotted the shard behind her ear. He waited for the program to finish installing.
I used to be just like you,
he thought spoke to her. She continued to move her finger around the tablet for a few more seconds. Then she froze and slowly turned to Dixie with wide eyes. A smile. Dum-Dum forced a few more thrusts and slowed down when a message appeared on his display. Duty called. Carla moaned with disappointment as he read the message.
Won't manage the transport alone. Need help. 3 p.m.
He stopped himself from hurling something at the wall.
Fucking Scott Munchers couldn't do a goddamn thing on their own.
He repositioned himself back on top of Carla.
They want help? They'll get it.
He thrust harder. Yes. He knew exactly how to help them get rid of all their worries and problems. He wrapped his fingers around her neck and shoved her deeper into the mattress.
We'll still have to end their pathetic lives.
Carla moaned softly and unsheathed her mantis blades in the air. In the weak light of the Aerozep freighters outside the windows, their sweat-drenched bodies looked like a black, writhing creature with steel wings and a plethora of crimson eyes.
We have to kill them. Shame it'll have to be through such primitive methods.
Chapter 13. When he didn't follow police procedure, Liam got quicker results. Unfortunately, the information displaying on his tablet wasn't useful as evidence. Ron Ferguson, arrested and charged for distributing unlicensed software, circumventing implant warranty, installing secondhand implants. Interesting. Only from accidents, never bought from scabs. Even more interesting was that he didn't make a dime from it. Did it at his own cost. Most likely, some of his patients wouldn't have survived otherwise. By night, a ripper doc for the gilded class. By day, a respected surgeon, even a chief by the sudden end of his career. First, it was swept under the rug, which probably meant that his debts were sold. Then, even the police records were scrubbed, evidently not thoroughly enough. The deleted records meant that someone much higher than even the biggest public officials had taken an interest in Ron. Melina Russo, the name of the woman in the still with Ron, a Militech corpo. Her involvement was puzzling, to say the least. In theory, Melina lay within the NCPD's jurisdiction so long as there were officers brave enough to put handcuffs on a corpo, which was getting rarer these days. Stranger, even, was that corps usually handled this kind of dirty business using fixers and gangs in order to generate a tangle of leads that made connecting the dots back to a contractor nigh impossible. This time, the formula was different. So, too, was this whole affair, evidently concerning something completely different from what appeared at first sight. The NCPD hollow badge flickered. Couple days, and it had vanished completely. Liam set down his empty cup of coffee and left the diner, tossing another gum in his mouth. Few days ought to be enough.
Nothing doing.
Albert slid from his chair. It was nearly 2 p.m.
They fortified their security. ICE's too thick. It's beyond my capacity.
Tier 3 won't cut it? Aya reminded him, standing over him.
Tier 3 can't do much against a complex password,
he answered indifferently, considering the matter closed. Aya sighed and tried to sound calm. Explain it to me.
Net running tech's a useful tool for breaching networks, Albert replied without a hint of impatience. But it's just that, a tool. To cut through thicker ICE, I'll need more hardware firepower. Computers, in other words. Networked, preferably.
So you can do it?
Yes.
Then why aren't you doing it?
There's no point. CCTV overhauled its security a few days ago. Enter the wrong code, and you have to wait a few seconds to try again.
Codes now change 3 times per day. It would take a few thousand years to crack. So what now? Aya raised her voice slightly. I sent a drone there. They shot it down before it could get close. Is there nothing we can do? Not right now. Zor had been listening to the exchange. He went over to Albert's rig and typed a string of 16 characters into the additional keyboard. He didn't know what he was typing. He just knew it. It's too long for a CCTV password, Albert pointed out.
It's not for CCTV.
Miltech DP-173, bearing 126, speed 107 miles per hour, altitude 367 feet, wind correction 13 southeast, mode of operation standard patrol, incoming order to change operator ARS-03, verification code accepted, permission to change operator granted, rotate right, full throttle. The man with curly dark hair instinctively drew back, his eyes wide with fear. Farther behind him, Liam made out a woman and 2 children, almost as unkempt as the father, huddled in front of a window that looked directly out onto the neighboring building. They watched him warily, motionlessly.
Not here for you, Liam explained. Don't even need to know your names. I'm looking for the owner.
Luckily, Zed hadn't revoked his access to the NCPD database, which meant the detective knew everything about the tenant of this micro-unit, such as the fact that it was being rented out illegally, common for the more rundown parts of Haywood. They think they're keeping a low profile, forgetting all about their personal information they allow to get sucked up by their feeders and BD players. The detective blinked and read the message.
Drop the case, or else.
Sender unknown. He read it again and deleted it.
It's not what you think.
Though stepping inside would certainly force the issue. He remained in the hallway. What he was doing was illegal enough.
Don't worry. I'm from a different department.
We don't want any trouble,
the man blurted out.
Won't be in any. Well, tell me where the owner is.
It won't be difficult to track down the owner. Just time-consuming.
Add to that the unwanted attention from his former employer. The man looked back at his wife, then gave him a nod. The doors to Maelstrom's hideout were no longer wide open. 2 rubble-filled dumpsters were also positioned to prevent anyone from ramming their way in. A couple of Maelstromers patrolled, rifles slung over their shoulders. Nobody took exception to their presence, least of all the NCPD, who never ventured into these parts. The visual from the Militech patrol drone was crisp enough that it didn't have to approach. Zor watched the screen, confirming what he had already suspected. He wouldn't get a second chance to sneak in quietly, much less back out, least of all in a shootout. Not with Juliana.
Maybe there's a way in from the back? Aya asked.
They're not that gunk,
Zor replied. He hadn't mentioned his meeting with Dum Dum, which was the whole reason they had beefed up their defenses. But even without them, his chances were slim to none. Albert piloted the hacked drone to an altitude that gave them a view of the building from all sides. If anyone spotted it, they wouldn't give it a second thought. Just another Militech patrol drone. The windows and doors of the first 3 levels were bricked up except for 2 or 3 potential entrances and 2 sturdy-looking garage doors. Zor recognized the unit where the girl was being kept.
Second to last floor.
20th.
Forget it. Might as well scrap the plan. Wipe the last few minutes and cut the drone loose, Zor said. Maybe they'll chalk it up to a standard glitch.
His side processes were eating up too much memory and had no auxiliary support to boot. He had to dedicate a portion of his processing power to tracking potential threats. Still, he'd managed to intercept fragments of transmissions from different parts of the city on the scattered net. He breached a subnet controlling food delivery drones, which also contained their flight logs. Whenever they were out of juice, the drones would return to an automated charging station where they also dumped their data. That meant that the footage couldn't have been from more than 15, 20 minutes ago. Streaming the footage was taking up resources. He had higher priority matters to deal with. Even though he read and wrote data 15 times faster than before, it was all just a little too sluggish. He didn't have months or even weeks, he had hours. Meanwhile, distant memories kept bubbling up from the depths of cyberspace and floated listlessly. They were starting to take up more space than everything else combined. Even in theory, transferring one's consciousness was a thorny procedure. A person isn't made up of only data, but memories, habits, personality traits, skills. A person is a process, which means it needs a system to run it. In one of his data extractions, Albert discovered a theoretical study that attempted to untangle questions such as how to digitize a human being. Whether you can run a human and reboot it even from death, and even if the simulation was flawless, how could you know whether it was actually processing consciousness? Can the post-human still be a human or just a digipuppet? One more problem to solve. It would take years of uninterrupted reading to get through all these studies. Meanwhile, the authorities didn't seem to care all that much about guarding isolated fragments of potentially subversive knowledge. Perhaps it was all because a good portion of Knight's citizens were illiterate, and even if they weren't, the jargon-packed study was probably enough to dissuade potential readers with words like discombobulate. The next few hours would prove whether everything hadn't been a complete waste of time. He wasn't the owner, just the middleman who made sure the tenants coughed up rent on time. His gorilla-like stature and chrome cheekbones alone were probably convincing enough. Despite nearing 60, he still commanded a certain degree of respect. You rented a unit to someone named Zor. Liam showed him a still on his tablet. Boxes with scratched-off markings stood next to the wall of the large room. Intriguing contents, no doubt. On a mattress sat 2 women and a child. One of them was lost in a brain dance, while the second stared at him with a hazy, slack-jawed expression. There was a gloomy atmosphere in the dimly lit unit. Liam's scanners picked up illegal substances, transmitting alerts to his neural processor. He ignored them.
Don't recognize him,
the rent collector finally said with a look on his face that seemed to add, and if it wasn't for that holo badge, I'd make sure nobody recognized you, either. Liam sighed. Using Thought Command, he uploaded the face of the rent collector to the NCPD database to see who he was up against. The result came almost instantly. Willem Newell. No gang affiliation, multiple convictions for petty crimes. Nothing unusual, nothing he could use. Liam sent another query, this time to his personal database that he'd been building since he joined the force. A hit. Now this was interesting. For years, Newell had been an informal associate of Militech, carrying out assignments that were both legal and not so legal. The kind that couldn't go on the record, but that were too sensitive to hand out to fixers or gangs. The pieces were starting to build a logical picture. Just looking for info on the guy. He glanced meaningfully toward the cases. Don't care about anything else.
Paid cash up front,
the rent collector said.
Whole month.
Your choice.
Another message. No caller ID. Wouldn't be so anonymous once he got his hands on the phone tower records.
Just 1 month?
Liam closed the message.
Stuck around for even less.
And destroyed the door and elevator on his way out.
Ain't my biz.
The rent collector seemed to tower even higher over him. Rented it to another family before the month was even up.
Shit, Jum. If Maelstrom after you, you ain't never coming back.
They parked the tow truck in the shade next to a bare wall. In an hour, it would become scorching hot.
Who cared? In an hour, they had no idea if they'd still be alive. They got out onto a plaza in front of what resembled a disused factory. Empty, if you didn't count 2 cars and the windswept trash, ever present in this part of the city. The buildings in this area reached only a few stories, most without windows.
What if they pat us down?
Ron whispered. He meant the pistols they all had hidden behind their belts. They were hoping that a single shot wouldn't be fired, but Zor wasn't as optimistic as the rest. He kept his thoughts to himself.
They won't,
he replied.
Warden's got a plan. Don't know how deep it goes, but he needs us.
Melina stepped beside Zor. Once you reach a certain level, there's no such thing as accidents or coincidences, she said quietly, almost whispering. You know it too. What did Warden have on you? How did he drag you into this?
No secret at this point,
Zor replied in a hushed tone.
Found out about my past, threatened to spill. That's about it. You?
They're playing a dangerous game. She shook her head.
Guess that'll have to wait till we make it out of there.
Zor cut the convo short.
Try not to look threatening, all right?
Ron said to everyone. Doubt that'll be hard, Melina answered wryly. We already look harmless and clumsy. Only 45 feet separated them from the steel doors. Melina really didn't want to go inside. She felt the urge to grab Ron by the hand and go in the opposite direction, no looking back. Well, this is it.
Don't have a choice,
she said. They moved slowly toward the entrance. They didn't just look harmless and clumsy, but nervous, too. Scared, even. One of the doors opened, revealing total darkness. Zor sharpened the contrast in his vision and adjusted the white balance. He didn't even know which implant was responsible for it. The outlines of 2 rifle-wielding men came into focus. He stopped himself from instinctively reaching for his own iron. The 2 men came out and stood on opposite sides of the door, watching the 4 of them indifferently. One held the rifle's receiver slanted downward across his chest, ready to take a quick shot if needed. The second started to walk toward them.
Chill. I'll handle this.
Out of the darkness emerged a 3rd figure. Warden. The second man backed away to the door. Zor raised his arms, though not so high as to expose what was behind his belt. Warden frisked him, ignoring the 2 bulges pressed against his lower back and the extra magazines in his pockets. Then he moved his combat implant detector around him, having previously decreased sensitivity to minimum. It wouldn't detect a tank, even if it were right in front of him. He then repeated the procedure with Ron, and finally, Aya and Melina. He gave them a nod. They went in. It wasn't as dark inside as it looked, but the AC made the air cool. Somebody had clearly tried to make this place look like somewhere deadbeat punks hung out. A couple of worn-out couches, a stack of crates that formed a table, a few kegs that might have catered to a party once upon a time. Now it was empty, with only light coming from the windows near the ceiling. It almost felt like an abandoned church, though instead of pews, the aisles were made up of the remnants of old machinery that remained assembled due to either laziness or their worthlessness. Without a word, Warden led them to the end of the hall and pushed open another set of doors, revealing stairs that led down. Zor did a quick estimate of the distance to the entrance. Would a tow rope make it? Probably not. Then there was the truck. Definitely not. Should have thought about that before. Not like they would keep the container right by the entrance. How would they even get it up to the 1st floor? Pull it up 1 step at a time, shoulder to shoulder with Maelstrom? No thanks. Though its ceiling was lower, the basement was equally spacious, filled with metal cargo boxes of various shapes and colors. It almost seemed as if they had been placed for a defensive purpose as a barricade. This wasn't your average warehouse. In its dead center, a burly man in a leather jacket stood just outside the cone of light cast by one of the lamps dangling from the ceiling. Renner. Next to him stood the smaller built, Ross. Zor didn't know how he knew their names. He just did. He toggled his optic spectrum to infrared. Someone was there, just behind those boxes. Someone or something emitting heat, a signature typical of a person or even two people. The container was nowhere in sight. Ross started to move toward Melina, who stood closest to them. We came here to talk, not feel each other up. Melina took a step back. Jose did a solid pat-down, Warden said. Sorry, Ross. Not your lucky day. Ross raised his hands in compliance and turned back. He looked at Renner, whose expression was hard, firmly set. Here to talk biz, eh? Renner cracked a smile. Let's see you talk with a mouthful of lead. Two gangers jumped out from behind the cases, rifles trained on their heads. Too late for anything. Renner took 2 steps towards Zor and the rest. Kudos to him, couldn't have picked a better place for an ambush. While Renner and the rest had cover behind them, they were wide open, like fish in a barrel. Had a feeling something wasn't right, Ron whispered. Warden quietly retreated into the shadows. Been dying to know, Renner said. Who the actual fuck are you? What hole did Warden drag you out of? Warden let out a quiet sigh. Ought to off you right now, Renner continued. But I can't help being curious. Let's go. Spill. They stood still. What now? Clearly, they weren't getting into biz together. Right now, they were alive for as long as they could keep the boss's interest. Good question, Ron finally answered. We were merrily going about our lives until... The sound of muffled gunfire reached them through the ceiling. Everyone instinctively looked up. Everyone except Zor, who drew his pistols and fired 5 rounds from each at the gangers flanking Renner. Now, one pistol was aimed at Renner, the other at Ross. The echoes petered out. Ron, Aya, and Melina all drew their iron. Melina was the only one aiming at Warden, who didn't react at all. Didn't even raise his hands. Jose patted him down, Renner growled at Warden. Only Ross had his arms in the air. Did you pat him down, you double-crossing piece of shit? To be respected as a leader, Warden replied. Gotta have respect for your own people. You don't got neither. Backstabbing scum like you don't deserve respect, Renner spat. So what's the game plan, Who the fuck's spitting lead up there? Where's the container? Zor asked. Renner ignored him. Whatever your plan was, it's fucked now, Renner shouted at Warden, his nostrils flaring. You rat-fucking traitor! Ron went over to the fallen gangers and checked their pulses. Dead. He took their rifles, handing one to Melina and keeping the other for himself. Who's up there? Aya whispered, motioning with her head toward the stairs. They with us? Back up, Zor replied. Change of plans. He pulled the trigger. A chunk of leather flew off of Renner's shoulder. Fuck! Now Zor had his attention. Can't you see? This is real leather! He fingered the tear with indignation. You think you can just waltz in here and take whatever the fuck you want, That's exactly what I think, Zor answered. The container. Where is it? Funny you should ask. Been wondering myself how to get rid of the damned thing. Should be happy then. Solving your problem for you. Renner's laugh filled the entire room. That's simple, huh? Tell you what. You ain't getting that container, and you sure as shit ain't getting out of here alive. As for this fucking Judas... He was rudely interrupted by the sound of the upstairs door being kicked open. I'm done talking, Renner grinned.
Boys will take it from here.
Not gonna happen, Warden calmly answered. Sent them over to Gustavo's to pick up some cargo. Remember?
Fuck you talking about? Didn't send them anywhere.
They're in South Glen as we speak.
Warden himself had no clue who was approaching. They heard the thud of heavy boots. Melina looked toward the staircase, and Warden immediately aimed one pistol at her and another at Renner. Zor waited for Maelstrom to make their entrance. If only they knew where the container was. The thuds had almost reached the bottom, but before they could glimpse their owner, they heard the sound of several objects clinking down the steps.
Grenade!
Zor yelled. With rapid tempo, Aya reached the nearest row of boxes, not a moment too soon. She felt a cramp coming on. Melina and Ron managed to find cover on the other side of the room when one after the other 3 explosions shook the entire basement. There was a deafening ring in their ears as shrapnel ricocheted off the walls and smoke flooded the basement.
They're trying to kill us.
Aya looked up at Zor, who was sheltering her.
You call that backup?
It was the only way of getting Juliana back.
Zor took a quick peek above the boxes. Couldn't make out anything through the smoke.
Guess the deal's off.
All right, you fucking jizz rags!
They heard a booming, gravelly voice from upstairs.
Party's over!
That definitely didn't sound like Dum Dum. The smoke was finally clearing up. Zor caught sight of Ron and Melina at the other end of the basement, hidden by a similar-looking stack of boxes. They looked around helplessly, rifles in hand. More shots and ricochets. Melina leaned out from behind cover and fired at the ceiling, taking out one of the lamps. She hid before a volley from the other side riddled the boxes with bullet holes. Lead was flying left and right. Out of the crossfire, a force lifted Aya up into the air.
Toss your iron!
A booming voice shouted. Aya shrieked, trying to free herself. Pigface held her up by the waist a few feet above the ground with one hand. The other held a DR-5 Nova revolver. The stench of his breath and pungent body odor overwhelmed her senses. She gathered all the strength she could, turned around with remarkable speed, and directed all that power into one move. A swift kick to the groin. The animal keeled over, falling to his knees. Unfortunately, he brought Aya down with him. She struggled for breath underneath his weight. She couldn't move. Pigface rose to his feet with difficulty, lifting Aya like a doll. This time, he held the revolver against her head.
I said, toss your iron,
the big cat said,
or her brain goes splat.
Ron and Melina laid down their rifles.
Don't give 2 fucks about her.
Renner trained his pistol on Pigface. Zor aimed at Renner.
Drop it,
Zor ordered.
Fuck.
Ross couldn't decide between Zor or Pigface.
Goddamn shit show. Got a bigger problem to deal with,
Renner barked in reply.
Wait your fucking turn. I said, drop it.
Zor took a step closer.
Same goes for you,
he said to Ross. Renner scowled and dropped his pistol, followed by Ross. Zor made a split-second calculation of what would happen if he fired at Pigface now. He could do it. Pigface wouldn't have time to react. No, the risk was too high. He dropped both pistols and raised his arms up. Pigface loosened his grip and Aya fell to the floor.
Where is it?
Big Cat looked at Ron through slit pupils.
Had a deal, didn't we?
Melina shot the Ripperdoc a questioning glance.
Situation's gotten a little, complicated,
he answered, and pointed at Renner.
Ask him. He knows.
Ain't telling you shit,
Renner snarled.
Already got plans for the rest of the day.
Big Cat reluctantly aimed at him.
One more body ain't gonna change a thing. Kill me, and you'll never find it.
Big Cat turned to Ron, making him nearly flinch.
Deal was you'd hand over the container. I don't seize any container. We were working on that, Ron exclaimed nervously, till you showed up. Back to work then. Will's watch. Atmosphere ain't really conducive for. You got an ass for a brain, Ripper Dick!
Big Cat barked at him. Big Cat raised the revolver to his right and fired. Ross's head exploded, blood spattering the wall and ceiling, as well as over half of Renner's face. He didn't react as the ganger's body slumped beside him. Instead, he looked down at his leather jacket covered in blood.
Fuck! Don't give a rat's dick who knows or doesn't know, Big Cat shouted to the whole room. I'll off-use one by one till someone starts talking.
He glared at everyone in turn, staring the longest at Melina. She didn't allow herself to show any fear, though her legs were starting to tremble. Everyone just inspired. Till you showed up. Back to work then. Will's watch. Atmosphere ain't really conducive for. You got an ass for a brain, Ripper Dick! Big Cat barked at him. Big Cat raised the revolver to his right and fired. Ross's head exploded, blood spattering the wall and ceiling, as well as over half of Renner's face. He didn't react as the ganger's body slumped beside him. Instead, he looked down at his leather jacket covered in blood.
Fuck! Don't give a rat's dick who knows or doesn't know, Big Cat shouted to the whole room. I'll off-use one by one till someone starts talking.
He glared at everyone in turn, staring the longest at Melina. She didn't allow herself to show any fear, though her legs were starting to tremble.
Everyone just chill, all right?
Ron took a step in front of Melina.
Nobody else has to die. Fuck did you just say to me?
Big Cat slowly raised his pistol at Ron. Suddenly, 2 blades extended through his stomach, dripping with blood. He looked down, stupefied. Then he staggered and turned around. Carla had already sprung back with a cartwheel. Big Cat unloaded half a magazine at her, sending only chunks of concrete flying through the air. Something streaked down the stairs in a blur. His coat and body seemed merged together as Dum-Dum spun through midair, illuminated by a quick series of muzzle flashes in Big Cat's direction. Blood spurted out of his grotesquely oversized muscles. Big Cat turned around, bared his fangs, and returned fire into the darkness. Dum-Dum's optics were dimmed to avoid revealing his position. Pigface quickly realized his life insurance policy, Big Cat, was about to run its course. He opened fire on their new enemy, but Dum-Dum was already elsewhere, shooting through the darkness only a few yards away. Pigface took 2 hits in the shoulder. Instead of hurting him, it only made him angrier. Zor scooped up his pistols, grabbed Aya, and pulled her behind the nearest stack of boxes.
You okay?
She was unhurt, though she couldn't move one arm. The other was only half cooperating.
I think so.
Ron and Melina quickly grabbed their rifles and joined the others. Though nobody was shooting at them, ricochets zipped through the air around them. The roar from the gunfire didn't die down.
You made a deal with the animals?
Aya hissed at Ron.
Yeah, well, he made a deal with Maelstrom.
The Ripper Doc pointed at Zor.
We just gonna sit here and wait for them to kill each other?
Melina shouted over the gunfire. Warden was nowhere to be seen. He had something planned, Zor was sure of it. So what? Both of their plans probably canceled each other out.
Who are we even shooting at?
Ron looked at each of them for answers.
At whoever wins,
Melina answered.
If Maelstrom don't get the container, they won't let Juliana go, Zor said. If the animals don't get it,
Ron hesitated.
Bully will kill me.
Who the hell's Bully? Melina asked.
Debt collector. When I mentioned ancient history, it wasn't that ancient.
Melina sighed and hung her head in disbelief. 3 contradictory plans for 1 container. Nothing to do but wait and see who came out on top. Carla sheathed her mantis blades and switched to iron, springing to a new position after each round fired. Dum-Dum did the same, except he didn't skimp on ammo. The animals had already taken some lead, the ground around them pooling with blood. They weren't used to fighting from behind cover. Their strength lay in close-quarters combat. They were becoming more sluggish. Soon the energy from those boosted sacks of muscle would deplete itself. Dum-Dum thought 2 steps ahead. He'd already fired at the animals and the boxes that Zor, Aya, and the rest were hidden behind, which was already beginning to crumble. A few more shots, and there'd be nothing to use as cover. Ron hesitated, then mustered up his courage and unexpectedly leaped from behind cover, unloading his magazine into Dum-Dum. Shit. He actually hit him. The maelstromer hesitated. Blood was squirting out of his neck. He turned toward Ron, who was fumbling with a new magazine.
Get down!
Zor pulled Ron to the ground, but it wasn't necessary. Dum-Dum took another volley, this time from Big Cat. He hit the ground. Hard. The howl from Carla was like that of a banshee. She was about to leap toward the animals, but let it go when she saw the pistol slip out of his hand and his body slump next to the dying pig-faced animal. Carla's blazing optics rotated to Ron. She unsheathed her blades and, not taking her eyes off him, made an impossibly wide leap toward the boxes. Carla sprang from the last case, flipped in the air, and swooped down with her blades onto the chest of the prone Ripperdoc like a bird of prey. She couldn't have stopped now even if she wanted to.
Foxicle!
Ron flattened himself against the ground, the magazine slipping from his hand. Melina fired, missing by a good few feet. Aya had Carla exactly within her sights and pulled the trigger. Or she tried to. Her stiffened hand wouldn't allow it. Zor watched it unfold in slow motion. Carla falling through the air as if through thick oil. He aimed precisely at both of the blade's mountings and fired. The last volley went straight for the power supply. A flash and a boom that sounded to him like rolling thunder. He was out of ammo. Time sped up. Sparks and blood burst above them in a cloud. Everyone braced for impact. Carla's body slammed into the ground with a shower of blood and metal fragments.
Impractical weapon,
Dum-Dum thought spoke, but Carla couldn't hear him anymore.
Foxicle,
Ron wanted to say, staring at the blades buried in his chest. He looked up at Zor and suddenly recalled the moment when they'd first met, before Arroyo. But he couldn't do anything with that knowledge now. It was too late. Too late for everything. His gaze searched for Melina. Carla raised her head. She tried to lift herself up on what was left of her cyber arms, now deprived of their blades and other chrome fittings. She couldn't. Melina aimed at her head, clenched her jaw, and fired. She shuddered as she saw the woman's head slump back down in a pool of blood. Only now her red optics faded. Melina fired again and again until the slide stop retreated and there were only clicks. She dropped the gun and fell to her knees beside Ron, bending over and lifting up his head. The 12 chrome fingers of the Zetatech surgical hands drummed helplessly against the concrete. A few long seconds passed before it was clear that the idling implants understood there would be no further commands. Dum-Dum struggled to his feet, steadying himself against a stack of cases. His connections were severed, making his optics glow faintly as he looked for his iron, but he wouldn't have even had the strength to pick it up. He began crawling up the stairs behind Zor and the others. Melina shut her eyes.
It was all pointless. Nothing made sense anymore. Zor put his arm around Aya and looked at Ron with a grim expression. He lifted his gaze to Carla, or rather, what was left of her. The deal with Maelstrom was off. Dead. None of this made any sense. Black rain battering the windshield. It stank of blood, gunpowder, and fried circuitry.
Now that everyone's out of ammo, we can pick up where we left off.
This time, Renner was holding a rifle.
Left a real mess to clean up.
He had ditched his jacket, revealing a third glowing cross in the center of his chest. Melina caressed Ron's cheek.
To hell with this! She stood up and with a fierce look aimed at the glowing cross and squeezed the trigger.
The metallic click only reconfirmed what she already knew. She came closer and squeezed the trigger. Click! Renner looked at her with amusement. She kept coming closer. Click! Click! Click!
Hoping for a miracle?
He asked, almost cheerfully. A burst from a rifle. For the first time, surprise appeared on the ganger's face, and a dark patch started to spread across his chest, making the cross glow dark orange. Renner's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor.
He was right. Gonna be a bitch to clean this up.
Smoke drifted from the barrel of Warden's rifle as he approached, kicking the gun away from his late boss's corpse. The pool of blood around his feet was widening. He looked at the group huddled together and motioned behind him toward the steel doors embedded in the concrete wall, left slightly ajar.
Chapter 14. Me again, suckers! Few days ago, a couple of gang goons said sayonara and snuffed it. 12 of them, to be precise. Boo-hoo. Probably 20 more took their place already. Guess the previous ones just didn't have what it took. You been to the cemetery lately? Peeps be dropping like flies. Ain't enough graves for all of them. No wonder the fish in the bay's so goddamn fat. If anyone asks, I don't know nothing. They're probably just nibbling on plastic. Just watch your step near the water after dark. Not gonna name names, but some nihilistic motherfucker told me none of this. Nothing we do matters, 'cause we're all gonna end up the same way. Dead at the bottom of a ditch. Well, Arasaka's got something to say about that. Might have heard about it already? The relic. Wanna live forever as a dumb hollow? Be my guest. Me? I'd rather go out guns a-blazing than pay a fortune to lock myself in a digiprison for eternity. In other news, another abandoned squad got burned to the ground. Body count? Unknown. Mainstream media's silent. As usual. Surprise, surprise. Report was up for a day before it quietly vanished. Whoever died there? The powers that be don't want you to know who. I don't believe for 1 second any of y'all got sad reading this, you soulless motherfuckers. 'Cause I know I did. It'll pass in a sec. Next post coming soon. Peace!
The sign on the door read Byers and Son. Was he sure about going inside? It was a battle between curiosity and good sense. Or maybe more like his duty? No. He wouldn't even be able to use the information he was about to acquire. Impersonating a police officer was a felony, and any evidence he submitted to court would be struck down by the exclusionary rule. But curiosity was winning. It won every time. Liam's hollow badge hadn't completely faded yet. The detective went in. It smelled of old sweat and damp.
Liam tossed a stick of gum in his mouth and started chewing. Helped a little. There was a garage to his left with parked vans connected to the wall by various thick cables. To the right, the office. Liam pushed open the steel doors that swung noiselessly on their brand-new hinges. You couldn't really call it an office, since no clients would ever come here in person. Otherwise, it barely passed muster in terms of looking like a legit business. The eponymous buyer sat behind the small counter a few feet from the entrance. It was hard to gauge how old he was. Looking for this man. Know where he is? Byers let out a quiet sigh.
You and everyone's grandma.
Someone else looking for him.
Oh, trust me. You wouldn't want to meet him.
Byers continued to work, or pretended to, on his terminal.
Make it quick. I'm real busy.
Can you give me a name? Byers shrugged.
Worked here for a little?
Liam leaned on the counter. Guessing you knew him well?
A while.
Byers scoffed.
Guy worked here for just a couple of days and then totaled one of my vans.
Liam was about to ask who else was looking for Zor when he got a message from his wife.
Why didn't you tell me you picked up the kids from school?
He stopped chewing. This isn't looking good. OP2 stared at the monitors. We might as well be digging our own graves here. Wasn't part of the plan, but OP1 sighed, glancing at the control graphs. It looks like the main mission objective isn't in any danger. It was supposed to be a test of autonomy, passed with flying fucking colors. OP3 joined in. Should we prime the auto-destruct sequence? That's a last resort. For now, ARSO3 is en route to the target. Notify the boss. Someone fucked up Russo's psych profile. I said it at the very start she'd be trouble. Too unstable. Not our problem. Now tell the boss about ARSO3. By the time he figures out what's going on, it'll be too late. It's already too late. What are we supposed to do, send a squad after him? Tell the boss that we've lost control of ARSO3, now! Though it was the same sky, it felt like a different world. The air smelled fresher, cleaner. The sub-district prided itself on its low levels of pollution. Then there were the plants. Grass, bushes, even real organic trees. Trash was nowhere to be seen, nor curbside, burned out or abandoned cars, no homeless or shady characters lurking in the shadows. The street was practically empty. The GPS out here in North Oak started to glitch, ostensibly for its residents' safety. Only when she inserted Katsuo's card into the Quadra's console did it come back to life. Dusk was approaching. Lost in his thoughts, Zor gazed out at the olive groves on the hills that smugly pretended as if the world wasn't undergoing ecological collapse. Melina suddenly took Zor's hand and squeezed it, closing her eyes. For a moment, they sat in silence. Loud thuds from the back, the AV's armored hull being pierced by anti-aircraft rounds. The lights in the cockpit become red. The Mayday alarm starts blaring. He's lost control of the steering. I want to speak to him first, he heard Melina's voice. He blinked. He was back in North Oak. He gave a slight nod.
So do I.
And then you'll kill him? She intoned more as a statement than a question. But if you do that, you won't get Juliana back. I'll do both. Katsuo's intel isn't up to date. Only reason why I'm able to get this close to him. Slowly, the steel gate retracted. Gravel crunched beneath the wheels as they drove on a lane flanked by lush greenery that led to an ascetic-looking villa. Spacious windows, straight angles, part ground floor and first floor that seemed a relic of a gentler era. As soon as they stopped, Melina wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and sighed. They got out, and the car graciously parked itself next to a limousine. They walked down the few steps to the entrance, Melina in a black evening dress, Zor in a blazer and tie she had picked out for him for the occasion. An elderly Japanese manservant wearing a slightly oversized suit pulled open a traditional sliding door and closed it, indicating the way through the garden with an upward-facing palm. The narrow black stone paved path stopped after winding its way around the villa through immaculately trimmed grass. Melina resisted the urge to kick off her heels and feel it between her toes. It was almost begging to be walked on. The painstakingly designed and manicured vegetation seemed endless, though it was all a careful illusion. They heard the hum of water as the path led them over a stone bridge. Underneath it, a gurgling stream trickled into a small pond with idle fish. Synthetic, maybe. Farther ahead was a modest bamboo grove, next to it a boulder, and on the other side, a large, majestic rhododendron tree. Behind it stood a traditional wooden Japanese tea pavilion, the edges of the roof curled characteristically upward. Real wood, real trees. The extravagance of it all was hard to take in, even for Melina. Zor took one last fill of air and began the wait for the evening to run its inevitable course. The elderly servant slid open the latticework door covered in translucent paper, revealing Katsuo within, who acknowledged them with a slight nod. Melina and Zor entered a large, nearly empty room with partially slatted walls and an old wooden floor darkened with time, on which mats were placed. Katsuo knelt by the low table in the center of the room. He now stood up and adjusted his black suit.
"Thank you for your change of heart and agreeing to join me." He gave a very low bow. "And thank you, sir, for accompanying your partner." Zor clenched his jaw and felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Seeing Katsuo this close, he struggled to maintain his composure. It wasn't easy. Why not do it right away? What was he waiting for? A better moment? There wouldn't be one. He could kill Katsuo with his bare hands right here and now. But he didn't. Instead, he bowed in the same manner which suited him more than the thought of shaking this man's hand. "Zor," he introduced himself, trying to articulate through his clenched jaw. His last name, he'd forgotten it. "We are honored to be your guests," Melina quickly interjected. From the house, a woman dressed in a silk kimono approached them. Its hem swept across the grass, making it seem as if she glided toward them. "Katsuko, my wife." Katsuo introduced her. She bowed. Katsuko removed her shoes without a word. The guests caught the hint and did the same. Zor had expected the kind of reception he'd seen on TV. A table replete with little saucers of food, waiters pouring cups of sake. Nothing of the kind here. Not to mention, there weren't any other guests. Their host motioned them to the mats around the table, which had what looked like a hot plate, a few wooden objects, a couple of dark, rough, uneven bowls, and some sweets on saucers. "I presume you are not familiar with our customs." Katsuo was polite. The official tone and emotionless mask that Melina had gotten used to from their previous meetings had disappeared. "We will now drink tea and talk. After, we will move to a more comfortable setting in the Western style, where supper will be served." The servant brought a few paper lanterns and hung them from the ceiling. The tea room became brighter, bringing out the dark amber hue of the wood. The garden around them receded into shadow. Behind the hedge separating the garden from the street, the sun began its descent. Katsuko prepared the tea. The guests had the impression that they were in a play, where Katsuko was performing an ancient ritual. First, she wiped all the objects on the table with a red cloth.
Then she poured the water into the bowls, rinsed them back into the kettle, sprinkled some green powder in them, poured the water back, and swirled it around again. How different this was from pressing a button on an all-foods feeder, Zor thought. He made an effort not to look at their host. Throughout all these years, he had imagined this meeting differently. He had wanted to corner Katsuo, tell him why he was about to die, force him to beg for forgiveness, which would never happen anyway. He had too much dignity. Zor wanted to make him experience a moment of thought, reflection. Yes, Katsuo had to die. He thought of Nicole and Brad, whose existence Katsuo had never even been aware of. Too many people to remember had been consumed by the flames. Zor was going to resurrect his wife and son, resurrect them in the mind of Katsuo, and then kill him. It wasn't about cruelty. He wanted this war criminal to know what he did to deserve his fate. Katsuko lifted up the bowl of steaming green tea and rotated it twice before setting it down in front of Melina. Tea marks an important moment, Katsuo said. A time to bring oneself in harmony with nature and loved ones, to offer respect to everything that allows us to enjoy this tea, to honor tradition and our guests. He bowed to Melina and then to Zor. A time to soothe our souls. Something tells me this isn't one of those evenings. Melina took a sip of her tea. There are more important matters than souls at peace. One of them is the success of Project Aeneas. Melina glanced from Zor to Katsuo. Has Aeneas become declassified? It has not. I trust that neither you nor your partner will reveal the details of our discussion this evening. Of course, Melina nodded. We can speak openly here. Nobody is listening. You mean that the conference room at Arasaka wasn't secure? In that regard, nowhere in Arasaka is secure. The only difference is who is permitted to listen. But not here. This is my home. I set the rules. Irritation welled up within Zor. No, not irritation. Impatience. An urge to do something. He didn't look at Katsuo, not wanting his face to reveal his intentions. Instead, he observed Katsuko as she poured boiled water into the bowls. Curious, the effort that went into an act as simple as preparing tea. She smiled faintly, not uttering a word. Zor couldn't take his eyes off of what she was doing. He touched his forehead. Her smile reminded him of... The AV lies on its side, nose buried in the sand. He manages to climb out of the cockpit and now sits against the torn-open escape hatch. The AV has left a 150-foot scar in the desert sand. Smoke rises out of the engine, circuits sparking beneath the bullet-ridden hull. Less than 2 miles away, a fire blazes. He can't feel the heat from here, only sees the red glow lighting up the night. His leg is broken. Too late to run away now. Why did he make a break for it? When he stole the AV, he knew he wouldn't make it out alive. So what was the difference? At least he had a few more minutes to gaze at the sky. They'd used standard munitions instead of missiles to shoot him down. They wanted him alive. They would surely ask him many questions about the conspiracy, about the chain of command in his terrorist cell. But there was no terrorist cell, just him. A father whose family was killed because of politics. A father, a deserter, but not a traitor. But all the same, they would treat him like one. He had sunk the Arasaka warship. He should feel satisfaction, fulfillment. He feels neither of those things. Instead, he feels that it's not enough. He tries to move his leg. Pain shoots through his entire body. The fracture isn't severe. His shin bone hasn't pierced the skin. He wedges his foot between the AV's fuselage and the broken undercarriage hatch. He dispenses the anesthesia and pulls. A crack, and then a short cry. The pain can't be completely numbed. Though it isn't hot, sweat streaks down his face. Did he set the bone right? Did it make a difference? He didn't have anything to fashion a splint. Nanites would tentatively repair it within 2 hours. Too long. He straightened his leg, accidentally moving the table. The crockery rattled, spilling the tea. Everyone stared at him, while Katsuko rushed to clean up the mess. Both our corporations are secretly attempting to penetrate the Black Wall, Melina said. Our boards remain unaware, officially, that is. But whoever wins the race will leave the competition in the dust. Your assessment is correct, Katsuo politely admitted. Except neither Militech nor Arasaka needs to. What I mean is... Melina looked at Zor and briefly lost her train of thought. I mean that it's completely unnecessary. Gaining access to the AIs beyond the Black Wall isn't in anyone's interest. Both sides' motivation is the fear of losing the race. It's a prisoner's dilemma. The situation demands a broader perspective, Katsuo replied. Though we make up the largest share of the market, our smaller competitors have begun to conduct their own research we have no insight into. One must assume it is only a matter of time before the Black Wall is compromised. It is not a question of if, but when. Then shouldn't we be trying to prevent that from happening? You must forgive me for answering your question with another question, but is this still part of our negotiation? Zor's gaze was fixed on his bowl of tea. He was on edge, as if a pressure was building up inside him. If he took even one look at Katsuo, he would have to kill him right then and there. Melina took a deep breath, buying herself some time to think. She could really use a smoke right about now. What I'm wondering, she began again, is whether Project Aeneas isn't attempting to cross a line that shouldn't be crossed. I met one of the victims from the incident in 62. The Voodoo Boys conducted that experiment. The failure lies with them. Katsuo's patience seemed to be waning. Surely, you do not think that the life of some random child outweighs the potential benefits for all mankind? Zor's eyes glazed over. They're here. He can make them out in the distance, shimmering as they approach through the hot desert. His AV is stuck in the sand, tilted on its side. His pursuers land at a safe distance. He hears their steps as they warily creep toward him. He shuts his eyes. Flames. This time, not his house, but the flames from the ship. Out of 6 rockets, 2 reach their target. That was only minutes ago. Flames rage out from the bridge. It tilts on its side, starts sinking. In just a few minutes, the rest of the ships would return fire. Veer left, full throttle. He sustains a few hits, crash lands in the desert. They surround him. The light from the distant wall of flames casts the shadow of a figure. They're being vigilant. No need. He's too weak to put up a fight. Only once they're standing over him do they lower their weapons. 1 hour ago, he set out to do the last thing he'd ever have to do. He knew now it wasn't enough. He had to know who issued the order. Indeed, the ethical consequences of cooperating with AIs makes for good popular entertainment, Zor heard. Right beside mutants rising up from Coronado Bay. Emotion should have no place in our decision-making process.
We must guide ourselves by logic, and logic only.
The only logic I see is the logic of profit, Melina said. If it makes money, it makes sense, right? I have the impression that you are intentionally trying to steer this negotiation off course. Katsuo showed no hint of annoyance. And yet, the mask was off. He had voluntarily removed it when he invited guests into his own home. The face behind it showed a spirit that was now animated, a far cry from the Katsuo she had come to know in Arasaka Tower. Melina sensed that there was something else she wasn't picking up on.
But what?
This isn't business negotiation, she said firmly. I'm trying to avoid a disaster in the making. What we're doing, we'd be tearing open a hole into a world that's been abandoned for 40 years, home to intelligences that would, by now, be completely alien to us. They were alien from the start, Katsuo corrected her. We created them for that very reason. Such is their purpose, to carry out tasks we humans are incapable of. For 40 years, we've left these AIs to evolve entirely on their own, unsupervised, uncontrolled. I think it's safe to say that by now, their capabilities surpass ours by orders of magnitude. If that were the case, then surely one of these AIs would have penetrated through the Black Wall by now. Unless the Black Wall is itself an AI preparing to act as a mediator. Precisely the kind of conspiracy theory that is spouted on the net. In reality, these AIs have at their disposal only the limited portion of cyberspace that we ceded to them nearly 40 years ago. No new space has been created. Neither is there a back door. No physical connection that leads directly beyond the all-pervasive barrier that is the Black Wall. If evolution has taken place, it has been determined by limited space and resources. You are afraid of war, but it has already begun among the AIs themselves. It is a war over scarcity. Besides, these AIs have not evolved as you so vividly imagine. They are merely remnants of a past that we will mine for all of its value. The knowledge that we have abandoned there, the data and algorithms, we need them to lift humanity from technological stagnation. We must return to the path of progress. Zor nervously clenched and unclenched his fists. He raised the tea to his lips and tried to control himself. His fingers paled as their grip on the ceramic uneven bowl tightened. Cold metal, arms bumping against the railings of a hospital stretcher. They're pushing me down a long hallway. Luminous square tiles of light pass over my head in an even rhythm. Slowly, monotonously. Something shakes. It's me. I'm shaking, moving. This can't be a hospital. The man to the right wears a white lab coat. The bare concrete walls show large numbers and symbols painted on them. We pass a door every once in a while, but not hospital doors. More like warehouse doors. The letters are in English, not Japanese. Not Arasaka, then. Means I still have a chance to make it out of this alive and do what needs to be done. Find whoever issued the order. Progress has come to a standstill, Katsuo continued. Resources are becoming even scarcer, and we have no remedy. The world has experienced no new technological breakthroughs for decades. Zor's hand trembled as he set down the bowl. Katsuko gave a delicate smile and took it, refilling it with tea. Maybe that's because we only think about short-term profits, Melina pointed out, not long-term gains. Perhaps, but that is the way the world works. Katsuo nodded. Humanity is stuck in the quicksand of short-term profit
as you call it. We need a force strong enough to pull us out of it.
Why were they here? What was he playing at? She had no doubt this invitation served another purpose besides this conversation, but she couldn't figure out what. I don't buy that argument. She had no choice but to continue playing the game. Sounds like a PR pitch, something for the masses to easily swallow. But the goal is still the same. Profit. These secret attempts to break through the Black Wall by Arasaka and Militech.
Your information is wrong.
Katsuo interrupted her.
Militech's approach is not the same as Arasaka's. Your team has not been working on finding a way through.
He paused and stared at Melina, who tried as best as she could to hide her surprise.
Instead, for years, you have been working on your own AI. It is for this reason that this discussion is taking place.
Zor raised the bowl that Katsuko had handed him to his lips. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple.
You'll have to elaborate, Melina said calmly.
As you yourself have pointed out, what lies behind the Black Wall surpasses us by orders of magnitude. Let us suppose that is the case within certain margins. We would need a mediator, an intelligence that could act as a bridge between us and what lies on the other side. Militech already possesses something we can use, a hybrid, an amalgamation of the organic and synthetic. Militech is attempting to create the ideal soldier, devoid of conscience, capable of fulfilling any orders given, yet not entirely stripped of their humanity, their instinct, intuition, an artificial intelligence and an artificial soul in constant struggle and cooperation. Pure artificial intelligence, if it achieves self-awareness, will become impossible to control. But a soldier must be both self-aware and kept under control. There are already too many unthinking robots and inadequate net runners. Controlling an AI will be possible, as long as it is weighed down by emotion. It is like flying a kite. It cannot remain in the air without the string that deprives it of its freedom. Release the string, and it will fall. We have determined that such a hybrid, contrary to its original purpose, will provide us with the best chance of traversing the Black Wall.
This isn't a business concern anymore. Melina shook her head. It's about the safety of the entire city, maybe even all of humanity.
In that this concerns all of humanity, you are correct. Project Aeneas is an opportunity for humanity to redeem itself, an opportunity that has lain idle for 40 years. It is time we rectified this mistake.
Do I need to remind you why it happened in the first place?
I wonder if you are truly concerned about the fate of humanity, or whether this is simply another negotiation tactic.
She squinted at him closely. No, he wasn't being facetious. For him, there was no room for ethical debate. They weren't here to save the world, but to gain as much as possible for their side. She turned to Zor. I'm done talking. Zor tried to stand up, but his legs refused to cooperate. So you're a deserter, says the man in the medical coat. Zor can't make him out because of the oxygen mask covering his own face. A deserter and a traitor. Only one punishment for that. I am not a traitor. Who did I betray? Not my family. Not even the goddamn NUSA. I want to talk, but I can't. Thoughts. Only thoughts. No words come out. The operating room is dark. It's not a hospital. He's still lying on... He can't tell anymore.
He's surrounded by cables and wiring from the machines above him. There's a quiet, mechanical hum. He barely feels his own body. He can only move a few fingers. He could just be imagining it. He seems to fade in and out of consciousness with every blink. Every time an hour could pass. Or a month.
"You've been badly wounded,"
the phony doctor says.
"Severe brain damage. It's just a broken leg. If I don't operate now, you won't make it through the next few hours. But it's just a broken leg. You took 2 bullets to your leg, shattered the bone. Nothing major, but what's the point if they're going to execute you anyway, right? Waste of time and resources. So just kill me already. What are you waiting for? The ceasefire you broke was the result of a hard-won negotiation. What were you even hoping to accomplish? Sudden victory? They killed my family. I wanted to avenge them. They killed them exactly to force this ceasefire. Don't strain yourself trying to answer. Can't hear you anyway. I hijacked the AV because I wanted to save them. Then I saw the fire and realized it was too late. Listen, I'm going to make you an offer. Kind you can't refuse. What do you say? It was when I saw the fire, that inferno spanning a mile radius. That's when I wanted revenge. Base human emotion. But I don't regret it. Never will. I'll go ahead with the operation and you'll get better. Won't be executed either. You'll live. I know I shouldn't do it, technically. I should have your approval. But we're in a state of emergency, aren't we? Don't take this the wrong way. But nobody asked me if I wanted to do this either. That's when I checked the AV's arsenal. 6 rockets. I had a choice. Fly back, get locked up for 2 weeks, 1 month suspension from duty. No big deal. But I didn't have anything to go back to. Or anyone. Everything I ever had went up in those flames. What do you think? Pretty sweet deal, right? Everything's got a price tag, though. We scratch your back, you scratch ours. Either way, you're getting the better end of the bargain. You'll get to live. Better to be alive than dead, am I right? Zor's hand froze over the bowl. Only a second ago, he was planning on smashing it against the ground to fashion something sharp. He'd have slit Katsuo's throat, but before bleeding out, Zor would explain exactly why he had to die. Instead, he stared straight ahead, when from behind the lanterns, 4 Arasaka soldiers emerged through the darkness. I mentioned earlier that you have something that I want, Katsuo said to Melina, effortlessly reverting to his corporate mask. It is not about possessing in the literal sense of the word, but it is only thanks to you that I can gain access to this thing. I don't work for Militech anymore, Melina replied. I don't work for anyone. Perhaps you should start working for yourself. And you think I'd give you this something? Melina challenged him. After this charade? You already have. Katsuo lifted his gaze to Zor. Zor's head started to spin. Due to the damage, part of your brain has become essentially dead, the doctor says. No, I only broke my leg during the crash landing, you son of a bitch. Maybe not completely dead, but certainly dead in a few minutes when I scoop it out. Makes no difference, I suppose. If I'm going to cut it out anyway, it might as well be dead. And what do you need a half-dead brain for? It's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it? Why don't you just kill me now? Once upon a time I did good things for people, and I never stopped paying the price. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll cut out the dead part. We don't have to be at the mercy of cause and effect. That's an Enlightenment construct. And who cares about the Enlightenment now? Dead, alive, it's a matter of semantics. I only broke my leg.
What I'm about to chip you with is some next-level tech. The doctor configures the complicated machinery. So don't complain. Half of Night City would give their entire brains for this. Instead of a death sentence, you're getting it free of charge. I don't even know why I'm explaining this to you. You probably don't hear me anyway. I'm saving my own life here, too. Guess that spares me from any regrets, too. Don't hold it against me. You'll live, after all, and you'll forget. And I'll pay off my debt. Well, half of it. But it's something. One step at a time. The 6-fingered Zetatech cyber arms